Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was adopted by the Aizawa-Yamada family story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku was walking down the halls of UA, dread seeping into him with every step he took. He knew there was no way this meeting could mean good things. At the very least, it would be a heavy lecture that Izuku knew he could barely stomach. Worst case scenario, his mom couldn't handle it anymore, and he was being pulled out of the hero course. He didn't want to think about leaving. It was the last thing he wanted, especially now. With the prison break and Shigaraki's increase in power, Izuku was desperate for more training with his quirk. He needed the help, and the class needed him too. Maybe it was a little arrogant, but slowly he started to recognize his worth. They had just lost Midnight, and the war had taken a heavy toll. He couldn't abandon them. Plus, he just got his best friend back. He couldn't leave Kaken now. These thoughts plagued Izuku as he was nibbling at his lips. He wrapped his arms around himself in a small attempt to shield himself from the negativity. Izuku knew he had to keep it together, and the fear and doubt weren't helping. Once he stopped in front of Nezu's door, he hesitated. For some reason, he felt the need to run away and put as much distance as he could between himself and whatever was lying in wait in that office. Izuku didn't know where this was coming from, but his gut instinct told him he wouldn't like whatever was behind that door. Despite that, he fought back his fears and tried to straighten up and face them. He reached out and slowly knocked on the door. The principal's voice responded, sounding suspiciously cheerful. "Come in." Izuku opened the door and looked inside. He felt the smallest bit of his fear ebb away when he saw his mother wasn't around. That probably meant she wasn't pulling him out of UA. When he turned to look at All Might, the older man smiled at him. It was a proud smile, and it filled Izuku's chest with hope. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad, after all. "Young Midoriya, thank you for coming. I know you're preparing for the start of your second year, so I'm sorry to pull you away from that." "It's alright, All Might. I don't mind." "Wonderful, then come in and make yourself comfortable." Izuku took the cue and stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. Even though the dread was gone, the nervousness remained. Both All Might and Nezu seemed pleased, so it couldn't be anything too terrible, right? But what was so important to call a meeting with him at 9 p.m. on a weekday? Izuku took his seat on the couch across from All Might, trying to sit back and relax. The man told him to make himself comfortable, but Izuku didn't think that was possible. His hands were sweating with his anxiety as he rubbed them up and down his breathed leg. He looked up and tried to smile, but it came out strained. "So, what's up?" Izuku asked. Nezu took the opportunity to jump on top of his desk and smile widely at Izuku. "What is up, indeed? We have wonderful news for you, Midoriya. We're very excited about it." Some of the knots in Izuku's stomach started to unwind, relieved that it was good news. "Oh, what is it?" "Well, you know the winged hero, Hawks." "Of course. He was the youngest to ever make the top 10. His popularity numbers have always polled very high, and even after the war, he's one of the more beloved heroes. He's also known for being one of the quickest. Honestly, I think Izuku was cut off when Nezu chuckled. "Ah, yes. I seem to have forgotten about your tendency to ramble about heroes. Your passion is quite inspirational." Thank you, sir," Izuku said with a blush. "It's my pleasure. But back to the issue at hand. A little-known fact about the hero is that most of his training was done by the Hero Public Safety Commission. Did you know that?" "No, sir." "That's very interesting." "Indeed. They recognized his potential when he was young and took him under their wing." "That's cool. I should add that to my notebook." "Yes, well, it seems they have recognized the same potential in another young hero." "Oh, are they going to come to UA?" All Might let out a boisterous laugh. "No, my boy. It's you. The HPSC has reached out to us with an interest in recruiting and training you." Izuku pet his head, and his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Me? Why?" "Much of the country has seen how hard you have fought for others. You've already made a name for yourself. They see your heroic nature and your skill, and they want to foster it. Izuku took a second to wrap his head around being trained by the commission, but far too many questions arose. So, what does that mean for school? Would it be like the extra classes Kaken and Todoroki took? No, not quite. So like our work studies. I haven't taken another one, so I think that would work. Nezu raised his hand to stop Izuku from speaking. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but please let us speak. Izuku wilted in his seat a little. Sorry, sir. It's quite all right. But to answer your question, it's not like either of those things. It means you would have to leave UA completely. They would homeschool you, train you, and give you more opportunities than you would have even here. Izuku sat there, stupefied, not processing any words after Nezu said he would have to leave UA. This was quickly sounding like a nightmare scenario. Even if it sounded like some good idea, it wasn't at all what Izuku wanted. He wanted to stay with his friends. He couldn't even think about leaving Eri alone. Izuku didn't want to leave any of his teachers either, especially Aizawa. The man had literally given up his leg for his students. Izuku couldn't snub that by just dropping out of UA. But when he was looking at the two men in the room, he saw immediately that they wouldn't understand. They really and truly believed this was the right thing to do. Izuku turned to All Might. Do you think this is best? What about one for all? Will I still get to see you? Yes, my boy. I made sure that they would include me in your training, and they easily agreed. Of course, we can't tell them the truth about your quirk, but it should be fine. But what about my friends? And my other teachers? Nezu spoke up, jumping off his desk and approaching Izuku. You wouldn't get to see much of anyone until you finished your training. But in the end, you could be the best hero there has ever been. With all due respect, sir, I think I could be the best hero if I stayed here too. Nezu laughed. That's very kind, child, but even UA cannot compare to the commission. I don't really want to leave everyone here, though. It wouldn't be forever. You would see them again, in time. And by then, you would be able to save so many people, Nezu said. Izuku felt something twist in his gut. He looked over to Nezu, who was perfectly masking any ill intent. But Izuku wasn't a moron. He could tell when someone was trying to manipulate him. He hated when people played on his kindness and longing to save. So far, it had only been bullies and villains who did that. It made him feel sick that Nezu was trying to do it. Izuku tried to come up with something to say to dissuade them, and luckily he knew precisely what would shut this down. His mother barely let him move to the dorms, so he was sure she would say no to this. She would never let him be taken away, right? I know this is a good opportunity, and really I'm very grateful. But I don't think my mom would ever let me leave her like that. Nezu somehow managed to perk up further. That's not a problem at all. In fact, we already got your mother's signature on all the paperwork. Izuku's eyes widened in fear. What? Yes. I had a conversation about it with her yesterday, and she came in and signed the paperwork this morning. She seemed very excited for you. Izuku was so confused. Why would his mother agree to send him away? She's always been an active parent, if not a little overprotective. He couldn't possibly imagine that his mother would actually be all right with this. He was worried maybe she didn't understand, or maybe Nezu tried to manipulate her as well. Do you mind if I step out and call her real quick? This is just a big decision, and I want to talk with her. All Might smiled. Of course, my boy. Nezu, on the other hand, looked skeptical. His eyes narrowed the slightest bit, but Izuku noticed. After years of reading the moods of the bullies around him, he had gotten pretty good at reading body language. Izuku didn't like it at all that Nezu was suspicious. Did it matter that much that he do this? Did that mean Nezu wanted to send him away? All Might seemed perfectly happy and understanding, but Izuku didn't know if that meant anything either. But despite all of that, he needed to call his mother. I'll be right back, Izuku said as he entered the hallway and pulled out his cell phone. It only rang a few times before she answered. Izuku. It's awfully late for a phone call. Sorry, Mom. I hope I didn't wake you up. No, honey. I was just getting ready for bed. What do you need, son? Izuku took a deep breath, steadying himself before relaying the information from the meeting. Izuku could hear the smile in 𝐿𝐭's voice. Isn't it just wonderful? Finally, you'll be somewhere safe and still get training. I won't have to fret over you there. I just don't want to worry anymore. Mom, I don't think you understand. They want to take me away. The commission isn't a joke, and I'm a little scared. His mom didn't say anything, and again he felt that same feeling of dread. It felt like this conversation was just going to make everything worse, and suddenly Izuku thought he might throw up. His throat felt like it was closing up on him, and his eyes started to tear up. I don't want to leave everyone, Izuku said, suppressing a sob. When 𝐿𝐭 spoke, it broke Izuku's heart. He couldn't remember a time she ever sounded this condescending and cruel. Oh, Izuku. I don't care what you want. I can't keep worrying about you anymore. It's killing me, and I'm so tired of everything you want and need being more important. I know it makes me a poor mother, but I need them to take you away. It took a moment for Izuku to understand. But once he realized what she was saying, he felt like he was drowning. Waves of emotion crashed into him all at once, and he thought they might sweep him away into the ocean. It almost felt like he was going through the stages of grief all at once. No, Mom. You can't mean that. I know I have been selfish, and I'm sorry you've been so worried, but I know you love me. I do love you. I just can't handle you anymore. So you're just going to let them take me away? Like I don't even matter? I don't know what else to do, Izuku. Please, you must understand. Her plea for understanding ripped a sob out of his throat. I don't understand, and I don't want to go. Mom, don't make me. I'll call you and text you every day. I'll stop fighting with my arms completely. I promise I'll stop being so reckless, but please don't do this. 𝐿𝐭 was crying on the other end of the line. Izuku thought maybe he had gotten through to her, but his heart shattered when he noticed they were cries of relief. I am sorry, sweetie. But I have to do this, and I've never felt so free because of it. I hope someday you can understand. Izuku didn't say anything. He stumbled in the hallway, and his back hit the wall as he slid down. He quickly hung up the phone and pulled his knees into his chest. Izuku got as small as he could as he cried, images flashing through his head of everything he would miss. He felt utterly alone and completely useless. He had been such a horrible son that his mother was throwing him away. He was going to be taken by the commission and put through God knows what kind of training. Izuku didn't even know what they wanted from him. But the commission was rife with corruption and secrecy, and Izuku wanted no part in that. He knew this wasn't going to just be some typical training program. They wanted him for a reason, and Izuku had a horrifying feeling in his gut that told him they just wanted to use him. But Izuku couldn't live like that. What was he supposed to do? How could he stop his world from collapsing? He tried to come up with a plan. That was his only option. He had to try to convince All Might. Or maybe he could just tell them no. But he had a feeling that wasn't an option. 𝐿𝐵 terrified him, and the commission wasn't something to mess around with. Izuku felt utterly trapped. He needed time to figure this out, but they were expecting him to return any minute. So, he took a few deep breaths and tried to calm his racing heart. After wiping away the tears from his eyes, he stood up to face them. He felt his determination grow with every step he took. Izuku knew it might be false hope, but maybe if they gave him till morning, he could develop a plan. Izuku knocked on the door and was met with the same cheery tone from 𝐿𝐵. When he walked in, both men looked entirely relaxed, as though they were clueless to Izuku's turmoil. They were contentedly sipping at tea, while Izuku felt like he was walking towards his doom. So, did talking to your mother ease your concerns? Izuku gave them a wobbly smile, suppressing the tears that reared their ugly head. I did speak with her. She seemed very happy with the plan. All Might smiled, still wholly clueless to everything Izuku was going through. That's fantastic, my boy. Let's grab the paperwork then, and we can get everything done. I'm sure the commission will be thrilled. Izuku tried to interject, but All Might kept speaking. I know this is scary, but I'm very proud that my protégé has been recognized. You have truly come farther than I ever expected, and I could not be luckier that I saved you from that villain all those years ago. With each of his words, Izuku felt his will drain away. He was never going to be able to reject him. His mentor had given him everything. How was Izuku supposed to turn down this opportunity when it clearly meant so much to All Might? But fear still swirled in his heart as he looked down at his hands. They were sweating again as he fiddled with his fingers. He was feeling so completely overwhelmed with all of this that he couldn't even speak. The pain in his heart from his mother's rejection was so intense it felt like it burned a permanent mark into his soul. Anger at his feelings being dismissed raged through him so much Izuku had a hard time not punching something. Worse, however, was the resignation, telling him that maybe he should just give in. But then he thought of the people he cared about. He could practically make out Kaken's voice in his head telling him never to give up. He could hear Aizawa's affectionate nickname of Problem Child rattle around his brain. Izuku could see every smile he would miss from Eri if he left. Izuku couldn't bear it, and eventually, his voice came back to him. He stood up and moved towards the door, trying to escape. His voice wavered, and his legs felt like jelly, but he had to do this. Actually, I know this is rude, but would you mind if we do it in the morning? It's very late, and this is such a big decision, you know. Sure. I don't see a problem with that. Go rest, young Midoriya. We will see you in the morning, All Might said. The second he was done speaking, Izuku left the room before Nezu could object. He practically sprinted down the hallway, making sure he was out of earshot so they couldn't call him back. Izuku ignored where he was going, just running through the school building to get away. The hallway started to look less and less familiar until Izuku realized he was lost. But at least he had gotten away from them. He could easily wander around until he found a staircase that would lead him back down to the building's main floor. Izuku felt the relief course through his veins that he had escaped, but along with that relief came the loss of his adrenaline. His legs gave out on him, and he came crashing to the floor. It was 9:30 p.m. at this point, and the halls were dark and empty. There weren't any lights on, and there was no sound. The hallway was only lit up because of the moonlight that streamed in from the windows. It was hauntingly peaceful, but it made Izuku feel totally alone. He still hadn't gotten up yet. Breathing from the stress and sprinting down the halls out of desperation as he laid on the ground. Izuku barely managed to crawl over to a wall as he plopped onto his butt and leaned against it. He sat there trying to catch his breath, but it was so hard when everything was still swirling through his mind. Izuku thought some distance would help, but he had nothing to distract him. With every passing moment, his panic only increased. Izuku just wanted to calm down, but it seemed the more he tried to force it, the harder it was to breathe. He just wanted to be okay, to stop panicking so that he could figure out what to do. But he needed a plan to even have any notion of being alright, and in this state, he couldn't think clearly. It was this never-ending circle that just made Izuku feel like more and more of a failure. He had taken a stand against so many villains, saved so many lives already. He went from a quirkless nobody to the face of a new generation of heroes. So why couldn't he just calm the F down? He was starting to feel dizzy with lack of oxygen. He needed to take a deep breath, but Izuku was beginning to feel like he was going to pass out. Then, through all the panic, he heard a voice. It was deep and soothing and one of the best sounds he could have imagined hearing at that moment. "Problem child, you need to breathe." "I can't," Izuku said between rasping breaths. "You can. You're panicking, but I promise you can," Aizawa said. Izuku felt his teacher take his hand and put it on his chest. "Breathe with me." Izuku could barely make out his words, but then he heard Aizawa take a deep, loud breath. Izuku tried to match his breathing, and it took a few minutes, but eventually, the pounding in his head stopped, and the tears started to clear out of his eyes. Once he blinked them away, he looked up at Aizawa. His hair was pulled back in a hair tie, and he was clearly wearing workout clothes. Izuku then realized they must be on one of the training floors of the school. His eyes flickered to the ground in shame, and his shoulders slumped. "I'm sorry if I interrupted your workout." "Nah, kid. I was done." Izuku just nodded, still avoiding eye contact with his teacher. "Midoriya," Aizawa said, trying to get his attention. Izuku eventually looked up and saw his teacher's eyebrow ped in suspicion. Yes. What the hell happened, and who do I have to kill? 𝐿𝐴 was not expecting the evening to take such a drastic turn. He was working out in the empty training rooms, but he found the problem child when he left to head back to the teacher's dorms. At first, 𝐿𝐴 thought he was there to train and overwork himself again. But instead, he was collapsed in the hallway having a panic attack. Izuku's face was twisted with so much anger and fear. His breathing was so heavy it could be heard anywhere on that floor. 𝐿𝐴 rushed over to him immediately, taking the time to calm him down. He had no idea what could bring this reaction out of Izuku. His initial thought was a villain attack, but his student never failed to throw himself into the fray. So, a panic attack would make no sense. Which meant this must be something even worse. 𝐿𝐴's blood ran cold at the thought. No matter how hard he tried to force down his protective instincts, righteous fury flared up at whoever hurt the kid. What the hell happened, and who do I have to kill? 𝐿𝐴 asked. Izuku took a few more deep breaths before he could speak, furiously rubbing the tears out of his eyes. He wouldn't even meet 𝐿𝐴's gaze. I'm so sorry, sir. The teacher's eyes narrowed in suspicion. For what? I have to leave UA. 𝐿𝐴 was shocked. For a moment, he felt like he had been slapped in the face with the most unbelievable thing he had ever heard. Anyone who knew the problem child knew that UA was his dream. Izuku was destined to be a great hero, with an insane amount of potential. The thought of him leaving didn't sit right with him at all. Why? Is your mother taking you out of the program? Sorta. I had a meeting with All Might and Nezu earlier, and they said the Hero Commission wants to take me out of UA and train me themselves. Izuku stuttered out to 𝐿𝐴, who only barely understood what he said. 𝐿𝐴's figurative train of thought came to a screeching halt. He had so many questions, most of them not for the upset child in front of him. He tried to school his expression, but Izuku was observant. He noticed right away that something was wrong. That's bad, right? I don't know what they want from me, but I know the commission isn't a good place. Plus, Nezu was acting so weird, and All Might seemed so happy to send me away. I don't understand why they would take a student. Do they really just want to train me? Or do they want to control me? I won't be someone's puppet. All right, kid. Chill out. We don't know what they want you for, but I promise I'm not going to let them just steal my student. Go back to your room, and I'll go talk to Nezu. 𝐿𝐴 tried to stand, but Izuku reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Wait, I need you to tell me if this could be bad. Please don't keep things from me like they did. I deserve to know. He let out a sigh. It could be bad, but it doesn't matter because I won't let it happen. Izuku slowly nodded, but he still looked uncertain. It grated at 𝐿𝐴's nerves to see the kid looking so worried. It's been a long time since his student looked so doubtful. Izuku had grown over their first year, and seeing that look on his face again only made 𝐿𝐴 angrier at the people who put it there. Izuku asked his next question in such a soft voice like he was afraid to speak it. Is that a good idea? Maybe I should just do what they say and go. Why would it be a good idea? You belong here, at UA. And you just said you don't want to leave. Take yourself into consideration for once, problem child. If you want to stay, then that's what's going to happen. You don't understand. Being selfish is what got me into this mess. My mom, she can't handle me anymore. She wants me to go. 𝐿𝐴 was not expecting that. Everything Toshinori had ever said about the woman was that she was fiercely protective and deeply cared about her son. But here Izuku was, practically screaming at him with tears running down his cheeks. 𝐿𝐴 supposed it made sense, though. If she was overprotective, she would handle Izuku's heroic career poorly. He almost sympathized with her, but if she was allowing for the commission to take her kid, then he didn't really care. Midoriya, can you tell me what she said? Izuku was crying again, struggling to get the words out, so 𝐿𝐴 placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and squeezed. I know it's hard, kid, but I want to help you. To do that, I have to understand what's going on. She didn't want me to be a hero. Thinks I'm too weak. She always gets so mad and cries when I'm hurt. I tried to be careful, but people needed me. Now, she doesn't want me anymore. 𝐿𝐴 nodded. Well, if she doesn't want you, that's her problem, and it's neglect, Midoriya. It doesn't mean you deserve to be thrown away. Maybe it does. No, kid. No one deserves that, especially from a parent. Now, I'm going to go figure out what's going on, alright? Go back to your dorms, try to relax, and I'll come find you in the morning before class. Izuku sniffled. Yes, sir. Thank you. Don't worry about it, problem child. Izuku gave out a watery laugh, but he got himself off the floor. Then he gave 𝐬𝐽 a small bow before scurrying down the hallway. The moment he was out of sight, 𝐬𝐽 was practically on a rampage. He was going to burst into Nezu's office, even if it was 10 at night, and he was going to give that Fing rat a piece of his mind. What could he possibly be thinking? Nezu knew DMN well that the commission was capable of almost anything. They were clearly going to train Izuku and mold him into what they wanted. It was practically like turning him into their own little child soldier. The kid deserved freedom, to be the kind of hero he wanted to be. And 𝐬𝐽 knew he would be great. That kid has a heart of gold and more ambition than most people on the planet. To see him reduced to a panic attack felt harrowing and infuriating. Izuku was a tough kid, but just about anyone would break down at the thought of being thrown away by their only parent. 𝐬𝐽 tried to tell himself it didn't matter, that he would take care of it. But his rage didn't subside. If anything, with every step closer to Nezu's office, he only got angrier. When he finally burst into the office, Nezu and Toshinori were happily sipping tea. 𝐬𝐽 saw a brief flash of something in Nezu's eyes that he didn't like. Suspicion, maybe. Worry his plans were about to be foiled. 𝐬𝐽 didn't know, and he didn't care. Toshinori just smiled at him. Good evening, Aizawa. We're just having some late-night tea. Care to join us? No, thanks, I won't be here long. Nezu put on a fake smile as he tried to pretend to be pleasant. To what do we owe the pleasure? I found Midoriya just now outside of training rooms, collapsed in a heap on the floor having a panic attack. Oh my god, is he alright? Toshinori asked, eyes widened with genuine concern. That almost gave 𝐬𝐽 a little relief, that at least the man cared about Izuku. I don't know, Yagi. Does that sound Fing alright to you? Well, no. Of course not. Did he say what was wrong? 𝐬𝐽 rolled his eyes. Holy SHT, wake up, Yagi. He doesn't want to be kidnapped by the DMN Hero Commission. What the hell are you thinking, letting this happen? We can't just let them take our student. Toshinori gave him an apologetic smile. I understand you don't want young Midoriya to leave. But this is for the best. The training he will get will be incredible for his future in heroics. We should all just be proud they recognized his potential. Recognized his potential. Come on, Yagi, how clueless can you be? They don't want to train him. They want to own and manipulate him. Don't you think that's a little dramatic? Toshinori asked, concern starting to leak into his eyes. No, I really don't. I know you don't pay a lot of attention, but the commission has been corrupt for years. Just look at Hawks, the last person they trained. They used him, and then they threw him out. That's exactly what will happen to Midoriya. I'm sure that's not true. 𝐬𝐽 was preparing to argue back but was cut off when Nezu let out a patronizing sigh. Well, unfortunately, we don't have a choice. Of course, there's a choice. He's not going to sign whatever bullshit there is, and he's staying here. I'm sorry, Aizawa. But it's too good of an opportunity to pass up, just like All Might said. What opportunity? What could any of us possibly get out of sending one of our best students away? UA has had exceedingly bad press and taken the brunt of public opinion. After the USJ attack, Bakugo's kidnapping, and now the war, we have taken several heavy hits. In order to stay standing tall and proud, we need the backing of the HPSC. So, let me get this straight. You're going to let them take Midoriya to garner some goodwill. For their support. I have no choice. This school needs to remain open and respected in these uncertain times. Midoriya is an excellent young man, and I'm sure he can overcome the struggles and training that the commission will put him through. 𝐬𝐽 took a deep breath to settle himself, barely holding back from outright punching his boss. He knew the hero world was falling apart right now, but he couldn't handle the thought of just giving away Izuku. The kid had looked awful, crying on the floor. Shouter's thoughts flashed back to that scene, and he knew he couldn't let it happen, consequences be DM'd. Shouter turned to Toshinori. You're really going to let this happen? This kid is like a son to you, and you're going to let them do that? What the hell kind of parent are you? I don't like what you're implying, Aizawa. Midoriya is dear to me, and this path will bring him the most success and save the most people. I'm very proud of him for doing what has to be done. Toshinori's words were laced with venom. It made Shouter sigh because clearly, the man had no idea what he was actually signing Izuku for. When he went to speak, trying to explain how big of a mistake this was, Nezu cut in. Aizawa, I understand you care for your students. But I will not budge on this. If you're so insistent on pushing this, I might have to question your role here. UA should be your priority. Shouter was momentarily surprised that Nezu would threaten his position at UA, but he probably shouldn't have been. The little rat would do any corrupt or scheming thing he must to protect the reputation of UA. He had a point that the school needed to remain open. But he wouldn't sell one of his students to the HPSC just to keep UA's good name. He turned to Toshinori. You may be willing to give away that kid, but I'm not. And I'm not giving up. Before he could hear another threat from Nezu, he stormed out of the office. He didn't want to listen to any more bullshit about how it was best or how successful Izuku could be. He didn't care about some shitty protection from the commission if it meant signing the life away of his problem children. As he walked back towards his apartment on campus, he tried to formulate plans. But there were so many unknowns still, and there were only so many options they had. First, he had to protect Izuku from Nezu and Toshinori getting to him. He didn't think they actually wanted to harm him, but he knew that their toxic mindsets could easily convince Izuku to go along with them. Toshinori was the kid's idol, mentor, and practically his father. If he really wanted to convince Izuku to go, he could, and that terrified Shouter. The kid deserved to put his happiness first and make his own life decisions. Maybe if he got to Izuku first, he could convince him of that. That might be the first step, but he still has no idea what to do about the commission wanting the kid. He knew they wouldn't back down anytime soon. If they saw something they thought would solidify their power, they would take it, and what better than All Might's protégé? His thoughts were swirling so much that he had been walking on autopilot. He barely noticed he had even gotten back to his apartment until he heard tiny little feet running at him. Shouter looked up and saw Eri just in time to bend down and sweep her into his arms. What are you doing up? Shouldn't you be in bed? Shouter asked. Yes, but Dadmik said it was all right so that I could say goodnight to you. The man pared an eyebrow. Dadmik? Since when are you calling him that? Today. He said I could use it like Hitoshi does. I see. Well, let's put you to bed now that I'm home. Shouter walked through their apartment, throwing a wave at Hitoshi and Hisashi, who were lying on the couch watching something on the TV. I'm taking her to bed because you two are pushovers and let her stay up. Oh, come on, show. We're all bad at saying no. Shouter rolled his eyes but smiled back at them fondly before putting her to bed. She'd been living with them for a while now, and Hisashi and Shouter signed the adoption paperwork just last week. She changed the atmosphere for the three of them right away. Now that she was recovering from some of her trauma, she was often smiling, and she had her whole family wrapped around her finger. He adored her, and Shouter hated to see her sad. It was just another reason he had to protect Izuku. She loved the kid like a big brother, and he knew it would harm her recovery if he disappeared. But he masked his worry and tried to read her a story, even though he couldn't entirely focus. But it was late, and she was tired. Eri fell asleep quickly, and Shouter tucked her into her bright purple blankets, making sure to slide her favorite plushie into bed with her. When he walked back into their living room, he grabbed the remote and turned off the television before sitting on the coffee table in front of his son and husband. Both of them started to whine at him, but Shouter gave them a glare that immediately shut them up. We have a problem that needs to be addressed. What is it? Hisashi asked, sensing the seriousness of the situation. I found Midoriya in the training hall a little bit ago having a full-blown panic attack because Nezu and Yagi are trying to send him away from UA. What the hell? Hitoshi asked, so shocked he practically shot off the sofa. Seriously? Why are they doing that? The little listener is practically Yagi's son, said Hisashi, eyes widened in surprise that melted to worry and apprehension. It was clear he didn't like where this was going, and he didn't blame him in the slightest. Shouta let out a sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. Yagi is just a moron. He thinks they're just going to put him through extensive training. He was just blabbing about how successful Midoriya would be. Nezu, on the other hand, is looking for favor and protection from the commission. Can't Midoriya's mom stop them? He talks about her all the time, Hitoshi said. She sounds nice, so I can't imagine her letting him go anywhere. Apparently, she's on board with it. Which I suspect is most of the reason for Midoriya's earlier breakdown. Apparently, she told him she can't handle him anymore and wants to give him over to someone else. Hisashi was immediately shocked. What the hell kind of parent just gives up their kid because it's too much work? She does, I guess, Shouta said with a frustrated groan. So, what are we going to do? Can we stop Nezu or whatever? Hitoshi asked, concern for his friend evident on his face. He was sitting up now, at full attention. His eyes practically pleading with his father not to let anything happen to Izuku. We're going to try. I'm not going to let them just remove a kid against his wishes. Plus, the commission is shady as SHT, and even if I don't know what they are planning, it can't be good. Giving them All Might's protege would be giving them far too much power. Especially if the problem child goes as far as we're expecting him to. What do you mean? Asked Hitoshi. Well, imagine if they had the law, government, and the most influential hero in the country all on their side. They would be unstoppable with that kind of power, and then they could spew all the bullshit they want. Their current control of the hero society is already too great. We can't let them have more. We need an actual plan, then, show. They are powerful as it is. What are we supposed to do? Hisashi asked. His legs were fidgeting with anxiety, and Shouta put his hand out on his husband's knee to settle him down. I know that. But short of just having Midoriya leave UA and getting away from Nezu and the HPSC, I don't know what else to do. Well, why don't we just do that? Because that's the problem in the first place. He doesn't want to leave. Anything has to be better than becoming a SLV to the commission. That's like giving in to the man, Hitoshi said. Maybe. I think I have a plan if Izuku is willing to go for it. But we will have to explain to him a lot of things about the commission he won't want to hear. Don't scare the kid. He has enough going on right now, Hisashi said. I know, Zashi, but he should know the truth. Otherwise, he may not understand the weight of his decisions. I'm going to make a few calls to people who have insider information with the commission, just a few sources for now. We'll deal with the problem child in the morning. Now both of you go to bed, the next few days will probably be stressful. Shouta stood up with a sigh and walked into his home office. He opened the encrypted file with his contacts and tried to figure out who to call. He stared at the list for at least 5 minutes, not knowing where to start. How does one even go up against the Hero Commission? He was pulled from his stupor when Hisashi knocked on the door frame, leaning into the room. Can we talk for a bit? Without Hitoshi. Yeah, Zashi. Come in, I haven't called anyone yet. The blonde slipped into the room and walked around Shouta's desk to plop in his lap. They wrapped their arms around one another, holding each other tight. Do you really think they're going to take him? Hisashi whispered. I don't know. I know you were holding back for Toshi, but what do you think they really want with him? I'm not totally sure, but they've been losing influence with the latest villain attacks and their narratives. If Hero Society falls apart, so do they. I think they want a perfect hero to control completely, to keep the public from questioning anything. If the people have another symbol to watch, then the public can't see whatever corrupt SHT they have going on in the background. I don't like it, Hisashi said. His voice had gone cold with disgust. It was so rare to see Hisashi anything but warm and accepting, but having their kid students threatened was an easy way to anger him. Shouta just held him tighter, trying to suppress his own anger by focusing on his husband. It reminded him that he at least had a team in this. None of them were fighting alone. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 looked into his husband's eyes, trying to look determined. I don't like it either, Zashi. But that's why we're going to stop them. Izuku did not sleep well. When he woke up, his eyes felt puffy from crying, and his muscles ached from the tension. He couldn't get himself to get out of bed and start the day, even though he knew Aizawa wanted to talk to him. So, he stared at the ceiling for at least 5 minutes, trying not to worry about yesterday's events. But it felt impossible. The only hope he had left to hold on to was his teacher. At least if Aizawa was on his side, he had a chance to not be taken away. Eventually, Izuku at least got the motivation to check his phone. He was hoping for a text from his teacher, but there was nothing. He did have a text from All Might, though, asking him to meet him in the teacher's lounge. Izuku knew he was supposed to make sure he talked to Aizawa this morning, but he didn't want to ignore All Might's text. So, he took a moment to settle his anxiety. After a few deep breaths and a little pep talk, he climbed out of bed and got dressed. While he trekked across campus that morning, Izuku took in his surroundings. It was appealing, and over the first year of being a US student, it really felt like his home. The realization pained him, though. He wanted to believe in Aizawa, and honestly, he did, but Izuku couldn't help thinking that he needed to enjoy this while he could. Before he was removed from the school and shipped off somewhere else. By the time he made it into the teacher's lounge, he was feeling such a complicated mix of emotions. He almost felt resigned to it. Admittedly, Izuku knew it would be nearly impossible for him to go against the wishes of both his mother and All Might. But he also didn't want to be sold to the Hero Commission. Even if he didn't know what they wanted him for, Izuku knew he would be controlled and manipulated, never to be free again. When he looked at Hawks, he saw a bird that had been put in a cage. That's not what Izuku wanted. But he trembled with fear that he wouldn't be able to reject All Might's wishes. But in the back of his head, he heard the all-too-familiar voice of Katsuki shouting at him. Stop being so weak. Stand up for yourself, you little SHT. You belong at UA. Izuku let it fuel him. Katsuki was a lot of things, but he was always one of the voices that gave him courage and strength. He almost let out a whimper at the fear of being separated from him and his other friends, but he pushed it away and walked into the lounge. All Might and Nezu were sitting on the couch, sipping tea much like they were the night before. Dread immediately sunk into Izuku. He thought maybe if it were just him and All Might, he could have been more honest with the man. But now, he just felt cornered. As he walked towards them, he could feel the tension return to him with a vengeance. He could feel his heart beating in his chest as though it were a drum pounding with every step he took. But he pushed on and sat across from them with a tight-lipped smile. Young Midoriya. It's wonderful to see you this morning. Did you sleep well, my boy? Izuku chuckled awkwardly, rubbing at his neck while he looked down at the floor. I've slept better. The man let out a booming laugh. I'm not surprised. This is an exciting opportunity. I think I would lose sleep over it as well. Yes, about that, I was wondering if it's still something I have to do. Izuku asked, hesitance dripping in his voice. Well, I think you could try saying no. But they are very persistent. I don't know if they would take no for an answer. All Might laughed again as if it were all a joke, like his life was just a joke. Izuku was surprised by how suddenly anger started to burn deep in his gut. I don't want to go. I want to be a hero for myself. Not the Hero Commission. All Might's eyebrows furrowed in evident confusion and concern. He was about to speak, and Izuku felt the spark of hope. Maybe his mentor was about to take his side. But then Nezu jumped up on the couch. His facial features showed very little emotion but a sad, disappointed smile on his face. I'm surprised, Midoriya. I always believed you had the heroic spirit to do what had to be done. I was unaware you weren't interested in saving the most people you could. Of course I am. Being a hero is all I've ever Nezu cut him off. Then I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I just don't understand. The influence and power that the Commission has are vast, you would easily reach number 1, and the trainers they have would be perfect for helping with all of the many facets of One for All. I understand that, sir. I just don't want to be All Might smiled at him sympathetically. My boy, I know this change is scary. I know you will miss your mother and friends, but it's only for the last 2 years of your schooling. Izuku felt himself break at that smile. All Might clearly wanted this for him. He really seemed to think this was best. Izuku desperately wanted to believe in All Might. He needed to believe that his mentor wanted what was best for him. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Maybe he was wrong about the commission. Izuku slumped back into the couch, every inch of fight leaving his body. All Might and Nezu weren't going to give up, and truthfully, Izuku knew the Hero Commission wouldn't give up either. And after practically losing his mother, Izuku knew he couldn't go on like this forever. He had never given up in his life, but at that moment, he felt like he didn't have a choice. Fine. I'll sign the papers. Nezu and All Might both smiled, although the strain was apparent. Clearly, they both knew he didn't want this, but neither of them moved to stop or protect him. It made Izuku feel so alone. They weren't taking him into consideration at all, and he could feel the tears come to his eyes. He thought about how disappointed Aizawa would be in him, or Katsuki. Izuku knew that he was giving up. He knew he was weak. He hated it, but he couldn't fight on his own anymore. But just as Nezu got off the couch to retrieve the paperwork, the door to the teacher's lounge slammed open. Everyone turned abruptly to see Aizawa. He looked furious and exhausted. His hair was tied back in a ponytail, and Izuku was pretty sure he hadn't even slept. He stomped over to them with rage in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. "There's no thing way you're making my problem child sign his life way." All Might laughed awkwardly. "Aizawa, don't be so dramatic. You're going to scare the boy." Aizawa turned and snapped at the other man. "Shut up, Yagi. He should be scared," he said before turning to Nezu. "Did you think I wouldn't reach out to my contacts, you DMN rat? I know exactly what the commission is up to, and there's no way you don't. I can't believe you would push Midoriya into this just for the sake of this school. It is completely illogical to turn the next great hero into a DMN murderer." Nezu feigned innocence. "I have no idea what you're talking about. That's a load of SHT. We both know what they want him for." Izuku's head was whipping back and forth between the adults, feeling so overwhelmed he wanted to cry. On the one hand, he finally had someone here to fight with him, but he was scared. What did Aizawa mean by they wanted to make him a murderer? Sensei, what do they want me for?" Aizawa turned to look at him, the rage melting out of his eyes as they shifted to something softer. The concern was evident, and it was almost enough to overshadow the worry in his eyes. Izuku felt his breath catch. Aizawa was usually so stoic and aloof. Seeing him this angry was terrifying. But the fear in his eyes, for Izuku, was what really shook him. Nezu tried to speak up. "I don't think the boy needs to worry about Dash. I swear to God, Nezu, if you say Midoriya doesn't need to worry about being a Fing assassin, I'm going to kill you." Izuku froze. The adults kept screaming at each other, but he couldn't follow along. They wanted him to be an assassin. What does that even mean? They want him to kill people. It was so against everything he believed, and the disconnect to true heroism was jarring. It almost felt impossible to believe. Izuku knew he should have been horrified. But all he could feel now was anger. He would never be that kind of person, and his fury at All Might at that moment was all-encompassing. The rage gave him some clarity as he focused back in on what they were shouting. Nezu's voice was raised, trying to control the situation and his staff. "Aizawa, this is what has to be done. Even if we don't like it, now that the Hero Commission wants him, we have no choice. UA has to comply, not even for our own protection at this point. We must stand tall during these turbulent times. I'm sure Midoriya can handle it. He's a Fing kid. I'm not turning him over to be turned into a DMN child 𝐒𝐿𝐱, Nezu," Aizawa said. "Well, that's not up to us. He has already agreed." Izuku stood up, next to Aizawa. "I'm not going. I know I said I would sign the papers, but I can't do it now. I'm sorry, I know this is what you want, but I will never become someone like that. Young Midoriya, we don't even know if that's true." "It is," said Aizawa. "They want someone strong enough to make it look like he accidentally killed the villains. After the mass breakout, they don't think Tartarus can hold prisoners anymore. They want a Fing killer, Yagi. Don't be so naive to believe that this isn't exactly the kind of thing the commission would do. Aizawa shifted to stand in front of Izuku. I won't let this happen, and I won't let you send him away. Even if it means we leave UA. Don't be ridiculous. This has to happen, whether you're at UA or not. Don't be so sure, Nezu. Underground heroes have friends, and I have a plan. Just because you're too weak to stand up to the commission for our students doesn't mean I am. At those words, Izuku clung to that bit of hope. Aizawa had a plan. Maybe Izuku wouldn't be taken away. His heart broke at the idea of leaving UA. That was the main reason for opposing this in the first place. But now, it was about his future and his humanity. Izuku didn't want to be a murderer. All Might looked at him, his eyes pleading. My boy, I would never let that happen to you. We can trust the commission to have the world's best interest in mind. Izuku felt his heart break. Even with this new information, All Might wasn't listening. What about my best interest? All Might flinched at the hurt in Izuku's eyes but turned away. Nezu spoke up. Midoriya, the commission won't take no as an answer. They have expressed their interest, and they will do what they have to do. Do you want them to shut down UA to get to you? He felt himself start to waver again, and his eyes flicked over to Aizawa. Don't put that SHT on him. And UA won't be at risk because we're leaving. Then, Aizawa turned around and stormed out. Izuku's gaze flurried back and forth between the two groups. When he set his eyes on All Might, the hero started to reach out to him. Normally, Izuku would feel so comforted by that. But now, when he saw that hand reaching for him, he didn't see comfort. He saw the hands of someone who didn't care. Izuku flinched away from him and turned to scurry after Aizawa. The heartbreak in All Might's eyes was painful, and the anger in Nezu's eyes was frightening. But Izuku couldn't stay here, not anymore. Once Izuku got out into the hall, he didn't know where to go. He couldn't see Aizawa, and he didn't know if he was supposed to look for him. He listened carefully but heard no footsteps. He felt lost, but he knew he had to find his teacher. Aizawa said he had a plan, and Izuku wanted to know what it was. So, Izuku walked down the hall towards Aizawa's office, but he was startled by the man himself once he turned the corner. He stood there and assessed Izuku, seeing the bags under his eyes and the worry. You look like hell. I'm sorry this is happening, Aizawa said. It's okay. And, I'm sorry to question you, sir, but you said you have a plan. Yes. I don't think you're going to like it, but after everything I've learned, I'm not sure we have any other options. What is it? I'll do whatever I have to do. I'm not going to let them turn me into a killer, and I don't want to hurt anyone more than absolutely necessary. Aizawa reached out and ruffled his hair. I know, kid. You're not going with the commission. But I have to tell my family too, so come on. Let's go back to the teachers' dorms. Wait, your family? You mean Eri? Aizawa chuckled. Yeah, but I've got a husband and a son too. And a cat. Oh. All right. Are you sure it's all right that I meet them? Shouter snorted. I don't think that's going to be a problem. All right. But, why do they need to know? Well, you aren't safe at UA anymore. All Might is too much of a moron to understand what's going on, so he's of no use. And Nezu wants to just hand you over and be done with it. So, you have to leave. But we're not going to let you go alone. Where am I going to go? And what do you mean I won't be going alone? And will this even work? Nezu said they wouldn't take no for an answer, Izuku asked. He was mumbling question after question until he let out a squeak and stopped himself. Don't worry, kid. I have friends at other hero schools, friends that won't take SHT from the commission. So, you're going to send me to a different school? Yep, and my family and I are coming with you. Luckily, this friend happens to be the principal, and they've guaranteed spots for all of us. Izuku immediately looked guilty. I can't let you do that. You'd be leaving everything behind. We would be leaving anyway. There's no way I'm going to stay here now that Nezu has decided to side with the HPSC. Izuku couldn't believe it. No one had ever come to his defense so quickly in his life. Was Aizawa really willing to uproot his entire family just for him? The problem child. Are you sure? Izuku asked, emotion thick in his voice. Yes. It wouldn't make sense for me to allow probably the most powerful future hero of your generation to be under their control. Plus, Eri would never forgive me for letting you do this alone, Aizawa said with a playful smile. Izuku tried to smile back. So, where are we going? Do you remember your provisional licensing exam? Yes, of course. Well, we're going to Ketsubatsu, kid. The night before, when Hisashi left the office, Shouta started to scour every source he'd ever had. He opened up his encrypted file system on his laptop and searched through every informant he thought might have had some inclination or information of what Izuku was wanted for. Eventually, he came across a vigilante who had ties to the commission. They went by Echo, and their quirk let them remake any sound or voice they'd ever heard. It was perfect for vigilantism, seeking information, and even underground heroics. But Shouta also knew that their father worked for the commission. Echo had seen the corruption in the hero world and wanted nothing to do it. So now, they resort to taking the law into their own hands and slipping information to underground heroes like Shouta. It wasn't ideal, and technically he probably should have arrested them. But Echo was helpful and had never really hurt anyone that Shouta knew of, so he let it go. Which now seemed to be very beneficial because his only hope was that he could get some information from them. He picked up one of his burner phones and dialed the number in his files. When the ringing stopped, there was silence on the other end before Shouta spoke. Echoes always share secrets. The other person chuckled and spoke up. And they never tell lies. What can I do for you, Eraser? I need information. One of my students is in danger, and I think you're my best bet at figuring out how much trouble he's in. What kind of danger? The commission wants to take him and are pretending they just want to train him. Silence was all he heard on the other end of the phone. It felt eerie, and it definitely didn't give him any comfort. Then he heard a sad and disappointed sigh. I was hoping that SHT was just a rumor. Can we meet somewhere? Yes. But it needs to be ASAP. Let's meet on the corner of Lotus and 53rd. On top of the old bank building. 30 minutes. Then the line went dead. Shouta took a second to take stock of what he had just heard before popping into his bedroom to tell Hisashi he was leaving. After giving a forehead kiss to both of his sleeping kids, he slipped on his combat boots and left. He darted from rooftop to rooftop, running at full speed to make sure he would make it on time. Shouta knew better than to take any other form of transportation. With the commission involved, he had to stay in the shadows. When he arrived, Echo was already there. Their full suit was on, shrouded in black, purple, and gold. They kept a healthy distance from one another, making sure to keep both their comfort levels steady. Shouta spoke first. Echo, it's been a while. The vigilante replied, using his husband's voice. Eraser, the pleasure is mine seeing as how you're going to hate this. Let's get this over with then. I need to know what I'm dealing with. So, which student are they trying to take? I'm not sure I want to tell you that. Come on, you know how I work. I only deal in information trades. I won't let it get around to anyone interested in hurting him. But that doesn't mean I don't need to know. Shouta glared, but he knew he didn't have an option. Luckily, he had worked with Echo for years. He knew they wouldn't do anything to endanger a child. They might work around the law, but all in all they were still in the game of helping people. So, he gave in. The student is Midoriya Izuku. Their shoulders slumped. Yeah, that makes sense. The kid is bright-eyed, naive, and strong. It doesn't surprise me at all. He's the kind of person they would target for this. Plus, All Might is his mentor, yeah. Unfortunately, you're not going to like what they want him for. I didn't expect I would. They're absolute pieces of SHT, and I'm sure it'll be bad. Echo let out a sigh. They want an infallible number one they can bend to their will. They're expecting him to be easy to manipulate until he willingly does their bidding. With the recent fall of Tartarus and other prisons around the country, they want someone strong enough to just outright kill whatever villain they point them at. What the F? That doesn't sound like a hero, that sounds like a Fing assassin. I know, and based on what I've seen of that kid, He would not do well in that role. 𝐿𝐴 took a deep breath, centering himself before he could just run off and try to murder the whole commission single-handedly. That obviously wasn't an option. They were barely standing as it was, desperate to gain power wherever they could before everything came toppling down. He might hate them, and they might be corrupt, but they were part of the reason villains hadn't completely taken over their country. He let out a frustrated groan. I have to figure out how to fix this. Thanks, Echo. No problem, Eraser. But they're not going to give up easily, and I've heard whispers there are people at UA on their side. You might need to take the boy away from the school if you're that set on helping him. 𝐿𝐴 hated that they were right. He would have to completely uproot Izuku's life, even if he didn't want to do it. Their only option was moving to a hero school where the commission had less influence. So, it would have to be smaller and off most people's radar. Plus, it needed to be run by someone who couldn't be strong-armed into doing whatever the commission asked. Only one person and one school popped in his head. Ketsubatsu Academy had a long-standing history of doing things independently, and it even had an underground heroics track that would be perfect for Hitoshi. But the reason it was the obvious option was the school's principal. He was a retired underground hero who has told the commission to go get fed several times, and he was precisely the kind of person who would help them protect Izuku. The man's name was 𝐿𝐴, and his hero name was Amnesia. His quirk, when triggered, caused short-term memory loss. He was one of the best intelligence gatherers and underground heroes in the entire community, and 𝐿𝐴 knew for a fact he'd always had problems with the HPSC. 𝐿𝐴 was their only hope. So, after he left Echo sitting on the rooftop building, he found another secluded location to WHP out his phone and call the man. When the phone was answered, 𝐿𝐴 heard a voice grumbling and thick with sleep. What the F, Aizawa? It's like 2am. I'm sorry, 𝐿𝐴. I wouldn't be calling if it wasn't necessary. What do you want? The commission is trying to take one of my students. One of my informants said they want to manipulate him into becoming a villain killer, and I can't let that happen. I know this is sudden, and I hate asking, but we need help. The line was silent for a moment. 𝐿𝐴 was nervous the man was going to say no, or that he couldn't help. He's not young, and his days of taking on the HPSC were years ago. He didn't even know if the man could take them on at Ketsubatsu. 𝐿𝐴 was not usually an anxious man. He was generally stoic and stable beyond belief. But when one of his students was threatened, that all changed. But this time, 𝐿𝐴 couldn't just throw himself in the way of the villains. Protecting Izuku this time was much harder, and he hated relying on someone else. But then the man let out a resigned sigh. I bet Nezu wants to ship him off. Yes. He believes the HPSC will put UA in danger if he doesn't comply. Stupid rat BSTRD doesn't even want to try. Who knew he would end up such a sellout? I wish I could say it surprised me, but he would betray anyone for the sake of that DMN school. The man let out a dry chuckle. I guess you're right. You want to pack up your family and come here, right? It's the only logical option. If we stay at UA, the commission will get him, and you're the only hero school I can think of that would be willing to protect him. I'm getting to be too old for this, Aizawa. 𝐿𝐴 flinched, worrying the man was about to say no. If I had anyone else to turn to, I would. But you're the only chance we've got, 𝐿𝐴, 𝐿𝐴 pleaded. I'll make room for all of you at Ketsubatsu. We'll talk about it more tomorrow, though. I'm exhausted and going back to sleep. Then the line was cut dead, and 𝐿𝐴 let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God, he mumbled under his breath. He walked to the edge of the building and took a moment to look out at Musutafu. 𝐿𝐴 couldn't help but reflect on his time here, finding it hard to believe they were about to leave. It was all so sudden. He hated drastic change like this, but he could see no other option. To protect Izuku, and subsequently the entire country, they had to leave. He knew it would be HRD on all of them. Hitoshi had just started to make friends. Eri was coming out of her shell, and Hisashi had lived here for years. But he knew his family would be willing to help Izuku. The only wild card was Izuku himself. Would the boy be able to reject Yagi and Nezu? 𝐿𝐴 could only hope so, for his own sake. Then he climbed off the roof, down the fire escape, and made his way home. He crawled into bed at 3 a.m., with an alarm in a few hours to hunt the boy down before the others could get to him. He passed out easily with the thought that, hopefully, everything would work itself out tomorrow. Back to the present. 𝐿𝐴 looked down at Izuku after relaying all of the events from the prior evening. He couldn't say he was surprised that the boy seemed so shocked. Knowing a little more about his life now, he had a feeling he probably wasn't very used to being supported. It made him clench his fists in anger, but he had to push it down. He didn't want Izuku thinking he was mad at him. He was just furious for him. The kid deserved a far better life than he has had so far, and 𝐿𝐴 was determined to not let it get any worse. Once Izuku wrapped his head around everything, he frowned and looked towards the floor. He fidgeted with the hem of his shirt and wouldn't look up at him. "I don't think I'm worth all of this, sir." "Of course, you are. You deserve basic human rights like freedom, kid. I'm not going to be a part of the assholes who want to take that away from you." 𝐿𝐴 was expecting him to keep arguing or trying to convince him not to do it. But Izuku always managed to surprise him. After a moment, he looked up at 𝐿𝐴, his eyes burning with rage and determination. "I won't let you down. You and your family are doing a lot for me. I promise you won't regret it, and I'll become the best hero the world has ever seen." 𝐿𝐴 smiled, happy to see the shift in his perspective. Izuku really was one of the most determined people he had ever met. Even though he could still see the pain and disappointment masked in his eyes, he was at least happy the boy was starting to bounce back to himself. He reached out and ruffled Izuku's curls. "I believe it, kid. If anyone can do it, it's you. Just remember that you can't let them get to you. Even after moving, this won't be over. But we'll be by your side." Izuku smiled, and then his eyebrows furrowed. "Oh yeah. I'm excited to meet your family. I hope they like me. What if they are mad that I'm the reason they have to leave? What are they like? I have no idea what Sensei's family would be like. I bet 𝐿𝐴 cleared his throat. "I don't think you need to worry about them liking you. Plus, I already told them last night that we would have to do something to help you. I don't think they'll care about putting your safety first." "Are you sure, sir?" "Positive. You'll see what I mean." Izuku just nodded, clearly still stuck in his head. 𝐿𝐴 let him think silently while they walked across campus, back to the teachers' dorms. He knew the kid was curious about his family, and honestly, 𝐿𝐴 was sort of looking forward to the reveal. It would probably be funny watching the kid freak out that Hisashi was his husband and that Hitoshi was his kid. At least Izuku already knew them. 𝐿𝐴 hoped that would make this all easier, and at least he would be able to trust that they cared about his well-being. Once they got to their apartment, he paused and looked at Izuku. He almost walked into the wall, just following 𝐿𝐴 on autopilot. But he stopped just in time and looked up at his teacher. "You ready, kid? I'm sure everyone is awake, so it'll probably be chaotic." Izuku gave him a nervous smile but nodded his head. "Yes. I'm sure it'll be fine." 𝐿𝐴 then opened the door and kicked off his shoes. "We're back." Hisashi shouted back. "Who's we?" He turned back and saw the shock in Izuku's widened eyes. Then Hitoshi replied to Hisashi. "It's obviously Midoriya." Izuku's eyes widened again, being comically wide at this point. Then, Eri ran at them and jumped into the boy's arms, surprising him even further. It was definitely amusing to see him so shocked at who his family was. But Izuku removed his shoes and carried Eri with him as they walked into the kitchen. Hitoshi was sitting at the kitchen table, wrapped up in a blanket with a cat in his lap and a cup of coffee in his hand. Hisashi was flitting around the kitchen, making breakfast. Eri was excitedly asking Izuku why he was visiting. The boy was smiling back at her, telling her that he was here to meet their family. He fit in surprisingly well, just naturally taking her over to her seat and then shyly slid into the chair next to her. 𝐿𝐴 was proud of his family, and he was beyond relieved that already Izuku was slipping into it, even if the boy looked nervous as hell. But he was broken out of his stupor when Hisashi called out to him. "So, 𝐿𝐴, what the hell is going on?" "Well, I found Nezu and Yagi trying to force him into signing the papers this morning, but I got there in time." Hitoshi turned to Izuku. "You were going to sign them?" Izuku shrugged, looking a little ashamed. I didn't think I had a choice. Hitoshi eyed him for a moment, then gave him the smallest hint of a sympathetic smile and turned back to his dad. So, Dadzawa, what are we doing to protect the broccoli? Eri giggled. Toshi. He's not broccoli. He's Deku. He doesn't need protection. He's already a strong hero. Shouter fondly rolled his eyes. Well, I guess that's true. But we do have something to talk about. It seems Nezu isn't backing down, and the commission won't take no for an answer from him. So, what does that mean? Hitoshi asked. Well, how would you feel about starting hero classes at another school? His eyes widened. We're leaving UA. Hisashi chimed in from the kitchen. Is that even an option? Won't the commission have even more sway at a school less powerful than UA? Well, we're going to go to Ketsubatsu. The principal there, Hoshi, was an underground hero who hates the commission. He's got dirt on them and has never listened to any of them. It makes the most sense for us to transfer there. I spoke to him last night. He has assured me that he can make a place for all of us. Everyone was silent for a moment, thinking about what Shouter said. He saw Izuku's eyes bounce around everyone in the room, clearly scared that someone was going to reject him. But Shouter was confident they were all just wrapping their head around it. Eri spoke first. So, if we stay here, something bad will happen to Deku. Shouter gave her a small smile and reached out to place his hand on her head. Yeah, there are some bad people who want to take him away, and UA doesn't feel like helping. Her face twisted into a pout, with the angriest little glare the girl could muster. Well, that's mean. We can't let them do that. Then she turned to Izuku and jumped over to give him a hug. Don't worry, Deku. We won't let anything happen to you. Izuku's eyes started to water, and Shouter almost laughed. He wasn't surprised in the slightest that Eri took this as a personal affront to someone she cared about, and her determination to help him was heartwarming. Hitoshi laughed. She's right, Midoriya. It's bullshit, and it's not like I've started the hero course here yet. Transferring isn't a big deal. Hisashi then chimed in. I can be a teacher anywhere. And I couldn't call myself a hero if I stayed here at risk of putting the listener in danger. To Ketsubatsu, we go. With the resounding amount of support, Izuku couldn't hold back anymore. Tears started to stream down his cheeks as he hugged Eri. He turned to the others and tried to speak, but it was clear he was overwhelmed. Shouter was glad the kid felt supported, but he hated that he was so blatantly expecting to be cast aside. But it wasn't a surprise, either. The Aizawa-Yamada family would have to just do their best to make sure the kid knew that this would be his new normal. Listen, Midoriya. I know this is a shitload for you to deal with. You lost your mom, now you're going to lose UA, but you're not going to lose us. It's all right to be overwhelmed by this, but you've got nothing to worry about. What kind of heroes would we be if we left you alone on this? Izuku just stared at Shouter, almost like he couldn't believe him. But after a moment, even through the tears, he just offered up a blinding smile. Thank you so much. I promise to do my best. After breakfast, they all dragged themselves into the living room. The school year was about to start, so they had to hurry to get them out of UA and into Ketsubatsu on time. Izuku felt like it was all going too quickly, and he was barely able to process everything that was going on. He sat on the couch with Eri in his lap, dazed while the rest of them started to figure things out. Aizawa called Hoshi back, making sure he and Yamada had jobs lined up. Izuku was beyond thrilled that they did. Aizawa was even going to have his own class to run on underground heroics. Yamada was going to teach English again, which he seemed entirely pleased with. Knowing the two would still be happy with new positions settled at least a little of Izuku's fears. The next bit of relief came when they officially heard that Hitoshi would have a place in the hero course and that Eri could keep doing homeschooling with Aizawa and Yamada without it disrupting their new jobs. Once they had some of those details ironed out, they had to deal with everything here. Aizawa and Yamada locked themselves in their home office, while Izuku helped Eri pack her things. Izuku couldn't believe how on board with it she was. The girl was generally so timid about change, but Eri had shown herself to be quite protective. She had grown so much, and Izuku was beyond proud. He was even more surprised at Hitoshi's reactions. He had worked incredibly hard just to get into the hero course at UA, but now he was going to be sent somewhere else. When Izuku mentioned it, the other boy just shrugged and said, "As long as it's a hero course, I don't really care." It made sense, but Izuku couldn't help but think he was taking Hitoshi away from something. The guilt was festering, and it only got worse when the two heroes came out of their office looking like they had been crying. "What's wrong?" he asked, tears filling his own eyes. He couldn't do this to them if it was hurting them. Hisashi put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, though, and gave him a small smile. "Nothing's wrong, kiddo. We're just going to miss this place. Saying goodbye to our classes and our memories here will be hard. But it's all right." Izuku hung his head low. "I'm so sorry, you guys shouldn't have to leave. I can do this on my own. Ketsubatsu will be great. I didn't even think of your classes in all of this. What about 2A and 2C? They'll think you're leaving them for me. Little listener, it'll be fine. You're a part of our classes too, and you're in danger. What kind of heroes would we be if we didn't help? I'm just not sure it's worth it." "Course it is. Plus, we've made sure to talk to some of the other staff about our classes. Vlad will keep a close eye on them for us, and Nezu still cares enough about the reputation of UA to find them a good teacher." Izuku gripped his own hands, twisting them nervously. "You're right. I'm sorry, sir. I'm just worried about them." Aizawa huffed. "What would Bakugo say if he heard you were worried about him? I think you're selling them short, Midoriya. Don't you think they are capable of being heroes?" "Of course I do. Izuku let out a sigh. "I just feel like I'm running away and leaving them behind." "I get it. But it might not be permanent, and it's better than being taken away to somewhere you can't even speak to them." Izuku gave a small nod, giving up on trying to convince them and turning back to Eri's things to help her pack. But then Shouta spoke again. "Also, I called your mother." Izuku whipped back around, eyes wide. He was terrified to hear what she had to say. She could easily derail all of this and force him to go with the commission. He was nervous when he finally asked, "What did she say?" "She agreed to let you attend Ketsubatsu under our temporary guardianship. She may or may not think this has to agree with the original agreement with the commission, but she didn't question it, and I didn't want to share too much. She just signed me over, here." Izuku's shoulder slumped in, and he dropped his head. He closed his eyes and tried to steady himself for the answer. But admittedly, he already knew. His mother couldn't handle him being a hero. She had made that clear almost a year ago after the summer camp incident. It ached in his chest, and his lungs felt shriveled up. But there was such an odd sense of relief. He was free from disappointing her now. Izuku didn't have to worry about letting her down or hurting her anymore. He could live the life he wanted without the thoughts in the back of his head that she could take away his only dream. Also, if Izuku was honest with himself after she tried to take him from UA the first time, he had never really trusted her anymore. Inko made it clear that his life was never really her priority. But that didn't make it hurt any less when Aizawa responded. "She did. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. And I know we're not your family, and it's not the same, but you're still not alone, kid." Then the man reached out and ruffled his hair. Aizawa might not be the most comforting or expressive person in the world, but Izuku felt his breathing ease just the smallest amount. "Thank you, sensei." "Don't worry about it," Aizawa said with a glare. "I mean it. Don't let this bother you." Izuku just gave a small smile and continued to help Eri pack up the rest of her things. It only took a few hours, and eventually, the afternoon rolled around. Aizawa sent him away to pack his own stuff so that they could announce their departure and get off campus. Apparently, Nezu has only given them 12 hours to leave campus between throwing them out. Izuku still wasn't sure where they were even going to live, but he didn't have time to worry about that if they had to leave so soon. So, he sent a text to Katsuki and Shouto, asking them to immediately meet him in his room. Then, he ran back to his dorm as quickly as he could. When Izuku returned to Heights Alliance, he wasn't surprised that Katsuki and Shouto were already outside his room. The blonde was already impatiently pounding on his door. "What the F, Deku? If you call us here, you should at least answer the shitty door." "Kaken, I'm not in there," They both spun around, Katsuki glaring and 𝐿𝐼 staring. "Oh. Hello, Midoriya. We're here." Izuku chuckled. "Yes, I see that. Come on, I need to talk to you both." Then he pulled out his key and unlocked his door, herding the other two into his room. He walked right over to his bed and crashed down on it, the other two sitting down on his desk and his desk chair. "Oh, should you really be sitting on his desk? I absolutely do not give a 𝐿𝐼𝐶." Then he turned to Izuku. "Now, what the F are we here for? I swear to God, if you interrupted my relaxing yoga for nothing, I'll kill you." 𝐿𝐼 let out a huff, his version of a laugh. "Apparently, you need to do more of it. You're clearly not relaxed. You PP, I'll show you relaxed when you're dead." Katsuki reached out to let off a small explosion in annoyance, but then Izuku spoke. He couldn't hold it back anymore, and every second of seeing them act normally was breaking his heart. "I'm leaving UA." For a moment, it felt like a movie. They both turned to him, mouths dropped open in shock, similar expressions of surprise on their faces. But then Katsuki's eyes burned with rage, and 𝐿𝐼's aloof mask slipped back on his face. "What do you mean you're leaving UA? You can't quit. How am I supposed to beat you if you aren't a hero?" "I have to agree with Bakugo. We all know you're destined to be All Might's successor. This is very unlike you." Izuku flinched at the name of his mentor before he sat up and looked at them. "I'm still going to be a hero. I just can't stay at UA." Katsuki looked at him suspiciously, assessing before he spoke. "It's Auntie, isn't it? She's pulling you out." "No. It's much worse than that. I don't think I'm allowed to tell anyone, but I can't keep a secret from Kaken. And Todoroki, I think you might find out anyway." "Well, stop being so secretive and just tell us." So, Izuku told them everything. He told them about his initial meeting with Nezu and All Might. He told them about the betrayal from his mother and how willingly she gave him away. Izuku told them about running into Aizawa, and the other man promising to fix it. Then he told them about this morning. How Aizawa said that the commission wanted to manipulate him into killing whatever villain they wanted him to, turning him into their own hero soldier. Next, Izuku told them about the plan, that Aizawa and Yamada were secretly married, and that they would take him and their kids to Ketsubutsu because their principal could apparently handle the commission. Once he was done telling his story, the other boys sat there in shock. Neither of them could believe it. Their usual bravado had fallen away, as they sat there in silence before Katsuki whispered out. "What the F, can they even do that? Like actually?" 𝐿𝐼 asked. "I guess so." Aizawa was pretty insistent, and Nezu was both terrified and terrifying. "I trust Sensei to know what he's doing, but I hope this ends up going away. Maybe we can even come back someday. This is bullshit. Let's just expose it. They can't just take someone. This is bullshit. Why aren't you fighting this?" Katsuki shouted. "What am I supposed to do? They're the commission. I can't just say no and walk away. It's not an option. I'm not safe here." Katsuki was breathing hard with barely concealed rage. Izuku saw him holding his hands tight in a fist, keeping himself from exploding the whole building. They were at a stalemate, though. Izuku knew Katsuki wanted to fight this, but this wasn't a battle that could be won with fists. 𝐿𝐼 let out a sigh. "If this is your only option, then I suppose we have to support you. It's better than the alternative." Izuku gave him a grateful smile. "Thank you, Todoroki. You're a good friend." He nodded back. "Only thanks to you. Now, is there something we can do for you?" Katsuki rolled his eyes. "TCH. What makes you think I want to help the nerd?" 𝐿𝐼 waved him off. "Don't be ridiculous. We're your best friends." "F you, 𝐼𝐶. I have no friends." 𝐿𝐼 stopped, pretending to listen. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. "What the hell are you doing? Every time you say that it summons Kirishima. I just wanted to see if he would break down the door and declare his love for his Bakubro." 𝐿𝐼 deadpanned back at Katsuki, complete with finger quotes. Katsuki was about to launch himself at 𝐿𝐼, and Izuku couldn't hold back anymore. These really were his best friends, and it broke his heart that he was leaving them. But also, he couldn't help but laugh at all of their shenanigans. So this horrible sound, which was both a sob and a laugh, ripped from his throat. What the hell? Are you dying? Izuku laughed again. No, just really going to miss you guys. Then he reached up to wipe the tears from his eyes, giving them both a sad smile. 𝐿𝐴 smiled at him fondly, and Katsuki rolled his eyes. But the blonde couldn't hide the blush on his cheeks. We will miss you as well, Midoriya, 𝐿𝐴 said. Speak for yourself. Katsuki shouted. Izuku just kept smiling. But then they stuck around to help, packing up Izuku's belongings in all the boxes in the back of his closet from when he moved in. It was a painful process, and Izuku caught himself crying several times over old pictures or some of his All Might merchandise. It hurt to look at them now. Seeing his mentor's face used to be a comfort. All Might was everything to him. But now, all he saw was the face of a man who turned his back on him. Then, he put some of his framed pictures in a box, looking at a picture of him and his mother. But again, it only brought him pain now that she's left him to live his life on his own. The final nail in the coffin was the pictures of his friends. He had so many fun photos hung on the wall of his various adventures of Class 1A, and it broke his heart that he was leaving these people, his first ever friends, people that became like a family to him. He cried again. Really? Izuku thought he'd be all cried out over the events of the last 24 hours. He was exhausted. So much had happened, and everything changed. He felt like his entire world was crashing down around him. Then, they heard a knock at the door. If it was one of their classmates, they couldn't know he was leaving yet. It would cause an uproar before Aizawa made the announcement. So, Izuku hesitantly asked through the door. Who is it? Then, they heard Yamada's voice. It's just us. Izuku sagged in relief, opening the door and letting in the entirety of the Aizawa-Yamada family. Even Eri. What are you guys doing here? We're here to help you pack. But it seems like you already had help. Yamada cheered with a smile when he looked at Katsuki and 𝐿𝐴. Yeah, I told them everything, and then they helped. But I promise they're the only ones who know. I had to tell someone. Aizawa rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. It's fine. Let's just finish this up so we can make our announcement. I'm not looking forward to it. Izuku scratched at the back of his neck while shifting back and forth. I know. I'm sorry, sensei. Then Aizawa gave him a light bop on the head. Stop apologizing. This was our decision, and it was the right one. Izuku just gave a little nod, and they all finished packing up their stuff. The conversation was sparse but friendly. Clearly, everyone was on edge with the latest news, and Katsuki and 𝐿𝐴 didn't really know how to act with the others in the room. But, with all the help, the group managed to sneak down all his boxes and throw them in the truck that was sitting in front of the building. When they walked back into the dorms, Aizawa went over to the PA and announced that the whole class needed to immediately report to the common room. It took a few minutes, but eventually all of the class had made it downstairs, filling various spaces on the couches and looking up at Aizawa. Then Denki raised his hand. Sensei, is this about Shinsu? 'Cause you already told us he was joining the class. Aizawa sighed. No. This is not about him. Why is Eri here? Okiko asked. The teacher pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a sigh before looking back up at the teenagers. If you let me make my announcement, you'd understand already. The students awkwardly shuffled around, dropping their gazes in guilt that they interrupted their teacher, who was clearly stressed. Then Aizawa let out a huff before he continued speaking. Now, this will come as a shock to you, especially because your second year is about to begin, but I am leaving UA. The students gasped, and everyone started shouting questions left and right. But Aizawa just triggered his quirk and made everyone quiet down. As I was saying, I am leaving UA. Yamada is coming with me, as well as Eri, Shinsu, and Midoriya. With the latest events, it has been concluded that Midoriya is a target of one of the most powerful villains that have ever existed. So, we will be taking him to a much smaller hero school in hopes we can train him without risking his safety and the safety of all of you. The room was silent again, everyone shocked, until Okiko shouted with the smallest crack in her voice. This is so sudden. Does he really have to go? I'm afraid so. We are leaving immediately after this conversation. You all will get a new teacher, but Vlad King will be watching over all of you as well. You all still have my phone number. You may reach out with emergencies. I'm sorry to leave you in the middle of your journey, but I firmly believe that with hard work, you'll all be wonderful heroes. Then, Aizawa offered the class a small bow. The class looked somber, eyes flitting between everyone who was leaving with sadness and disappointment in their eyes. Some of them were even tearing. Then, Momo stood up. Sir, I understand that this has been already decided. But is there anything we can do to keep you and our classmates here? Eijiro nodded and spoke up. Yeah, there's got to be something we can do. Can't we help keep Midoriya safe? You've all been on the front lines too much at this point. We can't risk putting any of you in further danger. I understand your need to help your friend, but the decision has already been made. The tension in the room was evident. The students were clearly unhappy with this, but none of them felt like they could argue anymore. Their teacher had clearly put their foot down. Realizing this, Tenya rose to his feet and gave a deep bow. We understand, sir. But we must thank you for all the hard work you put into teaching us. We are very appreciative of you, and we will deeply miss all of you. They sat in silence for a moment, everyone thinking about what Tenya said. But then Okiko was bolting off the couch and running to hug Izuku. The rest of the Deku squad ran to give him hugs, and Izuku found himself crying yet again. He would miss them more than they could ever know, but Aizawa was right. It was too late to change his mind, and it wasn't like he had any other options. So, he pushed down his feelings and tried to enjoy his final goodbye with his friends. He treasured the kind words, the hugs, and the smiles. He knew he'd see them again and text them all the time, but it wouldn't be the same. Izuku left with that thought in mind, walking out of the dorm's front doors and crawling into the truck with the others. He looked out the window, all 19 students watching him go. It left a hole in his heart and an ache deep in his bones that he knew wouldn't go away for a while. But then Hitoshi lightly punched him in the arm. You know, I'm sorry. I know this thing blows. Izuku gave him a half-hearted smile. Thanks, Shinsu. You know, you should probably call me Hitoshi if we're going to be brothers. The two old farts will probably adopt you by force at this point anyway. Before Izuku could respond, Eri snuggled into his side and cheered. Yay! A new big brother. What? I'm not good enough for you? Hitoshi asked in mock offense. Eri just giggled as they continued to bicker. Yamada started to laugh as well, and even Aizawa let out a snort. The background noise was admittedly comforting as Izuku let himself settle into the backseat in the car. Even if this was awful, and Izuku's life had been turned upside down, it felt bearable with them around him. He could only hope that everything would be okay as he held on to the thought that at least he'd still be a hero. He was going to save people the way he wanted, no matter who tried to stop him. Izuku and the Aizawa-Yamada drove the rest of the afternoon and evening. It took them 4 hours to get to their destination, going in and out of smaller towns on the way. The countryside was appealing, and the conversation in the car was generally light. Eri fell asleep pretty early on, and so did Hitoshi. So, Izuku just made conversation with his teachers and stared out the window. It felt so odd. Izuku was surprisingly comfortable, and admittedly even a little excited. But the cloud still sat over his head that his old life was gone. He tried to text his mom that he was leaving and on the road, but she never responded. But with each mile closer, the cloud hung over him less and less. This was the only option to keep him safe, even if he didn't like it. So, he tried to just daydream about his new life and his new home. He had heard good things about Jeddah. The city was so supposed to be appealing, with a nice city center but not too urban. It was close to beaches, but not too far from day trips to the mountains. Plus, Ketsubatsu couldn't be that bad, right? Izuku remembered the students at the provisional licensing exam last year were impressive, and Ms. Joke was a pretty cool hero. It also helped that Izuku knew Aizawa and Yamada wouldn't go teach somewhere that didn't work hard to produce good heroes. So, Izuku ignored the lingering pain from leaving his past behind him and focused on the future. When they finally reached Jeddah, they found a hotel to stay in. They locked up their moving van and brought only their necessities into a small hotel room. It wasn't much, and Izuku had to share a bed with Hitoshi, but he didn't really mind. Aizawa had complained about the types of hotels that would allow their cat, Precious, so they had to make do. Before they went to sleep, the adults sat them down. "Sorry, this hotel isn't great, kids," Yamada said. "We all go back to school on Monday, and it'll be a big change. So tomorrow is the only free time we have to find us a place to live, so we'll be going to see a few places while you guys stay here." Eri pouted but didn't argue. Hitoshi, on the other hand, glared at his parents. "Don't you think we should come? We'll be living there too, you know." "Yes, but you need to prepare for the new school year, and we don't want to drag Eri and the cat around to a bunch of unfamiliar places with strangers," Aizawa said as he returned his son's glare. Hitoshi groaned but eventually relented. Then he just crawled into their shared bed and passed out. Everyone followed suit, and Izuku didn't take long either. The day had been exhausting, and truthfully he didn't mind having a day where he could just reflect on everything that happened to him in the last 48 hours. The last thing he thought about before going to sleep was the bubbling anxiety for Monday and what that would bring. So, the next morning when he woke up, it was still all he could think about. He spent the morning eating breakfast with the family before Aizawa and Yamada left to find them a real place to live. Hitoshi grumbled a bit more, and admittedly Izuku sort of agreed. It would have been nice to be a part of this process. Especially because it felt like so many of his choices had been stripped away from him. But he didn't mind spending time with Eri either. But without any of her usual things, keeping her engaged was a bit of a struggle. So, they ended up taking a walk around the hotel and then watching movies in their room. She kept herself entertained by acting as the movie's characters and eventually roping Hitoshi and Izuku into it. Her antics were adorable, and it definitely distracted him. So, once his teachers returned, he wasn't feeling quite as down. Yamada burst into the door with a cheer. "We found a home." Eri jumped up and ran over to him, and he scooped her into his arms and spun her around in celebration. "Dear God, must you be so loud," Aizawa grumbled. "Duh. This is a big deal. Plus, you guys are going to love it." "What's it like?" Hitoshi asked. "It's a great house. Definitely nicer than we've ever had, and there are enough bedrooms for everyone to have their own. It has a nice little backyard too. You guys will love it." "Yay. Let's go." Eri shouted as she ran to throw her stuff back into her bright red suitcase. "Not yet, Eri," Shouter said. "We were able to expedite things because of our hero status. But it still won't be that fast. We can't move until next week." Izuku slumped at that. He knew they couldn't really move into a new home that quickly, but he thought it might be easier for him to adjust if he had a new place to set up his things. Right now, he felt so displaced, like he had no anchor. He used to have Yue, his mom, his friends. But now, it felt like he had nothing to keep him from floating away. He zoned out for a while, sitting on the couch staring into space. The others left him alone, realizing he needed some space while they made plans for the next day. The night, when they went to sleep, Izuku struggled. He tossed and turned while fear crept in. So many things could go wrong, and his overactive mind was now showing him every worst-case scenario as if he was watching them on a movie screen. What if Ketsubatsu wasn't safe, and the commission still took him? What if it was all for nothing, and the same exact thing would have happened at UA? Should he have tried harder to convince All Might? Maybe his mentor would have eventually figured it out and kept him safe. Everything felt wrong. Even the blankets felt heavy and suffocating. He felt trapped in this situation and yet wholly lost at the same time. It was horribly conflicting, and Izuku's flight or fight response kicked in. Suddenly, he threw the blankets off himself and ran from the hotel room, not even remembering to grab a hotel key. Once he was outside, the cool spring air hit his lungs, and he at least found himself feeling a little better. It was refreshing and made him feel just a little more like he wasn't drowning. It reminded him he could breathe. He let himself crash down onto the stairs, sitting on the bottom step in his pajamas, in the middle of the night, staring out at an unfamiliar city. Jeddah really was pretty, but Izuku had no idea if it would ever be home to him. After a few minutes, he finally realized he didn't have a key to get back in. SHT, he mumbled under his breath. Then Izuku heard a snort behind him. Forgot something, didn't you? He turned around, and Hitoshi was still in his pajamas, too, as he sat down next to him and held out a hotel key. Thanks, sorry for running out like that. It's all right. You've got a lot of SHT going on. I'm surprised you were able to sleep last night. I guess after everything, I was just exhausted, but now I'm more worried about tomorrow, you know. I had friends at UA, but they were my first friends. What if Ketsubatsu isn't like that? I don't see how you couldn't make friends. You're way too nice, and you've got a quirk most people would kill for. Izuku let out a dry, humorless laugh. You would think, here. But I didn't get my quirk until I was for most of my life. I thought I was quirkless, and so did everyone else. Hitoshi blinked at him with a disbelieving look that then morphed into one of shame. That just makes me sound like an but for what I said to you at the sports festival. Izuku waved his hands around, eyes wide with worry. Not at all. It's all right. You didn't know. I would never hold that against you. Yeah, that's the too nice part coming into play. But tomorrow will be fine. If the people at Ketsubatsu are assholes, we'll just hang out. Izuku's eyes widened. You can't say that. We don't even know them yet. Hitoshi laughed and knocked their shoulders together. See? Still too nice. People will like you just fine. Izuku didn't fail to notice that Hitoshi said nothing about himself. It made the guilt sink into his bones. He hadn't even thought much about how hard this was for them. Sure, he was feeling bad about it. But here he was, panicking, not even taking Hitoshi's feelings into account. Izuku nudged him with his elbow. They'll like you too, you know. And if they don't, well, Izuku took a breath and lowered his voice to a whisper. Hitoshi laughed at him, holding nothing back. Oh my god, you won't even say it full volume. Izuku gave him another shove but joined in on the laughter. It felt good to laugh. Some of the weight on his shoulders eased, and some of the fear in his heart was driven away. Despite the scary unknowns, he at least felt a little closer to the other boy after their shared moment of doubts and comfort. He knew Hitoshi was kidding when he called them brothers, but it didn't feel far off. Izuku felt better knowing he could rely on him and that at least he wouldn't be walking into that new classroom alone. So, when he followed Hitoshi back into the hotel room, he was able to sleep restfully, preparing himself for the stressful day to come. The next morning, they were in a bit of a hurry. They had to arrive early to get Eri settled into one of their new offices, and they had to get all the paperwork handled for the boys. Izuku was definitely worried it would be stressful, but he didn't have time to worry about it when they were all scurrying around trying to get ready for the day. He packed his school bag and put on some just jeans and a t-shirt. They didn't have uniforms yet, so he didn't have much of an option. But it did make him feel nervous to show up at the school like that. Would they get uniforms? Would they already look like the odd ones out on day one? But they eventually got everyone packed up and inside the van before heading to the school. Eri asked a million questions a minute, which mostly kept Izuku from getting too stuck in his head. But he was curious also. What would the school look like? What were the people like? Was this principal, Hoshi, going to really be that much better than Nezu? When they finally pulled up to the school, it was mostly exactly what Izuku expected. It looked a lot more like a typical school than UA did. But it still had a wall around it, and the training center was pretty obvious as a giant building behind the rest of the buildings. The grounds were pretty but not nearly as extravagant as UA's campus. But still, it felt sort of comforting that it seemed more like a regular school. They parked their giant moving van and all climbed out while staring at the school. Luckily, this early in the morning, there weren't any students around. But Hitoshi and Izuku were still trying to separate themselves from the slightly embarrassing vehicle. Yamada pretended to be offended, which of course, made them all laugh. Yet again, Izuku found himself feeling better just because they were able to make him laugh. But some of that dread seeped back in as they walked through the unfamiliar halls. Izuku was trying to get his bearings so he wouldn't end up lost on the first day. Hitoshi seemed to be doing the same, so hopefully, at least one of them would figure out how to get around. It wasn't long before they walked into the teacher's lounge, which was buzzing with people. There were a few pro-heroes he recognized and a few teachers who were clearly just civilians. Before he had a moment to take in his surroundings, someone pounced on Aizawa. "Eraser! I can't believe my husband is here to work with me. It's so sweet that you'd follow me all the way to Ketsubatsu." "You crazy thing woman, get off me," Aizawa growled as he pushed away Ms. Joke. "Oh, come on. Aren't you happy to see me?" "No," he deadpanned as he crossed his arms. Then Yamada joined in the conversation. "He might not be, but I am." Ms. Joke whipped around and threw herself at him. "My other husband. You're both here. Can't you two just be normal for one day?" "Hell no. What would be the fun in that?" Aizawa just let out a sigh and waved the kids in. "Come on, you three. Let's get you three set up." Izuku, Eri, and Hitoshi followed him, although Eri wouldn't take her eyes off of Ms. Joke and her dad. She clearly thought it was hysterical, and Izuku didn't blame her. But to avoid Aizawa's death glare, he ushered her along too. Someone pointed out 2 desks in the room to Aizawa, letting him know they were his and Yamada's. So, he took a moment and sat Eri down with her laptop so she could try to do a little schoolwork. Then, Ms. Joke and Yamada made their way back over to them. "So, you three must be their kids." Aizawa pointed at Izuku. "That one is not ours. He may be my problem child, but he's not my kid." Ms. Joke beamed at him. "Oh, a problem child. I can't wait to WHP you into shape. What's your name, kid?" Izuku flushed at the attention and bowed. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's an honor to meet you again. I remember you. You're the one at the exam who knew who I was." Izuku nodded. "Yes. Your quirk is amazing for villain fights because it causes nearly no collateral damage. I've always enjoyed the hilarity and skill while watching your battles." Then, she reached out and ruffled his hair. "I don't know what Eraser was talking about. You seem like an angel." "Oh, thank you, Ms. Joke. Call me Fukukado, kid, or sensei. I'll be your teacher. I assume the purple guy will be my student too." Hitoshi took the cue and bowed as well. "Shinsu Hitoshi. Oh yeah, you're definitely Eraser's son. You've even got matching eye bags." Hitoshi snorted. "Yeah, he only gave me his best quality." Fukukado looked surprised at his sarcasm, but then she burst out laughing. "Oh, I'm going to like you too. You'll both fit in with the class perfectly." Then she turned and bent down to Eri's height. "And who might you be, little one?" She hid a bit behind Aizawa, but she was still smiling. "I'm Eri." "It's lovely to meet you," Fukukado said with a smile, apparently reeling herself in for the little girl. She stood up straight and looked at Aizawa and Yamada again. "So, do you two need anything else? I can take your 2 knuckleheads and get them into some uniforms." "Wait, before you go, did Hoshi tell you why we're here?" Yamada asked. She looked around, making sure no one was listening. "He gave me a vague explanation that the commission was after the green bean." "Yes. I think Hoshi is the only one they wouldn't try to cross for obvious reasons. The kid needed to get his education, so here was our only option," Aizawa said. His eyebrows were furrowed with barely veiled disgust at the commission. "Got it. Well, I'm going to go get these 2 ready to be in my class. Your boys can come see you around lunch if they'd like." They turned to leave, Izuku and Hitoshi following behind. It was a bit of a chaotic morning, but he was glad there were other people here on their side. It quelled some of his fears that he would end up tossed to the side. But Fukukado was a hero, and clearly, Aizawa and Yamada trusted her, so he figured he could too. Almost like she knew what he was thinking, just as they were about to leave the teacher's lounge, she looked back at the men with a smirk. "Don't you two worry, he's in good hands here. We're not going to let anything happen to your kid." They walked through the halls, following their teacher to their brand new classroom, still trying to figure out how to get around. Luckily, the school was quite a bit smaller and significantly less confusing than UA was. Izuku was a bit relieved. After everything that happened, a smaller and quieter community would probably turn out to be a blessing. But with every step they took, they got closer and closer to a new classroom, full of new people. Izuku was dreading it. Until UA, he had always had bad experiences with school, so he tried to tell himself it was perfectly natural to worry. So, he did what he always does and tried to push it all down and masked it with a smile. He really wanted to make a good impression and make new friends, hopefully. It would be his first time ever with no expectations and walking into a classroom where he knew no one. The last thing he wanted was to act out of place, or rude, so fake confidence was the way to go. He had Hitoshi, though. So he felt a little less alone. But it would be weird to be in a classroom that didn't have Katsuki. He didn't have much time to think about his best friend, though, because they arrived at the room for class 2, Fukukado stopped walking and set her hands on their shoulders. "All right, boys. I'm going to let the class know we have 2 new students, and then you can come in and introduce yourselves. They're a good bunch of kids, so don't worry too much." Izuku's smile waned at having to talk in front of the class, even if he knew it was coming. "All right, we'll wait outside." "Thank you." She laughed and ruffled his messy green curls. "Don't worry about it, kid." Then, she turned and walked into the classroom, leaving them behind. The halls were quiet now that most kids had made it to their classes, so both boys just waited. The impending doom felt crushing. Izuku knew he was being dramatic, but he figured he deserved to be after everything that's happened. Then, Izuku heard Hitoshi snort. "Why are you laughing?" A mischievous glint sparkled in his purple eyes. "Wanna F with them? Wouldn't that be mean?" Hitoshi shrugged. "Maybe, but you could pretend to be Hitoshi, and I could pretend to be Izuku." "I'm not sure that's a good idea." "I bet Joke would think it was hilarious." Izuku giggled. "She probably would, but she asked us to call her Fukukado when she's teaching, remember?" "Yeah, but my dad's always called her Joke. Habits die hard." Izuku nodded in understanding. It made sense, especially because she seemed to be pretty close with Aizawa and Yamada. But his train of thought was derailed when she called them into the room. "Guys, come meet your new class." Izuku took a deep breath and stepped into the room. It looked like a typical classroom, with 24 desks set up similarly to how they were in 1A. Izuku turned to look out the windows, seeing that it looked out over the training grounds. They were impressive, although still significantly smaller than UA's. The track was still impressive, though, and the beat-up building in the distance was probably used similarly to ground beta. But he pulled his eyes back into the room to glance at each of the other students. At first glance, they all seemed to be typical high school students, although the quirk diversity seemed to be more significant here than at UA. There were a few more mutation quirks that Izuku was already excited to learn about. There was one guy with what looked like dragon wings from fairy tales. They were bright green to match his hair and a sharp-toothed smile. He reminded Izuku a little of 𝐒𝐲𝐽 at first glance. Then his eyes traveled to another boy, with pale skin, shockingly white eyes, and white hair. He looked almost ethereal, pretty even. He had a small smile and curious eyes. Izuku had a feeling he might be shy and quiet. The next person who caught his eye reminded him a surprising amount of Denki. She had bright yellow eyes and hair, although her hair was cut short and seemed to be sticking out as though she was just shocked by an electrical current. There was a girl sitting just next to her, with hair so black it almost looked like a hole in the fabric of reality. Her eyes were the same shade of onyx. She had an air of confidence most of the rest of the class didn't, but she gave him a small nod paired with a tiny smile. Izuku's eyes kept wandering, but then Fukukado spoke up. "All right, kiddos. These are our new students. Honestly, I'm sure you probably know who they are already, but let's let them introduce themselves." Hitoshi went first. "Sup, I'm Shinsu Hitoshi, happy to be here or whatever." Hello. I'm Midoriya Izuku. We're in your care." Izuku gave the best smile he could, although he was sure it looked wobbly and unsure. But to hide his blush, he bowed. The class then burst out welcomes and hellos. The energy in the room was practically buzzing. Izuku was shocked, they were actually excited. He was so surprised, expecting them to be annoyed that they had one of the country's biggest targets coming to their school. But they all seemed to be way too curious and interested in them to even think about that. It was nice to feel so welcomed. Then, Fukukado sent them over to the 2 open desks before pulling out some papers and passing them all around to the class. Izuku was excited to see it was the syllabus as he started to read over it. As expected, it was pretty similar to UACE for second-year students. All of the typical academic classes were the same, and based on the units scheduled for the year, they were right on pace with their academics. It felt like a weight off of his chest that he wouldn't be behind or too far ahead. However, the hero classes were quite a bit different. There was only about half the amount of quirk training and physical training. There was a significantly larger amount of in-class topics like strategic and tactical planning. Izuku was also excited to see stealth and reconnaissance on the list of topics to cover. Just as he started to mumble to himself about the strengths those would have for even an above-ground hero, Fukukado addressed the class. Alright, as you all know is the tradition here, we're going to start out with an easygoing training exercise to get you all back into it. So, we're going to do a relay race. You'll be placed in 4 teams of 6. Go ahead and put on your training gear and meet me outside at the track. Haruta, make sure you help the newbies. The dragon boy shouted back. You got it, teach. So, the students started to flow out of the room, and Haruta approached them. Welcome to Ketsubatsu. It's fing awesome you guys are here. I can't believe, like, the #1 new hero prospect came here. Izuku blushed and waved his hands frantically. Oh, I'm not that great. Please, I'm really nothing special. Hitoshi glared in mock offense. How do you know he's not talking about me? Izuku let out a squeak. Ah. I'm so sorry. He turned back to Haruta. Hitoshi will be a great hero. You're absolutely right. The other boy laughed. God, you two are a riot. This'll be awesome. Come on, I'll show you where the locker rooms are. Izuku and Hitoshi followed him through the halls, finally ending up outdoors in the large training building they saw when they arrived earlier that morning. The locker room was straightforward, and the gym clothes were closer to something they would have at a regular school, although reinforced and significantly higher quality. Donning the tight athletic black shirt and gray briefs, he followed the rest of the students out to the track that he had just seen from his class window. The facilities were pretty standard, but he noticed the massive console that sat in the middle, where their teacher was. All right, students. I'm going to be behind the console to continue suching up your tracks. You will each have to round the track 4 times before passing off the baton. And no, Haruta, you don't need to be touching the track. Izuku had to hold in a snort when the boy started pumping his fists. But then he turned to pay attention to Fukukado as she announced their groups. He and Hitoshi were luckily together, in the last group. Finally, Midoriya, Shinsu, Haruta, Miyasato, Misaki, and Mitsugu will have the outermost lane. Good luck. You have 10 minutes to strategize and decide the order for your team. Izuku and Hitoshi followed the dragon boy over to the other 3 students on their team. They were the same students from earlier. The pretty boy with white hair, the girl whose hair looked like a black hole, and the girl who looked reminded Izuku of Kaminari. The boy gave a small bow and introduced himself first. Welcome to our school, it was quite a surprise to have new students. I am Mitsugu Toshikuni. Izuku bowed in return. It's nice to meet you. It was a bit of a surprise for us too. We didn't actually know we would be coming here until like 2 days ago. Holy Esitu, 2 days. The girl with the yellow hair shouted. Izuku began to fidget with his hands, awkwardly glancing down. Yeah, some things came up at UA, and I couldn't stay there anymore. But it's not a big deal. Everything is fine now. Please don't worry. She shrugged. It's all right. We wouldn't be very good heroes if we were scared of a few villains trailing you. Thanks, that's really nice of you to say. Don't mention it, Mido. I'm Misaki-sada, but you can call me Misa. Everyone else does. Izuku nodded, making sure to file that away for later. Then Misa pointed at the other girl. This is Miyasato Nariko. She's a bit of a loner, but she's a sweetie underneath. The girl in question rolled her eyes. Do you always have to tell people that? Course I do, babe. Then Misa gave her a kiss on the cheek. Izuku was a bit frozen, shocked at the public display of affection. But Haruka elbowed him. They're just like that, just don't be a creep about it, alright? Wouldn't want to have to roast YA. Hitoshi laughed. I think Izuku is the farthest thing from being a creep. Someone would hit on him, and he would be the one to apologize for being so forward. Izuku blushed but quickly forgot his embarrassment. Turning to Haruka with a question. What do you mean roast me? I breathe fire. My quirk is called Dragon. Izuku's eyes widened, stars practically shining in them. Oh my god, that's amazing. Are you also fire resistant? Do you have any instinctual pulls that a dragon might have? Like in fairy tales, they have hordes. Do you have a horde? Are your senses stronger than a normal person's? Hitoshi bumped him on the head. You're doing the thing where you ask too many questions. Izuku winced at embarrassing himself yet again. Oops. Sorry about that. Haruka waved him off. It's alright, dude. The rest of us know each other's quirks, so we should probably tell you all of yours. It's probs normal to be curious about it. Mitsugu nodded, speaking softly to explain his quirk. Quite right. My quirk is called Hailstorm. I can summon hail of almost any size up to 1 meter in diameter. Izuku was amazed. That was such an interesting quirk. He had so many questions he couldn't even contain them. But just as he was about to start asking, Hitoshi smacked his hand over Izuku's mouth. Miso went next. I've got electric skin. I can't expel it any farther than whatever I can touch, though. It's great for hand-to-hand combat. I just shock the hell out of people. Finally, with an exasperated sigh, Miyasato went last. My quirk is called Shadow Travel. I can travel between any shadows or shade that are in my line of sight. Hitoshi nodded along with them, keeping Izu from bursting out with 1,000,000 questions. But in his defense, understanding their quirks would give them the best chance to build a better lineup. But he never got the opportunity as Hitoshi tensed. My quirk is called Brainwash. I can control anyone who responds to me verbally. Izuku could tell Hitoshi was prepared for them to reject him. They all seemed so nice so far, and Izuku would hate it if it turned out they were quirkist. But they were both surprised to hear Haruka's reaction. DMN. That means you'll totally kick our butt in the underground heroics lessons. Hitoshi's eyes widened, not even bothering to cover his shock with his typical look of quiet disinterest. You're not afraid of me? No. You're a hero. Why would I be afraid of you? Izuku felt Hitoshi sag into him just the smallest bit, his hand falling from Izuku's mouth. He gave Hitoshi an encouraging smiling before turning to their new group of friends. My quirk is sorta hard to explain. It's seriously mutated, and I can use super strength and speed, float, and I can also manipulate these black tendrils. To demonstrate, Izuku triggered Black Whip to wrap around his arms and then turned the quirk off again. Black Whip is a little volatile, though, and I'm still getting a better handle on the whole flying thing. Izuku chuckled awkwardly, rubbing at his arm while he gauged their reactions. He was a bit worried he'd look like a freak with such an odd quirk, but they all took it in stride. Next, they just had to set what order everyone would go in. With how adaptive Izuku was with several quirks, they decided to put him last. Haruka would go first, flying above the course to give them a solid head start. Then, the other 4 would go in the middle, using their quirks to hopefully maintain their lead and pass it off to Izuku. Thankfully, just as they had finalized their lineup, Fukukado shouted at everyone to approach the starting line. Haruka lined up against 3 other students. Izuku couldn't tell their quirks yet, but it became clear as the buzz alerted them to the start of the race. One of them shifted instantly into a cheetah, dashing right off the starting line. One of them grew their legs to insane lengths and took giant running leaps around the track. Finally, the last one seemed to teleport in small bursts around the track. They were all incredible, and Izuku was suddenly far more thrilled to be at a new school. He was so excited to get his new classmates. They all had been kind so far, and their quirks were all fascinating. He couldn't wait to see all of them in action and support them just as he had his earlier group of friends. But he only had a second to get distracted as he noticed that Haruka was already turning around his 4th lap. His wings were strong, and he seemed to be just as fast as the winged hero, Hawks. He was amazing. He passed the baton off to Miyasato, and she quickly blended into someone's shadow before popping out on the track to someone on the complete other side, and then she was doing it again. Already their group was leaving the others in the dust. But then the track started to make a noise. Part of it began to rise, while others looked to be outright booby-trapped. But none of the students on the course seemed to care as they gracefully dodged everything thrown their way. They were all incredibly innovative and clearly quick-witted. They were terrific, and Izuku couldn't wait to learn from them. He could tell by their observation skills that Ketsubatsu must teach things differently here, and the thrill of learning something new buzzed around in his brain. But again, he was quickly pulled out of his musings when Misa stepped once she had the baton. She slammed her hands down, passing an immense electrical current through the track and disabling the obstacles for their lane only. Then she was running. Izuku thought it was amazing how she didn't even hesitate to just shut it down, running as fast as her legs could carry her. Once it was Mitsugu's turn, he brought down an incredibly precise hailstorm that flooded the other lanes with hail just big enough to be a massive disruption but not enough to hurt anyone. The amount of control he had was tremendous. Finally, it was Hitoshi's turn, who simply asked for permission to brainwash Haruka. The boy picked Hitoshi up into his arms and took off into the sky, flying his 4 laps with ease as Hitoshi held onto him tightly. Then, the baton was in his hands. Izuku didn't hesitate for even a moment, powering up 1 for all to 20% and running as quickly as possible. The only person who even got close to his speed was Haruka, and even then, Izuku could feel the eyes on him. He felt so proud. His first day at UA was full of stress and shame, but now it was so easy to see how far he'd come. Izuku couldn't believe that despite everything, he was here. Maybe Ketsubatsu wasn't the place he expected to end up, and he hated how he got here, but it felt good to be somewhere entirely on his own merit and to make new friends who only knew him for who he was now, and not as some pathetic first year who couldn't even control his own quirk. Confidence flooded him like never before, and then he was suddenly powered up to a consistent 30% usage of his quirk. And it felt amazing. The power coursing through him felt like his own. It wasn't just some hand-me-down quirk anymore. It was his. Izuku easily left them all in the dust, crossing the finish line and running to his teammates to celebrate their win. Haruka and Misa cheered with him as the other 3 watched them with smiles of amusement spread on their faces. It felt so good, and Izuku couldn't be happier. Really and truthfully, even though the stress and abandonment from the last few days were still present in his heart, he thought he could finally feel like he completely fit in somewhere. As the other teams crossed the finish line, several of them introduced themselves and congratulated their winning team. Plenty of them teased and poked fun, but no one was mean or overly competitive. They all seemed to actually be friendly. It was a relief, knowing everyone seemed to be as cool as their 4 new friends. Fukukado then came over and gave small observations and assessments on the results of the race. You all did well. The teams may have been a bit weighted, so my bad, but we've all still got plenty to learn about our new classmates. You all better give them a warm welcome. I expect them to be treated just like you would treat anyone else. Yes, sensei. They all cheered back. It was heartwarming, and honestly, Izuku was surprised he wasn't tearing up. After everything, he was only expecting the worst. Clearly, the universe was never going to let him have what he wanted. But that didn't happen. Instead, Izuku ended up with a great teacher and a good class, and maybe somewhere he could learn to call home just like he had UA. After their teacher finished her spiel, she sent them away to get ready for the rest of their classes. They started to leave the field, just as another group began to move in for their own training. Izuku only gave them a passing glance until his eyes locked onto several familiar faces. It was the class they competed with at the provisional licensing exam. Izuku tried to hide, not wanting to be approached by any of them. But of course, he had used up all of his good luck on having such a kind class. Shinryo's gaze locked onto his. His dark chocolate eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth fell open. But it only took him a moment to cover it up, like he was practiced with masking his emotions. It made Izuku cringe just a little. Katsuki was right when he said his eyes don't match the look on his face. Shindu's eyes were dark and full of mysteries, guarded in a way he wasn't used to seeing. A smirk spread across his face as he stopped Izuku. Well, look at what the cat dragged in. Midoriya Izuku from UA. What an interesting turn of events. Something shined in his eyes, but Izuku couldn't quite name it. He wasn't sure he wanted to as he felt a shiver crawl down his spine. Shindu was still wearing that cocksure smile, and Izuku hated to admit how handsome it was. So, he ignored it. "Shindu, it's nice to see you again," he said as he gave a respectful bow. "Oh, come on. You don't need to be that polite. We know each other." "Well, you're still my senpai." I guess you're right. But I think we're going to be friends." Izuku assessed him again and still had no idea what to call the emotion he saw on Shindu's face. It was utterly perplexing. He looked confident yet genuinely excited to see him. But there was also something darker, suspicion maybe. Either way, Izuku shook him off. "Thank you, but I need to go with my class." "Wait, why are you here?" "I moved schools. I couldn't stay at you, I'm sorry, but I really need to go." His class was getting further and further away, and Izuku got more and more nervous being with Shindu. He was a bit of an enigma, and Izuku didn't want to confront how intrigued he was by it. He had enough problems as it was, adding a handsome third year could only spell trouble. The other boy seemed almost dangerous, and Izuku had a feeling he should avoid him. But there was a tingle in his skin where Shindu had grabbed his arm that was an undeniably pleasant feeling. And Izuku couldn't help but notice he had a stupidly handsome face. He didn't want to deal with this, though. Hadn't he been through enough the past few days? He turned to leave but felt the burning eyes on his back. When he turned back, he saw Shindu was staring at his butt. He was now looking at Izuku like he wanted to taste him or fight him. Not being able to handle it, he left, but he heard Shindu call after him. "It was nice to see you in Ketsubatsu colors. Who knew they would look so good on you?" Izuku rolled his eyes as he caught up to Hitoshi and the others. He was battling with himself, frustrated at the flush on his cheeks when he was so sure that Shindu was just messing with him. So instead, he let himself be annoyed that the other boy was teasing him. So much for everyone at Ketsubatsu being friendly. Izuku spent the rest of the first week adjusting to the new schedule, classes, and teachers. UA had done a wonder for his general trust of other people, but he was still wary. But with Hitoshi by his side and Aizawa and Yamada around, he felt far better than he had in ages. Also, the rest of his class turned out to be friendly. They were all supportive, and none of them even made fun of him when he started to analyze quirks. In fact, many of them had even asked him to do it. He became a hot commodity, helping with quirk training and interesting applications they hadn't quite thought of before. It was refreshing to be so appreciated. Also, it was such a huge bonus that Fukukado was his homeroom teacher. She was funny, kind, but she never held back open and honest opinions. So when he messed up in training, he always got an earful. She was a bit like Aizawa in that way, but a bit less terrifying. The hardest part of the adjustment was leaving everyone behind. Izuku was already happy at Ketsubatsu as a school, and his new friends were great. He even had familial support from the Aizawa-Yamada family. But he missed everyone. He missed Shoto's accidental sense of humor, trying to say something totally normal but missing the mark. He missed Tenya's bold personality and unforgiving morals. It made him a bit rigid, but it also made him kind. Izuku missed Okuko's ability to lighten any conversation, no matter how dull or heavy it was. Izuku even missed the sound of explosions and screaming whenever the class messed with Katsuki. But he was able to push all of that way, texting them all and hearing about their days. They were adjusting to having a new teacher, an up-and-coming hero named Shards, or Noronozomi. Izuku didn't know much about them, but he knew that Aizawa was making sure Vlad King kept an eye on the new teacher. Luckily, though, it seemed like his friends liked her. It was a huge relief, seeing as how he still felt some guilt from taking away Aizawa. However, despite it all, Izuku pulled himself together. Except, of course, when it came to 𝐒𝐭. He would lay in bed at night, wondering how she was. Did she feel any guilt? Remorse? Or was she pleasantly smiling, completely forgetting she ever had a useless son in the first place? It ate away at his happiness and confidence and slowly started to leak into the day. They all noticed it, and they did their best to help. But they couldn't do much of anything. Thankfully, the weekend rolled around, and the family was going to move into their new home. The night before, Yamada made sure to pull him aside. "All right, Little listener. I just wanted to remind you that when we move tomorrow, it's your home too. You're part of this crazy family, and I won't let you think otherwise. He smiled nervously, shifting back and forth on his feet. Izuku desperately wanted to feel like it was home, like they were home. But a part of him felt like he was betraying the mother who didn't even love him. Thank you, Yamada. But you don't have to say stuff like that. The man just smiled at him and ruffled his hair. I know I don't, but it's the truth. I always believe in being honest with your feelings. Then the people you don't like leave you alone, and the people you love know about it. Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to that. He could tell Yamada believed it, but he didn't know if he could. So he just bowed and gave his thanks. His gratefulness was shooed away, though, as Yamada gave him a hug only to remind him that he mattered. It chased away a few of his ghosts that night, and by the time the next morning rolled around, he was ready to move in with them. Or at least, he thought he was until he saw a man waiting there for them. He was tall, with gray hair and a beard. Probably about 40 if Izuku had to guess. He had a prosthetic arm and a disinterested look on his face as he stared up at their house. He had green eyes, similar to Izuku's, but they were full of something heavy. Like he'd seen and been through hell. Izuku had no idea who he was until Aizawa spoke to him. Hoshi, good to see you. Aizawa, I wish I could say the same, but you look like 𝐻𝐻. When was the last time you got more than 8 hours of sleep? To be honest, I don't think I've ever gotten more than 8 hours of sleep. Hoshi chuckled. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's good to see you, kid. I am 30 years old. Yeah, so. Still a kid. Aizawa rolled his eyes, but Izuku saw the fondness in his eyes. It was nice. He could admit that after everything he'd heard about the other man, that he could be rough and rude. Izuku was a bit worried to meet him. But his banter with Aizawa was warm, and it settled all of those concerns. But then Hoshi turned to look at him. This must be the problem child. Yep, that's him. Midoriya, meet Hoshi Shoyo. Izuku bowed immediately. It's very nice to meet you. I am so grateful and honored that you've allowed me to come to Kestabatsu. Don't worry about it, Hoshi said with a chuckle. If anything, you're doing me a favor. With how much Aizawa and Yamada rave about you, you'll probably be the next #1 hero. People will go fing nuts for Kestabatsu if we produce the next top hero. I appreciate that you believe in me. I have always wanted to be the #1 hero, and I'll work however hard I have to, so I can accomplish that. I'll make sure to talk about Kestabatsu. Hoshi looked him up and down, assessing him for a moment. It made Izuku feel like he was under a microscope. But then he turned to Aizawa and smirked. This kid is polite as hell. I don't think problem child is accurate. That's because you haven't seen him throw himself in a fight recklessly and come out with several broken limbs. I suppose that would be a problem. Then Hoshi turned back Izuku. Anyway, kid, you'll be safe at Kestabatsu. The teachers and I don't answer to the commission like UA did. So don't worry about anything, and just get to the top hero spot and tell the HPSC to shove it up their butt. Izuku's eyes widened, and his hands waved around frantically. No, actually, that's all right. I don't think I could ever say that to anyone. Yeah, I figured. Too nice. Well, whatever. Still stands, though. We'll keep you safe. Hoshi seemed so sure, like Izuku had nothing to worry about. It was the first time anyone seemed to really have any certainty about all of this. The relief was incredible, and something about Hoshi made it seem like he really knew what he was talking about. Izuku thought the weight was starting to feel better before, but now, it felt all the better. Support from someone as authoritative and confident as Hoshi made him feel like he could finally breathe. The silence grew a bit awkward following his declaration. Everyone was just staring at each other until finally, Eri broke the silence. Dadzawa, can we move in now? I want to pick out my room. Yes. Take Izuku and Hitoshi with you, and you can all pick out your rooms. Eri then grabbed their hands and pulled them through the front gate into their new home. It was a surprisingly modern and appealing house, not exactly traditionally Japanese. But there was a nice genkan inside the front door and a kotatsu built into the floor by the kitchen. They wandered around, exploring the large empty living room attached and the fancy kitchen. It was bigger than any of them were used to, but it already felt warm. Eri opened up every cabinet, her giggles echoing off the walls as she explored every nook and cranny. Then, they made their way to the backyard, a small but appealing garden with lush trees and appealing green grass. The small porch had a tiny picnic table built in, with a small awning covering it. It was appealing, and Izuku could already imagine himself spreading out at the picnic table studying. Eventually, they made their way upstairs to the bedrooms. The first one was clearly a MSTR bedroom, with its own bathroom and a large window overlooking the garden. So, the other three were the spare bedrooms. Hitoshi and Eri both decided to give Izuku the largest room, which was much appreciated. The two siblings playfully bickered about who would get the next biggest, though. It was amusing, but Eri had a solid argument, even if she was still trying to be polite. "But Toshi, I wouldn't have room for my toys in the other room." Her face was downturned, and she shifted her weight back and forth. She was clearly nervous to ask for anything, but Izuku could tell Hitoshi noticed immediately. "You're right. We couldn't possibly play with your dollhouse in the other room. So you'll have this one." Eri beamed up at him, and the moment really was adorable. Izuku felt everything get warmer after that, too. This family was making it feel less like a house and more like a home already. The knot in his chest started to unfurl, and it only got better once they all started moving things in. Hoshi mostly bossed them all around, teasing everyone except Eri, who he immediately adored. At one point, Fukakdo arrived to help them move all of their things in. Izuku and Hitoshi brought their own stuff in and then spent the rest of the afternoon helping Eri set up her own things. By the end of the night, they were about half moved in. The furniture was set up, and a good chunk of boxes had been emptied with their contents put away throughout the home. Shouter ordered takeout for everyone, and all 7 of them ended up at the picnic table in the backyard, eating dinner and laughing the night away. Once their guests had left, and most everyone had gone to bed, Izuku made himself some tea and went to sit in the backyard. He stared up at the stars, wondering how it had gotten like this. A little over a week ago, he was at UA, surrounded by his friends and living with the illusion that his mother loved him unconditionally. But now, he was with an entirely different family, in a totally unfamiliar city, at a whole new school. It was insane. But now, sitting in a place he felt comfortable, some of that stress started to leak out of him. Finally, he felt safe enough to express some of these things building in him this whole time. So, tears started to stream down his freckled cheeks as he pondered his existence, looking up at the night sky. He crossed his legs and held his tea in his hands to keep them warm in the cold, crisp evening air, being careful not to get tears in his drink. He cried for the loss of his mom. He sobbed because he was missing his friends. Izuku even cried because it was so confusing for this to already feel like home. He felt like he was betraying everyone. Like he should have fought harder for his mother's love, or like he should have stuck with his friends. Did he ever deserve this happiness when he had run away from them all so quickly at the first sign of danger? But then, he heard footsteps behind him. He quickly put his tea down in the grass and used his sleeves to wipe away the tears. Izuku desperately wanted to cover it up. He didn't want to look ungrateful like they weren't good enough. But it all came pouring back out when Yamada sat down next to him and wrapped him in a hug. "It's all right, little listener. This has been a hell of a time for you. You're allowed to cry." And so, he held nothing back while shuddering sobs ripped through him. He gripped the other man, hands desperately pulling at his shirt now that he was getting the comfort he desperately needed. Izuku thought he could be strong, that really he was just doing all right. But having the comfort of a home and the guaranteed safety of people who cared about him broke down all his walls. His vulnerability came tumbling out, losing every sense of strength he had as he broke down in Yamada's arms. But as everything came spilling out of him, he felt warmth and security take its place as Yamada whispered gentle words of comfort. "Let it out, Green Bean. This is a safe place to cry and feel. You don't need to worry about being lost or alone again, all right? I promise we're all going to be here for you." Izuku buried his head in the man's chest, shaking it furiously. He still wanted to deny it. He didn't want to be a burden. He was going to be the #1 hero, right? He had to be stronger. He was surprised when Yamada chuckled and somehow responded to his thoughts. Heroes cry too, you know. It's fine. His words were oddly reminiscent of the time 𝐿𝐿 told him heroes could cry. It made him miss his friends again. Everything just felt like too much. He was feeling too much. It was all overwhelming, even the comfort was exhausting to a point. So, Izuku practically cried himself to sleep, sitting on the grass snuggled up to Yamada. But he vaguely felt himself being picked up and tucked into his bed, leaving the world behind and fully succumbing to his dreams. The next morning, when he woke up, he felt like all that pain and darkness in his heart had leaked out with his tears. And when he blushed and gave Yamada a hug the next morning, no one questioned it. So, he let himself truly smile, without guilt, because these people cared, and he was safe. Izuku let himself be happy. Monday, they went back to school. The weekend was over, and they had finished most of their unpacking by Sunday night. Izuku was feeling better at school now that they had a real home. Everything felt a bit more permanent, like he could let himself slowly start to settle into everything. The day was perfectly normal. Classes that morning had gone well, with just a small quiz in math. He felt good about it, no worries about much of anything. But then, while he was sitting with Hitoshi and their new friends at lunch, his phone rang. He dug it out of his pocket, looking to see who was calling. He was sort of expecting it to be Katsuki, knowing that UA probably had their morning training. The blonde had taken to calling him to complain about the others and how they weren't proper competition. It always made Izuku laugh. But, when he saw the name on the phone, all that amusement drained away. It wasn't Katsuki calling. It was All Might. Dread seeped in and took root in his heart. He felt sick, his stomach churning with fear and nerves. He almost dropped his phone when he started trembling hard. Izuku knew he shouldn't answer it. Chances were good. It would only ruin his good mood, and who knew what the man wanted. But, Izuku's good nature came to bite him in the butt. Maybe he should try to have faith in All Might. Perhaps now that Izuku had been gone for over a week, he realized that he was wrong. Maybe All Might missed him. So, he got up and walked away from the table, waving away Hitoshi's concerned stare as he found a quiet place in the hallway to take the call. "Hello," Izuku said hesitantly, shaking with nerves as he used his other hand to play with the hem of his shirt. "My boy. Is that you?" Yes. What do you need?" "Not much, I suppose. I just wanted to check in, I guess. We all miss you. I was hoping I could convince you to return." Izuku's brow furrowed, the smallest shock of fear running up his spine. I don't think that's a good idea. It's not safe for me there. You really think I would let something bad happen to you?" All Might said, offense and hurt in his voice. It hurt. Izuku felt it tug at his heart, wanting to assure All Might that he didn't think the man wanted to outright endanger him. He just didn't understand. But then he heard a voice in the background. It was Nezu's. Izuku could actually hear the little rat telling All Might precisely what to say as the hero spoke again. "Young Midoriya, I wish you would let us explain. The commission just wants to make you the best hero you can be. Don't you want to help more people? Haven't you always wanted to save them all with a smile, like me? How can I be your mentor when you've left?" Suddenly, Izuku was furious. All Might wasn't even being genuine. He was just Nezu's puppet, feeding into whatever bullshit. He hated that the man had so easily given into it all. He probably never even took a minute to think about Izuku in all of this or how he felt. It only made his blood boil more than Nezu was definitely manipulating him. He started to shake, not with nerves but rage. He deserved more than this. Hell, All Might deserved more than this. Izuku couldn't help him but laugh. His voice was cold and cruel as he spoke. "All Might, would it even be you at this point? You're not the same person I grew to admire all these years. I can't even trust you anymore." Again, All Might sounded so pained. "Izuku. That's not true. Just tell us where you are, and I'll come see you." "No. I'm not telling you where I am." Then, Izuku abruptly hung up. He knew if he stayed on the call, he'd say something he'd regret. He might be furious and feeling betrayed, but he didn't want to hurt All Might. He stood there, shaking and barely restraining himself from marching to the teacher's lounge and screaming everything that just happened to Aizawa and Yamada. He ached to punch something, or cry, or maybe both. His anger turned to tears, but Izuku eventually got himself cleaned up enough to return to the lunchroom, still stewing in anger. He ignored the concerned glances of his friends and instead focused on their upcoming training. He could get out all of his frustration in hero training. Izuku was even more excited that they were going to be competing against the third years. So, he could test himself against Shindu. He could burn through his anger and hurt while simultaneously showing Shindu he shouldn't be picked on. Izuku was certain this was a good plan. He used to train out frustration with Katsuki all the time. Everything would be fine. Izuku felt the waves of anger rolling off of him. He could only imagine what sort of face he was making when he stomped into the second year's locker room with his shoulders tight and darkness in his eyes. The rest of his classmates avoided him, looking at him and then immediately turning back to their locker. None of them spoke to him, and a tiny voice in Izuku's head whispered about his fears that they wouldn't like him if he acted like this. But he was far too furious to listen to anything even the slightest bit rational. So, he went about his business and marched over to his locker, furiously pulling out his hero costume to get suited up. Every movement was aggressive as he slammed the case down on the ground, practically ripping it open and pulling off his clothes to get dressed. It wasn't until Hitoshi entered the locker room that someone finally spoke to him. Zuku. What happened? Izuku's eyes flicked up to him, practically making Hitoshi flinch back at the burning fury in his eyes. Izuku would have worried he'd burned him almost until Hitoshi schooled his features. Seriously, you look like you're about to kill someone. What the hell is going on? Izuku finished pulling on the rest of his costume, throwing the case back into the locker before storming out, growling out to Hitoshi as he passed. Later, Toshi. Right now, I need to train. He didn't see Hitoshi's face as he left him behind, not really caring how anyone was reacting to him right now. By the time he got out to the empty training building, the teachers were there waiting, and most of the third-year class was already there. Izuku immediately noticed Shindu staring at him, eyes narrowed and crawling all over him like he was assessing every inch of him for something. Izuku was immediately put off by it, already brimming with annoyance and insecurity from his call with All Might. The last thing he needed was to deal with this, but a minute or two passed before the third year came over to approach him. Izuku felt goosebumps crawl up his arm, his hair rising along the back of his neck as if he was prey and a predator was stalking closer. But Shindu had no idea what Izuku had experienced since their first meeting at the exams last year. Izuku had grown. He was far more experienced, and he couldn't wait to finally put someone in their place after everything he had been through. Maybe it was petty, and that little voice in the back of his head told him he would regret it later. But right now, all he could feel was heat spreading through his veins. But, before their inevitable run-in could happen, the rest of the classes showed up, and Fukukado started to speak. Hey, kiddos. Listen up. This is just the first joint training of the year, and we know you're all still getting used to the new school year, so we're doing something basic. Everyone listened quietly as she murmured something to the other staff before turning back to address the students. Both classes will be split into half, the hero side and the villain side. The villains will have 3 dummies as hostages, and the hero side of the other class will be tasked to rescue them. For example, Class 2A villains will be keeping their dummies from the 3A hero side and vice versa. We will allow you to choose amongst your class who stays on which team. You have 10 minutes. Everyone immediately started planning, splitting into 2 sides easily with the students who already knew each other's strengths and weaknesses. Izuku approached Haruta, his dragon wings almost fluttering about with excitement. Excuse me, Haruta. Hey, man. You want to join the hero side with me? I was actually hoping you could tell me which side you think Shindu would join. Do you know him well? Haruta paused, his nose scrunching up in thought. I would bet he'd choose the villain side. He likes to do crafty SHT during these sorts of exercises. Izuku turned to look at him, and a smirk was on the older boy's face as he spoke with a group of students. Confidence was pouring off of him, and Izuku could practically feel the cockiness oozing out of him. So, he turned back to Haruta. Then, yes, Haruta. I would love to join the hero side. The other boy nodded emphatically, clearly happy about the team-up. It softened his mood just the slightest bit, but then the whistle was blown, and it all came back. Izuku's anger from earlier, his determination, and the insane need to prove himself against someone who doubted him. Maybe All Might had left. Maybe his mother had left him. Maybe it felt like he was alone. But he would still be the best hero he could be, and he had to make sure that bullies like Shindu-yo knew that Izuku wasn't someone to be pushed around. Not anymore. So, when everyone was sent their separate ways, Izuku threw one last look over his shoulder as they went to their side of the training area. He locked gazes with Shindu. The challenge in his eyes there lit something in Izuku, only driving his need further. Once things were ready, the alarm blared throughout the arena, echoing off the few small buildings and carrying across the wide-open field. It only took a second before the hero group was gone. Izuku flew off with Haruta, scouting the area as an initial reconnaissance to relay information back to the rest of their hero team. It wasn't long before they found the abandoned building amongst the others, a few of the villains patrolling the area. If Izuku's one-track mind wasn't so intense at this moment in time, he would have noticed the very obvious trap. There's no way he should have ever fallen for something like this. But Shindu was standing outside the building, leaned up against it with his foot against the wall. His arms were folded across his chest, arrogance dripping off of him as he smiled at his teammates with the ease of someone who knew he was going to win. All Izuku saw at that moment was that same manipulative and smirking face of Nezu. He couldn't stand people like that, except sometimes Katsuki. But right now, he had no patience, and One for All was buzzing under his skin as he dove down out of the sky, slamming into the ground about 20 feet from the students playing the villains. Shindu just smirked and crouched low to the ground. He triggered his quirk, shaking the decrepit building behind him. Izuku immediately lost balance, almost falling to the ground as the other villains knew to hold on as they distanced themselves from the building. Sorry, little hero. You got here too late. If you take one step closer, I'll bring this building down, and you'll never save them. Izuku gritted his teeth. I won't let you hurt anyone. The vibrations got worse, and Izuku could feel the ground getting unstable beneath his feet. You can't stop me. Either leave and give up, or kill the hostages. It's up to you, Deku. Are you going to fail to save them? It's too bad you're not a better hero. The word struck a chord, much more than Izuku wanted to admit it. It burned his pride and tore away at his insecurities already. Should he have just submitted to the HPSC? Could he be a good hero? Had his mother been right all along? Was he never meant to be a hero in the first place? All Might's words from earlier played in his head on repeat. Don't you want to save more people? That, along with the sneer on Shindu's face, pushed him over the edge. He would prove them all wrong. Luckily for him, the last time Shindu had really seen him fight, he could only handle about 8% of One for All. But nowadays, he could easily handle more. So, Izuku triggered One for All at 25% as he flew at Shindu. The pure look of shock on his face was delicious. Shindu really believed he could get his quirk off fast enough, and Izuku loved it. He may not have been the most competitive person he knew, that honor going to Katsuki, but Izuku still had such an intense longing to win. And wiping that smug look off of his enemy's face definitely felt like a victory. They slammed into the building as they started to spar, rolling around on a broken-up tiled floor as they wrestled until Izuku finally pinned Shindu, Black WHP immediately wrapping his arms behind his back. Izuku made sure his hands were pressed against each other, preventing him from using his quirk to break free. He sat on top of him, hearing Shindu groan from beneath him. DMN, Midoriya. You've really improved. Izuku didn't respond, trying to dig the capture tape out of his pocket. But he was too distracted, getting flipped onto the back, now with Shindu on top of him. I'm impressed. And who knew you'd look so good beneath me? For just a moment, those words threw him off. A flash of confusion spread across his face before seeing something genuine on Shindu's face. If he wasn't so heated, the words would have brought a flush to his cheeks. But instead, it only reminded Izuku of how many times people looked down on him. Izuku sneered up at him. I'm not beneath anyone. I'll be the best hero, and I'll prove all of you wrong. Tears were brimming in his eyes, barely capable of holding back the insane amount of feeling pulsing through his veins. Izuku kicked his powerful legs, throwing Shindu through the rest of the building as he came out on the other side. But he went too hard. Izuku triggered too much of his quirk as he laid still inside the building as it came crashing down around him, too weak from Shindu's quirk from earlier. Luckily, he thought quickly enough to dive out of the building. Then it collapsed into a heap of rubble. Izuku couldn't even see through the dust. Fear overtook him immediately. What had he done? Were people still inside? Had he just hurt someone or killed them? He started to hyperventilate as a huge alarm blared throughout the training area. His vision was swimming, and he barely even recognized he wasn't alone until he managed to look up into concerned, deep black eyes. It took him a moment, but eventually, he could make out what the other boy was saying. Deku, I need you to focus on my words, alright? The building was empty. You didn't hurt anyone. Empty. Izuku breathed out. Shindu smiled, the most genuine Izuku had ever seen. Empty. It's alright. I shouldn't have been such an butt. And no one's hurt. I didn't hurt anyone. Nah. It's alright. I was fully intending on bringing the building down to win. Izuku felt himself slump in relief, almost crashing down to the ground if Shindu hadn't caught him. But it had been too much for him. Izuku thought he killed someone. So, really he shouldn't have been surprised when little black spots started to invade his vision as his eyes slipped closed. He barely recognized Aizawa's voice as more people ran towards them. Izuku! When Izuku woke up, he immediately knew where he was. At this point in his life, he was accustomed to waking up in hospital rooms and medical wings. The smell of disinfectant and the beeping of machines around him almost felt like home. But he wasn't used to looking around seeing so many people. The window outside was pitch black, showing Izuku he had probably been out for a few hours. Eri was tucked against his side, fast asleep and napping while Hitoshi played on his phone, headphones in and not the slightest bit aware that Izuku had woken up. Outside the door, he could hear Aizawa and Yamada talking in lowered voices. So, he cleared his voice while pressing the button on the bed that moved him into a sitting position. He was thankful he wasn't in a hospital gown and instead was wearing the under armor from his hero suit. It was reassuring that maybe he wasn't too hurt. He could feel a throbbing in his head, probably meaning he took at least one bad hit to the head from the falling building he dove out of earlier that day. But all that relief drained away when Aizawa stomped in the room, quirk triggered and anger radiating off of him. What the hell was that stunt you pulled? I taught you better than that. Izuku wilted under the glare, curling into himself as Ai stirred against him. I'm so sorry. I have no excuse. I never should have acted like that. That doesn't answer my question. What happened? Izuku was about to speak, tell them there was no good reason. He had been an absolute moron, risking people's safety just because he was angry. It was awful, and he felt disgusted with himself. He shrunk in on himself deeper, hunching his head and looking down to his hands folded in his lap. But, before he could get the chance to say anything, Hitoshi spoke up first. It was that call, right? You got a call, and then you were all angry and depressed looking. What call? Aizawa asked, eyes searching between the two teens. All Might called me. He tried to get me to tell him where I went so they could come get me. Izuku didn't really know what he expected anyone to do with that information. Sure, it was terrible. He hated that they still had an interest in him and their claws in All Might. But the silence in the room was deafening as a heavy, weighted tension settled around them. They're still looking for you. Izuku played with his fingers, avoiding the gazes of everyone else in the room. I guess so. He just seemed so sure that I needed them to be a hero. That I had no choice to come back, or I could never accomplish my dreams. I was so mad. I'm so tired of being hurt and discredited. I've worked so hard, and I'm tired of feeling like this. Aizawa let out a sigh, crumpling into the seat next to Izuku's bed. I thought maybe they would give up, that they would back off if you were somewhere they couldn't manipulate the adults around you. This is going to complicate things. What do you mean? Well, this means we have to actually include Hoshi. And we need to get more information on just how far they're willing to go. The word sent chills down Izuku's spine. What do you mean? What do you think they're going to do? I don't know. But right now, you need to go apologize to the staff about what happened at the training exercise, and then we're going to go home and figure this out. Together. Izuku felt white-hot shame course through him. But he nodded, knowing Aizawa was right. No matter the reason, he had almost hurt people seriously during just a training exercise. He had humiliated himself, and he had to make it right. So, he got out of bed, passing a sleepy Eri over to Yamada before following Aizawa to the teacher's lounge where Hoshi, Fukukado, and the 3A homeroom teacher were waiting. They all turned to look as they walked into the room, and Izuku had to desperately try to hold back the embarrassed blush from his cheeks. So to hide it, he bowed down and stared at the floor as he apologized. I'm so sorry for my actions earlier. They were immature and could have seriously hurt people. I promise I will do a better job controlling my emotions. I will do my best to live to your expectations as a student and a hero. Then, Izuku rose, looking at them with earnest eyes. He could only hope they understood how horrible he felt, and despite his shame, this was the best way to show it. I really am so sorry. I would never want to hurt people. I should have known better. Fukukado ruffled his green curls and smiled down at him. Don't worry about it, broccoli boy. You have tons to learn, but no one was hurt. Take this as a lesson, and don't let it happen again. Izuku nodded. I definitely won't. The other two seemed to nod back, accepting his apology before the awkward silence was broken by Aizawa. Putting that aside, we have another issue to discuss. Hell, what now? Hoshi grumbled. Aizawa fixed them all with a serious look, one that looked angry and annoyed, but Izuku could see the slightest bit of protective fury in the vicious sneer on his lips. The HPSC is still after Izuku. Shouta knew he never should have let himself relax. It was apparent from the beginning of this debacle that they would be struggling with it for a while. After the near collapse of the HPSC following the war and their clear desperation for Izuku, it was evident now. They weren't going to give up until Izuku was theirs. Things had been going so well, though. They moved into their new house, the kids were all getting comfortable at Ketsubatsu quickly. Eri was beyond happy to have Izuku as a new big brother, and truthfully Shouta, Hisashi, and Hitoshi were all perfectly happy to have him around too. He fit in well with them. Even the cat liked him. The students in their class liked them. Joke enjoyed having them as students. Shouta was starting to feel like he could breathe. But then, the joint training with the third years happened. Shouta stood on the sidelines, not really being a part of the training as the homeroom teachers handled it. But as he watched the monitors, he saw something dark and painful in Izuku's eyes as he landed in front of the third years. Shouta could tell immediately that something was wrong, and it had nothing to do with the exercise. Then, when the building came down, Shouta wasn't surprised in the slightest when he saw Izuku starting to have a panic attack. He ran as fast as his feet could carry him, arriving just as Izuku passed out. The rest of the training was called off, Shouta carrying him to their infirmary. By the time the kid woke up, he finally got the whole story. And it made him sick. Shouta hated that not only was the HPSC still trying to get their claws into Izuku, but also Fing All Might was still helping them. The guilt-tripping and manipulation he tried to use on Izuku was almost as disgusting. If Shouta ever saw him again, he'd punch the SHT out of him. Right in the gut where his injury was. It was the least he deserved. The only thing that made Shouta feel even the slightest bit better was everyone's reactions when they walked into the teacher's lounge with their announcement. Hoshi immediately was glaring and spitting curse words. You've got to be kidding me. They want him badly. The HPSC should know better than to dance with us. He's already established himself as a powerhouse with the approval of being the successor of All Might. Of course, they want him. Joke was uncharacteristically serious as she turned to look at Izuku. We won't let anything happen to you. You might have been willing to throw you to the wolves, but that's not gonna happen here, kid. Shouta smiled the slightest bit when he saw some of the tension drain from Izuku's shoulder. It was a huge relief to see him relax the slightest bit. At least he felt comfortable and safe around these people. But they had SHT to deal with. Nothing will happen as long as I'm alive. They can have you over my dead body, 𝐿𝐿 said. Feeling a bit dramatic and angry, but it was worth it to see Izuku flounder. He waved his hands around, eyes wide as he furiously shook his head. Please don't. I promise I'm not worth all that. You are, kid. And you're going to be one of the best heroes Japan has ever seen. As your teacher and guardian, it's my job to make sure you get there without ending up hurt, dead, or corrupted. 𝐿𝐿 was at least glad the kid didn't argue, turning to look down at the floor while he squeezed his hands into fists. I just think you've all sacrificed so much for me already. I don't want you to have to do it anymore. Hoshi let out a frustrated sigh and stalked over to stand in front of Izuku. Look, kid. I know you're trying to protect us. But for once, let the adults in your life do their job and take care of you. Izuku's eyes teared up, so 𝐿𝐿 walked over and placed a supportive hand on his shoulder. He's right. Let us do our jobs. The boy sagged, nodding as they wrapped up the conversation, and 𝐿𝐿 led him out of the building. Luckily, it was the end of the day, and the rest of the family was ready to go. They all bundled into the car, relieved after a long day as the boys sat on either side of Eri in the back seat. 𝐿𝐿 looked back through the rearview mirror, watching Eri fuss over Izuku and Hitoshi laugh at the both of them. He turned to the side and saw Hisashi driving peacefully, a small smile on his face. It made something warm and soft curl in his gut, which usually would have made 𝐿𝐿 roll his eyes. But not this time. He had a family to protect, and he knew that this warm feeling was what would give them an advantage. The HPSC didn't have this. They were cold and cruel people who manipulated the world around them to be in their favor. They didn't have the need to fight for someone or something that they loved. 𝐿𝐿 let that sink in and spread around him. He let it motivate him, encourage him, and finally, even the tiniest amount of confidence leaked in. But they couldn't get cocky. He still had work to do. So, he snuck out of their house in the dead of night, taking a train back towards Tokyo, where he met up with an informant, in a seedy bar, at 2 a.m. He left with very little. But what he did learn was massively disconcerting. Apparently, the HPSC had plans to get Izuku no matter what, and all the informant had heard was that they were planning something big. 𝐿𝐿 shivered, the words haunting him as he walked in the pitch-black night back from the train station. It was going to be a hell of a lot harder to protect Izuku than they initially thought, but he would do anything to ensure that kid's safety. It just meant they might have a fight on their hands. Izuku let out an exasperated sigh as he walked up to Ketsubutsu the following day. He was exhausted and embarrassed, and the last thing he wanted to do was face his new friends, who were surely worried and would ask a million questions. But he knew he had to face the music. Truthfully, he wanted to just stay at home and sleep. Izuku had only been home for a little while when he passed out around 7 p.m. and slept the entire night. As it turned out, the fear that you had killed a classmate was really taxing. But, even after sleeping through the night, he still felt completely out of it. Flashes of the building collapsing on someone played in his head like a loop, and the phone call with All Might still plagued him. Izuku hated it. His words still haunted him, making Izuku feel insignificant and useless in the worst ways. He had come so far in just the last 2 years to the best hero he could be. He wanted to be a symbol of hope and peace, protecting the country and the people he loved. But now, it disgusted him that All Might was poisoned by the HPSC and that, in turn, it was poisoning his own brain. The anger still simmered just beneath the surface, but the pain and sadness were what drowned his thoughts today. As he walked down the halls of his school, he couldn't help but see himself as inferior and undeserving. Could he even say he was trying his best if he was turning down the training? What did the best even mean? Izuku knew he wanted to be good. It meant so much more to him to be the kind of hero people needed and deserved. But were they right? Would he save more people if he just gave in? It felt like a storm clouding his brain, and the rain pouring down on him was every ounce of negativity he could possibly come up with. He felt stuck, trying to find shelter from the downpour but finding no sort of protection. Until finally, it was like someone reached out and pulled him under their umbrella when someone came up next to him and threw their arm over his shoulder. But the relief was quickly chased away when he saw Shindu-yo staring down at him. "There's my Kohai. I tried to find you after school, but I think you were whisked away. Izuku tensed, the proximity unexpected from someone he didn't really like. He stepped away, eyes darting around, looking for a rescue. But no one seemed to notice them. His shoulders slumped as he let out a sigh. Sorry, my guardians took me home. Yo smirked at him, bending down just a little to put their faces at the same height. Izuku backpedaled into a wall as his eyes widened at Yo's advances. Don't worry about it, Midoriya. Truthfully, I just wanted to apologize and offer up some more training. You clearly had some SHT going on yesterday, and I didn't mean to push you that far. Izuku was shocked. His eyes widened as he searched Yo's gaze for any insincerity. Usually, there was a darkness to his stare that always clued Izuku into Yo's scheming nature. But this time, it was absent. Why you mean that? Yo stood up straight and let out an awkward chuckle. I mean, yeah. I didn't mean any of the stuff I said. I was just playing the role for the training, you know. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You didn't need to come find me today, though. Really, I wasn't all that hurt or offended by what you said. Oh? Yo asked with a pet eyebrow. You sure seemed upset enough to bring down an entire building. Izuku blushed. I didn't mean to do that. I was just having a bad day. I have a lot going on right now, and it's really hard to deal with all of it. I'm sorry you got involved. It's no sweat, Midoriya. But, if you mean that, you should make it up to me training with me. Yo had a mischievous smile again, and this time the twinkle was back. He clearly had some ulterior motives here. But, Izuku did want to train with someone with more experience, and even if Yo was hiding something, it didn't seem like it was something bad. So, Izuku nodded. We can do that. After I ruined yesterday's training, I would like to try to fit some in this evening. Yo smiled, it was beaming and genuinely happy. He was clearly actually excited that Izu agreed. For a moment, he was struck with surprise, but then something warm spread through his chest. It was the most warmth he'd felt since yesterday, and it cleared away just a bit of Izuku's darkness. Plus, he couldn't help but blush. It was easy for Izuku to forget how handsome Yo was when the older boy was angry or being a PP, but really he was very good-looking. His eyes were deep and mysterious, and his wavy black hair looked soft to the touch as it bounced around. But his smiles, when sincere, were pretty enough to make everyone swoon. He was pulled out of his musings over Yo's cute face when he waved his hand in front of Izuku's face. Midoriya. Did you hear me? Oh. Sorry. I got distracted. I see what happened, Yo said with a laugh before a cocksure smirk spread across his lips. My handsomeness distracted you. Izuku blushed furiously, eyes widening as he had no idea what to do but run away. So, he turned and quickly took off towards his classroom. He barely heard Yo shout at him. See you later, Midoriya. Meet me at the third-year gym after school. Just as Izuku made it around the corner, he plastered himself to the wall breathing, hiding from Yo as he caught his breath. He couldn't believe he had just got caught practically checking out the other boy. It was so embarrassing, and Izuku wanted to disappear. He felt like he was going to melt in a humiliated little puddle and just die. But, the bell rang, and he had to run to class, only to see Aizawa standing outside his classroom, looking even more exhausted than normal. The bags under his eyes were heavy and dark, and he was clearly having a serious conversation with Hitoshi, who looked just as concerned. When Izuku walked up, they both turned to him, with an odd mix of concern and anger in their eyes. What's going on? Izuku asked, keeping his voice down as he looked between the two of them. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I learned more about this mess with the HPSC from an informant last night. I'd like both of you to come to my office during lunch, and I'll tell you all. Hisashi said he would bring lunch. Izuku nodded, but he didn't really know what to do with that information. The darkness that Yo chased away was returning, crawling into his heart as he realized that not even a pretty smile and a nice boy could really help him. But, as Aizawa gave his shoulder a squeeze, he realized at least he had the Aizawa-Yamada family. Try not to worry, problem child. I'll tell you more later. Yes, sir. I'll do my best, Izuku said with a shaky voice. Clearly, Aizawa and Hitoshi didn't really believe him, but they said nothing as the man ruffled his hair. Go to class. You have things to learn, and there's no use in worrying more than we have to, alright? I'll see you both later. Izuku just followed Hitoshi into the classroom after that, going through the motions as he took his seat and tried to focus on class. But his mind was all over the place. One second he would be thinking about training with Yo, the next he would be worrying about his talk with Aizawa, then he'd bounce back to his conversation with All Might. It made him feel dizzy, and he hated it. It felt like something was lurking, and he couldn't quite figure out what it was while his brain jumped from one thing to another. He could only hope the rest of the day would prove him wrong. Izuku deserved a better day, right? Hadn't there been enough SHT the last few weeks? He let out a huff, buckling down on his notes. It didn't work, though. By the time he sat down in Aizawa's office at lunchtime, he was a nervous mess, his legs bouncing with anxious energy as everyone filled in the room. He looked from the concerned faces of Aizawa, Yamada, Fukukado, and Hoshi, and his hope was thrown away. Whatever this was, it wasn't good. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to settle into the seat as the tense silence spread between them. They all looked uncomfortable, and even if they were trying to hide it, Izuku could see the frustration and worry behind most of their eyes. Even Aizawa looked concerned, and if it was anyone other than Aizawa, Izuku would even say he looked afraid. It made something twist in his gut. If even he was scared, that meant Izuku should be too, right? But Aizawa must have noticed because he hardened his face into his usual determined glare, trying to look aloof while also looking confident. The normalcy soothed him just a little before his eyes moved to everyone else in the room. Thank God for Yamada and Fukukado, who both gave him encouraging smiles. Even if there was still darkness to their eyes, they both still gave off such a comforting aura. So, he closed his eyes for a moment while he inhaled deeply and centered himself. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Aizawa. You guys can tell me. I can handle it. We know you can, kid. But this is a lot of as Izuku took a deep breath. I don't want to be in the dark. I know you might all want to protect me, and I know you're here to tell me anyway, but now I really just want to know. Aizawa let out a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. You're right. I'll just tell you then. Apparently, the HPSC is still after you. Didn't we already know that? Yes. But apparently, it's more than we thought. It seems they're prepared to do just about anything to get you. We thought we could relax here, but it seems we can't. So what are they going to do? Get my mom to force me? I don't think my mom wants anything to do with me anymore. And you guys aren't going to send me away, right? No, but they might have other ways. Izuku was confused, to say the least. What other ways were there? It's not as if they were desperate, right? But then Izuku realized what Aizawa meant. He meant ways that were less than legal. It made something chill in his gut, like swallowing an ice cube. The cold spread throughout him at the thought of what lengths they would go to for him. They wouldn't kidnap him, right? Or threaten him with blackmail. After the events of the war, several people were aware of One for All now, so what did that mean for all of this? Would the Commission, still rebuilding, use him and his secrets to force him into compliance? He was probably their only way to regain glory and honor. So, it made sense they might be that desperate. He looked up at Aizawa, with glassy eyes full of uncertainty. You really think they'd do something that bad? I don't know, Midoriya. All I know is that if they even try it, they'll have to get through all of us. Izuku looked up at the teachers, seeing the raw determination and unending loyalty in their eyes. It was fantastic to see, really and truly Izuku felt like he couldn't be luckier. But he couldn't help but think about how nice it would be to have seen those same looks on the faces of All Might or his mother. It felt selfish to wish for more. These people were such a great support system, so how could he ever ask for more? You can ask for more, Izuku, Yamada said. It makes perfect sense that you'd want support from your own mother and mentor. I'm sorry you're only stuck with us. No. Don't apologize. I really am lucky to have you all, and I know you'll do your best to protect me. But I'm going to help too. I can protect myself. Yes, but no hero should go on a mission alone, Fukukado said, a beaming smile. I know. Really? I just can't help but feel like this is my responsibility. I'm not going to do anything dumb. But I feel bad that you're all having to go to all these lengths. I want to pull my weight. You'll pull your weight by training, and growing up to be a better hero than those assholes at the commissions would force you to be. That's how you beat them, Midoriya. Izuku wanted to question it, but he decided to take it at face value. It was easy to fall back on his ambition, letting his drive to be the best hero settle his heart as the bell rang, and he went back to class. But as every minute passed, the doom and gloom returned. He had no idea what this meant for him, but he was on edge, paranoid when he turned a corner that some evil commission henchman would jump out and attack. He had nervous energy to burn now, but at least he'd be training with Yo this afternoon. When Izuku walked into the locker room to change for training, Yo was already there getting changed. He'd been so distracted he hadn't even noticed he'd started to stare. His mind was so all over the place that he zoned out looking at Yo. Which, of course, the other boy had a field day with. Wow, Midoriya. Didn't know you were that kind of guy. If you take a picture, it'll last longer. Izuku blushed, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. He was speechless for at least 10 seconds until Yo laughed at him. Don't laugh at me. I was just zoned out. Sure you were, little Kohai. Because you definitely weren't checking me out. I wasn't. I just zoned out. I would never do something like that. It would be so rude to objectify someone like that. I can only imagine how uncomfortable that would make someone. Even if you are very handsome, I would never disrespect you like that. I'm so sorry. I can't believe his rambles were interrupted by another chuckle from Yo. Stop freaking out, Midoriya. I know you don't have a disrespectful bone in your body. Your eyes are far too I'm an innocent angel. Izuku wasn't sure if that was supposed to be a compliment or not. No one had ever really commented on his eyes before. But it didn't sound mean, so he shrugged it off and just went about getting ready. But of course, now he couldn't forget about the half-naked guy just a few feet away. He really didn't mean to stare, but Yo really was handsome. He was only a few inches taller than Izuku, but his broad shoulders and impressive arms were a sight to look at. His hair was pushed back by a hairband, showing off his sharp jawline and cheekbones. Once Izuku realized he really was checking him out, he whipped his eyes back to his locker. His cheeks burned red as he chastised himself. He had literally just went over why it was rude to stare. The least he could do was try to be polite. So, he shook the thoughts loose and continued getting dressed, just throwing on compression shorts and a loose tank top. Things that would be easy to move in. He had no idea what they would be doing, but the basics should be plenty. Once they moved out into the school's gym and made their way over to the sparring mats, he had a pretty good idea. All right, Midoriya. We've never trained together and have no idea what each other is capable of, so I wanted to start with hand-to-hand quirkless training. You all right with that? Izuku nodded. It would be a good way to ignore the plethora of thought invading his head all day, like the commission and muscled shoulders of the boy in front of him. Do you have injuries or anything? I don't want to hurt you. Yo smirked. Oh, you think you're going to hurt me? No, I just want to be careful. I don't want to hold back, but I don't want to kick you somewhere if you have a broken bone that's healing or something. Yo pared an eyebrow, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Are broken bones a common thing with you? No. Yo laughed at his expense before shrugging it off. Don't worry about me, little Kohai. I'm fine. His tone was teasing. However, Izuku's emotions had been all over the place all DMN day, and the last thing he wanted was to be underestimated. He was beyond grateful for all the care from the staff and his new little family, and he knew all he's done is cry about it. But just because things scared, that didn't mean he needed to be babied. He was still strong. Tears, and emotions and everything else didn't make him weak. He could fight for himself and stand up against all of this without being a pushover just because sometimes he needed to cry. Izuku couldn't help it when the resentment boiled up. He'd been so frustrated lately, and the fact that things might only get worse just increased all of the emotions warring inside him. So he went all out. They sparred vigorously, and Izuku didn't hold anything back. He moved quickly, dodging blows and kicks from Yo and sending his own back in return. Yo fought similarly, with fast and graceful movements that evaded most of Izuku's own attacks. They were well matched, and it turned the boiling feeling of resentment shift to the burning of competition. Yo was talented, and the smirk on his face and the fire in his own eyes only told Izuku he was having just as much fun. It reminded Izuku a little of his training with Katsuki, like a no-holds-barred match. But Yo fought with less anger, and he was much sneakier. It was interesting, and Izuku loved it. He spent most of the fight learning his moves, trying to predict where he'd strike next. But just as always, Yo was a mystery. Izuku's predictions were wrong most of the time in the beginning, and it cost him. Yo had pinned him several times until finally, Izuku started to pick up on his rhythm, helping him understand Yo as a combatant and a person. He was strong, vicious, and clever. His eyes hid his movements, but his body language didn't. Eventually, in their third match, Izuku was able to pin him. Yo's chest was pressed to the floor, and Izuku had his arms behind his back as he sat right on his butt. It was exhilarating, winning a fight against someone so talented. Izuku couldn't help but jump off and immediately start chattering. That was amazing. You are so good at hiding your movements, and the confidence and power in your stance are incredible. I can only imagine how that spreads to your quirk. You tend to use open hand hits or make fists at the last second, right? Is that because of your quirk? Is it a 5-point touch quirk? Yo's eyes widened, the slightest red coloring his cheeks. Izuku almost wondered why he was blushing until he chalked it up to the hard work of the sparring. Yo reached back to scratch at his neck, a surprising move. But he still somehow oozed confidence even if he looked unsure of himself. It is a 5-point touch quirk. But I have control of when it triggers. And it is why I tend to use open hand attacks, even though they sometimes have less strength. I think in your case, it makes perfect sense to prioritize this strategy over strength. So many people would still just go for big punches and powerful moves, but I think it's awesome you fight like this. Thanks, Midoriya. Most people never pick up on those details, Yo said with the softest and most genuine smile. It almost looked foreign on his face, but Izuku found he liked it. I love things like that. It's awesome to see how your quirk has affected your fighting style. You're really impressive, Shindu. Izuku couldn't help but beam up at him. He hadn't felt this free in ages. And the returning smile from Yo only made the happiness flutter in his stomach even more. Everyone was so careful with him, like he was some breakable child, but not Yo. He didn't know what was going on, and he didn't have any reason to baby Izuku. It was almost intoxicating, being treated so normally. Izuku didn't want to let it go, didn't want to go back to everyone who looked at him with thinly veiled concern. He felt guilty about it, he should just be happy that they care, but Yo looked at him only with the curiosity of getting to know someone new. So, Izuku couldn't stop himself. He bounced on the ball of his feet, nerves pulsing through him as he blurted out his question. Can we spend more time together? Like training and lunch and stuff? Yo looked utterly shocked for a moment before he schooled his expression into a cocky smile as he leaned against the wall behind him. I'd love to, Midoriya. But you better know what you've signed up for. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up. He wasn't sure why, but he thought maybe this was more than he had bargained for. Either way, he couldn't regret it. He felt like himself around Yo, ignoring the drama and pain from losing his family, leaving his friends behind, and being hunted by the DMN Commission. Plus, he was missing Katsuki and their training. Yo could easily give him that same amount of ferocity. When he got home that night, he texted Katsuki all about his training, getting plenty of remarks that Yo could never measure up to. But Izuku just laughed it off, appreciative for the familiarity as he finally had a reason to look forward to the next day. The rest of the week went well. Izuku was spending a lot of time with Yo now that it turned out they were surprisingly well matched for training. It got easier, almost just hanging out as friends now that they had a familiar pattern of banter. It was just another thing to make his adjustment a bit easier. His classmates were fine, and Izuku did like them, but Yo was different. He reminded him a lot of Kaken, constantly challenging him. But he was far better at seeing what was too far, and he never crossed the boundaries Kaken did between teasing and arguing and just being a bit of a JRK. But it was great to find someone who could go toe-to-toe with him and never held back, But Yo was still supportive, even behind all the jokes. It was the first time Izuku had ever really had a friendship this casual and playful. Xiaotou was always too chill, and Okiko and Tenya never really teased or challenged him. It was nice. But God, did it remind him at least a little of what he left behind. He'd been avoiding their messages and ignoring their calls. Izuku couldn't even imagine how many insults 𝐭𝐿 had thrown his way for never responding. Eventually, once he settled into his room for the night, he finally decided to open his texts with his friends. So, snuggled into his bed, he took a deep breath and started to read. Izuku looked at 𝐭𝐿's first, which were precisely as he expected them to be. He had a million questions, demanding further explanation. Some of them were complaints of All Might and how he acted like a kicked puppy. 𝐭𝐿 seemed to hate it. He also definitely disliked the new teacher, complaining that they weren't as good as Aizawa. But some of his grievances were almost thinly veiled compliments, so Izuku wasn't too worried. He moved on to the conversations with his other friends, noticing that Okiko was massively confused and clearly missing him. It made him feel beyond guilty, wishing he could explain but knowing he couldn't. Tenya's were essentially the same, expressing concern and slightly lecturing him for not telling them more. Xiaotou's messages were a bit sad. Clearly, he was missing Izuku, sending random messages and thoughts that Izuku knew he wasn't comfortable just sharing with anyone. It broke his heart a little, missing his friends. Just as Izuku finished looking through their messages, his phone rang, and 𝐭𝐿's name popped up on his phone. He ignored it, panicking a bit as he dropped his phone on the bed in front of him. Immediately after it stopped ringing, a text popped up. 𝐭𝐿, you mother effer, I saw you read my texts. Now answer the DMN phone. Then the phone was ringing again. Izuku sighed and resigned himself to his fate as he answered the phone. Hey, 𝐭𝐿. Don't hear me, you BSD. You've been avoiding me for weeks. Are you suddenly too good for me now that you're gone? You know that's not it. I just miss all of you guys, and it's hard to talk with you guys now. I don't even know what's going on, and things haven't really settled down. I just get nervous, 𝐭𝐿. Fine. Shut up. What do you mean things haven't settled down? Aizawa said he heard from some people that I guess the HPSC is still trying to look for me. All Might has called a few times trying to hunt me down still, too. That's ridiculous. I don't get it. You're not even that special. They want All Might's successor so they can look better, I guess. Aizawa thinks it's the only way for them to get any positive press back. It makes sense, All Might always had the public's approval, and with the League of Villains nearly wiping them out, they would have to have some kind of way to repair it. I guess you're mumbling. I don't even know what you said. Sorry, I was just saying that they need public approval. All Might's successor might be the best way to get it. I guess they want to use me to actually take out villains too. Bunch of morons. They clearly don't know you if they think you're gonna kill anyone. Izuku smiled. Even when 𝐭𝐿's words were harsh, he always knew how to get to the root of it. The problem was that Izuku could never give them what they wanted. He may act like 𝐭𝐿 in a fight, but he could never really hurt people unless he absolutely had no choice. The faith his friend had in him was heartwarming, even coming from 𝐭𝐿. It definitely isn't very smart of them. All Might should have known better too. Yeah, he should have. What a moron. Yeah, a little. Ha! Not even you're defending him, 𝐭𝐿 barked out with a laugh. I mean, how can I? He betrayed me, 𝐭𝐿. The line was silent after that, the tension palpable. Izuku knew he didn't like to handle emotions. 𝐭𝐿 wasn't exactly the most emotionally literate with his own feelings, let alone the feelings of others. He didn't really expect a coherent response, but 𝐭𝐿 has always been able to surprise him. Yeah, well, he SCKS. Aizawa better not pull that SHT too, or I'll kill him. 𝐭𝐿, no. He wouldn't do that. He and Yamada have been so nice, and the people in my classes are really cool too. I don't care about the extras, Deku. Izuku bolted up in bed, excited to talk about his new class. They're not extras. They're my new friends. And they have some really cool quirks. This guy Haruta has a dragon quirk. He has wings and can breathe fire. This other girl, Miyasato, has a quirk just like 𝐭𝐻𝐻 from Class B, whatever, none of them are as good as we are. You better not slack around a bunch of weaklings. Izuku rolled his eyes, crashing back down into the blankets. They're not weaklings, and I've been training with Shindu. Do you remember him from the licensing exam? No, why should I? He's a year older than us. He had that vibration quirk that caused earthquakes and stuff. It has so many applications, and I don't even know how many he's considered yet. Mumbling again, nerd. And I have no f***ing clue who he is. Izuku expected that response, but he tried to remind Kaken who he was anyway, bragging about his quirk and telling him all about their training. He could tell Kaken was at least a little impressed, not calling Yo a weakling as Izuku explained how they train and how much Yo picks on him and challenges him. Plus, he's nice. He makes jokes kind of like you, but he sounds much nicer when he does it. But it really riles me up. You should see the fire in his eyes, Kaken. You would really have fun fighting him. TCH. You sound like a schoolgirl with a crush the way you're fawning over him. He can't be that thing special, nerd. I don't have a crush on him, Izuku denied with blushing cheeks. Or at least, he didn't think he had a crush on him. Truthfully, he'd never really been romantically interested in anyone. Before UA, everyone hated him. Then once he was at UA, he was way too busy trying to figure out one for all. He knew he was attracted to just about everyone, though. People were appealing and unique, but he'd never had the chance to really be interested in anyone. The closest he'd ever gotten was how blushy he got around Okiko and how much Xiaoto always turned his head. Maybe, if things weren't so totally insane right now, he would be able to have a crush on Yo. He was handsome and surprisingly kind despite his slightly rude disposition. He often hid his intentions, but based on their interactions, Izuku could tell he genuinely cared about people and did his best as a hero. Those were all things he really admired. Plus, he really enjoyed their time together. However, he was currently being hunted by the HPSC, so maybe it wasn't the best time to be worried about it. So, he pushed it away. You f***ing do. Gross. I don't. And he's not gross. I just have too much going on to have a crush on someone, Kaken. Whatever, nerd. What about your classes? Bet they're easier than UA's. Izuku was just about to explain that they were about the same when he heard a strange creak out in the hall. It sounded like the closet where Aizawa and Yamada keep their hero gear. It was odd, though, because neither of them were supposed to be patrolling tonight. In fact, they specifically mentioned that they wouldn't be leaving the house tonight. Hold on, Kaken. I think someone is sneaking out or in or something, Izuku whispered as he tossed his phone onto the bed and moved toward the hallway. He used every bit of stealth training he'd ever learned to peek out and see Aizawa suiting up in his hero stuff. Izuku's eyes narrowed in suspicion. It was odd that he wasn't upfront with everyone, and Izuku didn't like it. The adults were supposed to keep him informed. How was he supposed to be prepared for a threat if he didn't know it was coming? Were they keeping something from him? So, Izuku made a dumb decision, sneaking back into his room and throwing on a black hoodie and a pair of black joggers. He hung up on Kaken and sent him a quick text that he was sorry and would call him in the morning. Then, he silently slipped out his window and made to follow Aizawa across town. Izuku knew he was lucky that he didn't get caught, but it was pretty clear that Aizawa was distracted. He wasn't paying attention to his surroundings at all and was clearly in a rush to reach his destination. Izuku only had to follow about a block behind him to keep pace and stay hidden. The longer they traveled, the seedier it became. This part of the city was definitely not somewhere he would regularly go. There were bars, STRP clubs, abandoned buildings. It made a chill run up his spine when the wind blew, and he could just tell that the people who eyed him from the shadows were not the kind of people he wanted to get stuck in an alley with. The last thing he needed was to call attention to himself while trying to hide from a government agency. Luckily for him, it wasn't much longer before Aizawa started to scale a building up to the roof. It wasn't terribly huge, only a small apartment building about 5 stories tall. So, Izuku scaled the building nearby and hid as close as he could. He needed to hear Aizawa or follow him if he moved without getting caught. He couldn't help but wonder what was going on, twitching as his nerves and fear got the best out of him. He was spiraling through worst-case scenarios when finally someone else showed up on the roof. Izuku didn't recognize him. He wasn't an underground hero or even a villain that he was familiar with. But based on the way he carried himself, Izuku figured he probably wasn't a hero. He was very cautious of Aizawa, staying out of range of his scarf and eyeing him carefully. His posture was closed off, and Aizawa was equally wary. The man's voice was deep, full of dislike and distrust. Eraserhead. It's not a pleasure to see you. Likewise, Dishonesty. Have you come alone? The man, his name must have been Dishonesty, nodded. Yes. Have you? And don't even think about using your quirk when you answer my question. Aizawa let out a sigh, annoyance clear on his face. I'm alone. Good. Now, what do you want? I've heard your little group might have information on movements of the HPSC. They are apparently targeting a hero student, and I need to know their plans. The man puffed up his chest, now just oozing arrogance as he smirked at Aizawa. How amusing. I love it when a hero needs something from me. I have a price, you know. And it won't be cheap. Fine. Whatever you want, I can wire you money. Dishonesty let out a cruel laugh. I don't want money. We'll trade information for information. I need to know why the League of Villains is so interested in UA because we all know it's not All Might anymore. There's a student. All for One wants their quirk. Suddenly, the man's eyes started to glow a bright blue, but nothing else happened. Izuku knew it must have been his quirk, but he couldn't tell what it did. But, based on his hero name, Izuku assumed it must have been something that let him know Aizawa wasn't lying. What's the quirk, and who's the student? I won't tell you anything else unless you give me my information first. We make trades, Dishonesty. Don't get cocky. That would be a mistake, Aizawa growled out. Fine. All I know is that the HPSC has been searching for some less than reputable people to hunt down a person of interest. Probably the kid. They are hiring villains to come after them. Assume what you will. Fine. I'll be on my way then, Eraserhead said casually, although Izuku could tell based on the furrow of his brow that he was concentrated. Izuku should have known what would happen next. But he apparently wasn't paying good enough attention. Oh, Eraserhead. I won't let you leave without the right amount of information. Then, several people descended from other rooftops, and suddenly Aizawa was surrounded. Izuku knew he could fight many people at once, but he also had a lot more experience, and his gut told him that these people were not to be messed with. They had a certain amount of confidence that Izuku could tell came with years of experience. They weren't just small-time villains. They were actually dangerous, maybe even for someone as skilled as Aizawa. So, Izuku did the second dumb thing he'd done that evening, and he jumped down next to his teacher to join the fray. Izuku landed down in the middle of the roof, already prepared to fight tooth and nail by Aizawa's side. He knew he was going to get yelled at, but he couldn't find himself caring. His guardian was in trouble. He couldn't let him fight alone. The man Aizawa met with, Dishonesty, didn't seem to have a combative quirk, but the weapons on his person clearly spelled danger for them. He was dual-wielding a pair of katanas as he started the charge. Then, the other few villains on the roof followed his lead. Izuku tried to avoid too much hand-to-hand combat at first, analyzing and watching every single move to do his best to assess their quirks and fighting styles. But the others on the roof were clearly wary of him as well. They came here expecting a fight with Aizawa, not some teenager. Luckily for Izuku, they seemed to recognize him pretty quickly as one of them shouted out. SHT. That's Deku. The woman screamed at the other three. Izuku could see it in their eyes that they all suddenly looked worried. It was honestly shocking. Izuku wasn't used to being feared. Sure, he'd racked up some popularity and fame as All Might's successor, but he was also a chubby-cheeked 16-year-old. Intimidation wasn't something he usually wielded, but he wasn't going to question it now as he powered one for all up to 40%. The lightning around his body was crackling with energy. He stomped in front of him, barely with any effort, as the roof cracked beneath him. Thank God the building was abandoned. They all flinched, the villains even looking over their shoulder as if they were looking to escape. But Dishonesty, who was clearly the leader, barked out at them. You useless FS, he's just a kid. Stop ping around. Now that they were commanded to move, all of their hesitations were gone. Thank God Izuku was able to analyze for long enough to already have a good grip on their quirks. The woman in the group looked startlingly like she could be a Todoroki. She had long white hair and ice blue eyes. She had a deadly quirk, an ice WHP that moved with the dexterity and accuracy of Aizawa's scarf. She controlled it fluently, with long-range and mid-range attacks as she moved just as gracefully as the WHP did. The next villain had long back hair thrown up in a bun, pitch-black eyes, and almost no other distinguishable features. They were plain yet totally mysterious, practically a walking contradiction. Their quirk was equally confusing. It looked like they split into two, attacking simultaneously and with complete synchronization. If they weren't a villain trying to kill him, Izuku would have been far more excited and impressed. The final foe had one of the oddest quirks Izuku had ever had the pleasure of witnessing. At the beginning of the fight, his two arms shifted immediately into two giant anacondas, attached at his shoulders. They were scary, fast, and unbelievably strong. Izuku couldn't quite tell if they were sentient or not, but they seemed to move with the natural speed and fluidity of the actual animal. Either way, it was absolutely terrible and terrifying. Izuku immediately shouted at Aizawa, "Eraser, take on the Snake Man and WHP Lady. You can handle their range attacks better. Let me take the close combat guys." He barely heard it, but Aizawa grumbled under his breath, "DMN, kid, giving me orders." But Izuku didn't leave any time for arguments as he threw himself at the leader. He was incredibly skilled and moved much faster than Izuku. He dodged almost every blow, blocking the rest. But Izuku knew he couldn't do this forever. He was far stronger, and all it took was one slip up, and Izuku would hit him hard enough to send him flying. Which was precisely what happened. Aizawa had just pinned and cuffed the WHP woman, distracting the leader. Izuku took his chance, landing a hit that sent him flying into the air and off the building. He catapulted off the roof, catching the unconscious villain that he unceremoniously dropped on the ground before launching back up. "Deku! Do not throw yourself off the roof again." Aizawa screamed from across the building as he took down the man with snake arms. He sounded furious, and Izuku had even an extra second to focus on that. He would have felt his heart warm at the concern in his voice. But he had no time to waste as he threw himself at the final adversary. Thankfully, Aizawa cancelled his quirk, revealing to Izuku which one was the real one. After a well-placed hit to the head, he was out cold and slumped on the roof. Izuku took a deep shuddering breath of relief, the adrenaline still flowing freely as it buzzed in his brain. He took a minute to assess the situation, noticing that Aizawa had gotten all three of them cuffed. "I'm going to bring you the other guy to cuff." Wait!" Aizawa shouted, but Izuku was already leaping over the edge and landing below. But the villain was gone. He stared at the empty spot on the sidewalk as an angry voice screamed at him from up above. "Did you lose him? Get your butt back up here." Izuku gritted his teeth as the sinking feeling of failure leaked into every cell in his body. But he held it back. Put the metaphorical lid on his emotions as he helped Aizawa carry the villains down to the ground. Some police came by, taking their statements. When they tried to check Izuku's license, Aizawa stopped them. "He's a student still. He was acting on my orders and shouldn't be on the report." The cops eyed him suspiciously, but they eventually left with just a nod and a few villains in the back of their car. As their tires screeched while they left the scene, Izuku and Aizawa were left standing on the eerily silent sidewalk. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose as he looked up at the stars overhead. "I cannot believe you. You are such a DMN problem child. What the hell am I supposed to do with you?" Izuku flinched at the tone, as it only soured his mood more. He couldn't help but let the self-doubt flourish as he stared at the strained and tense features of his guardian. He couldn't help but think to himself, "I'll always be a problem for others. I'll never succeed on my own. I'll always be a failure." It was heart-wrenching, but thank God, he was pulled out of his spiraling thoughts when Aizawa groaned and grabbed his shoulder. "Come on, kid. We'll talk about this at home." Izuku just nodded solemnly, accepting the lecture he was about to get. Luckily, He was so stuck in his own hell of self-deprecation he didn't even notice how quickly they got home. It wasn't quite what he expected, Hisashi pacing nervously as Hitoshi was holding Eri closely on the couch. They all looked anxious and worried. It set off Izuku's own concern. "What's wrong? Did something happen? Is Eri okay?" he blabbered as he stumbled into the room. Yamada's eyes went wild as he rushed over and pulled Izuku into his arms. "You absolute crazy child. We were worried about you. I can't believe you snuck out. What were you thinking?" I guess I wasn't. Aizawa left, and I wanted to follow," Izuku said softly as he pulled away from the man. "It was beyond dumb. You should have known better. You were walking into a situation you knew nothing about that I was completely capable of handling. I knew full well dishonesty would have back up, and I was already aware of their quirks." "Well, I didn't know that. I just wanted to help." Aizawa let out an exasperated groan. "I am a fully trained hero with years of experience. I didn't need help, and you should have known to trust me without wandering out in the middle of the night." And God, Izuku was not an angry person. He was a lot of things, a crier, a nerd, but he was rarely mad. But he couldn't stop himself as the rage boiled up and fury burned in his eyes. "How can I trust anyone? My mother left me. All Might betrayed me. And you're all keeping things from me. I know I have so much to learn, and I'm young, but I'm not weak. I'm strong and smart, and I deserve to know what's happening with my own life." He was breathing, squeezing his hands into his fists. Izuku really didn't want to cry, but his anger was bubbling over as tears streamed down his cheeks. "I am capable of taking care of myself, at least a little bit. I need you guys to trust me too." His voice was already raw, barely choking back sobs. It was so hard to talk about he felt. But he couldn't just keep everything locked up. It was unhealthy, he knew that, but it was so hard being vulnerable. Izuku was going to be the symbol of hope. He was going to hold this society on his back just like All Might did, and it was outright suffocating. He didn't feel like he even had the right to show weakness. Izuku knew he had to be positive, with that ever-present smile that put other people at ease. How could he protect anyone if people were trying to protect him? Bearing it was Izuku's only option. Sure, he cried, but he never really told them how hard this was for him. Abandoning his old life, being turned on by the two people who were supposed to have his back no matter what. He gritted his teeth through tears and accepted it. He let the teachers take care of it because it was what he was supposed to do. But it wasn't what he wanted. He was just doing it to please them. He thought, maybe it would be easier to go with what they wanted. Izuku knew he was already the problem child. He was a burden. The least he could do was keep his true feelings to himself and let them call the shots. But Izuku couldn't do it anymore. All of that strength and silence fled his body, leaving him weak, vulnerable, and so desperately alone. Izuku's knees collapsed as he shrunk to the ground. I need some control. I don't want to do it alone. I need you guys. But I can't be left in the dark anymore." The silence was toxic. It felt like it was crawling down his throat as no one spoke. The only thing he could even vaguely feel was his fingers pulling at his curls and his nails digging into his head. He was too afraid to look up and see their reactions. He couldn't handle this. Were they going to be looks of disgust? Izuku could only imagine what they were thinking. How can he be a symbol if he can't just grin and bear it? How can he save anyone if he can't even save himself? How could he be so weak? The darkness was creeping in. It felt like every thought Izuku had ever had was being poisoned from the inside out. Like no matter what went through his head, all the monsters in his brain were turning them more and more painful. He tried so hard to talk himself out of it. His new family was so supportive. They would never think that way. But what if they did? You used to trust your mom too. He furiously shook his head, rejecting the lies his brain was telling him. They weren't like that. All of them already proved that they are different. They care, and they don't expect perfection from him. It's fine. Is it, though? It's not like he could ever be enough anyway. Just as Izuku felt like he was drowning, he experienced some intense whiplash, like someone pulled him from the deep end of the pool to somewhere he could stand on his own 2 feet. He wasn't alone. Eri had thrown herself off the couch and into his lap. She wrapped herself around him, sobbing into his shirt as she clung to him. Izuku knew he should have been comforting her, but instead, it felt like she was holding him together. It was almost impossible to make out what she was saying between the sobs, but Izuku could still understand her, being fluent in crying speak himself. You aren't in the dark, Zuzu. I know stuff is scary, but we'll love and protect you. Daddy and Papa and Toshi will too. We'll all help you, and you can win with us. It was somehow precisely what he needed to hear. Everyone kept telling him that they would take care of it. That they wouldn't let anything happen to him. And he appreciated it, really he did. But it felt like they had closed the door and told him to just sit tight and wait and hope they could take care of it. It was so isolating. But Eri said he could win with them, and it was everything he needed to hear as he wrapped his arms around her and let out last aching sob. Another pair of arms were wrapped around him from behind, realizing immediately it was Yamada. I'm so sorry, Izuku. We just wanted you to feel safe, not closed off. I promise we would never take control away from you. It's your life, little listener, and we'll do better about including you. Izuku leaned back into the group hug, feeling Yamada's warmth and security wrapped around both him and Eri. More arms joined in later, and soon enough, all of them were cuddled into each other. But the floor was uncomfortable, and slowly they migrated to the couch. They should talk more. Izuku wanted to understand what the hell that meeting was and exactly who those villains were, but sleep weighed on him heavily. He couldn't keep his eyes open any longer, as Eri was still in his lap and his head flopped on Hitoshi's shoulder. Izuku's body gave up too quickly, eyes fluttering closed under the utter exhaustion from the evening carried him off to sleep. He didn't even notice the blankets and pillows that were readjusted so that he, Hitoshi, and Eri could all sleep tangled up on the couch. But the warmth was so inviting, and he couldn't have resisted even if he tried. When Izuku woke up the following day, he had a horrible ache in his neck, and he was far too warm. There was a weight on his chest and something bony his head was resting on. He shuffled, pulling the lump on top of him closer as he tried to snuggle into the bony pillow. It felt so odd, and it wasn't like any other bed he'd ever slept on. Eventually, though, awareness returned to him. In fact, the lump was a very clingy Eri, and the stiff thing beneath his head was Hitoshi's shoulder. It was a bit awkward waking up like this, but he was warm and comfortable, so his sleep-riddled mind barely even recognized it. So, he unwound himself from Eri and made his way to the bathroom. Then he wandered into the kitchen, where the smell of food was wafting throughout their home. Inside was Yamada, quietly buzzing around the kitchen as he prepared some miso, grilled fish, rice, and natto. It was totally traditional, and Izuku pretended it didn't painfully remind him of his mother. So, he silently made his way into the room, falling into rhythm easily as he helped Yamada prepare breakfast before they all had to go to school. It was going to be a rough day, with all of them having had such an exhausting night before. But still, breakfast would be an excellent way to get everyone energized. Plus, Izuku figured he owed it to them. They were already taking care of them and protecting him, and here he was being a pain in the butt. However, he was grateful they would include him more. He knew he'd be a nuisance and maybe even a hindrance, but he needed to feel at least the tiniest bit in control. Luckily, they seemed to understand. But still, Izuku felt guilty about the trouble he was putting them through. So, cooking for them was a good start. And, by the time they were done, everyone else was already sitting around the table, half asleep but still appreciative of the food. The tension was obvious, though, as they all ignored the elephant in the room. The only one of them talking was Eri, who told everyone about a new anime she started about people who turned into zodiac animals. Thankfully, it got to be too much, and Aizawa cleared his throat. Alright, let's talk about this. Eri, I'll need you to leave the room. Can you go get yourself dressed and cleaned up for school? The girl looked annoyed, but she nodded to her dad and cleared out of the kitchen. Once it was just them, Aizawa started up again. So, the man I was meeting with the other night was an informant. He's also a villain, but generally, we don't have any actual evidence on him. He keeps himself annoyingly clean. His quirk forces people to be honest, or they feel extreme pain. It's honestly very annoying. But, he had information we needed. Izuku nodded, taking in the information. What did you learn? You were there, problem child. You tell me what you made of it. Well, it sounded like they were finding villains to search for someone. I assume that someone is me. But would they really do that? Unfortunately, if the HPSC believes something is for the greater good, they'll act however they want. Even if it means being above the law. Lord knows they've used heroes to do the kind of SHT villains do anyway. Hitoshi pared an eyebrow. What is that supposed to mean? That's a lesson for another day. We have to focus on this now. With actual villains being involved, things will be even more unpredictable. We'll have to change who we're keeping an eye on, Yamada added, giving a sad smile to Izuku and Hitoshi. We were listening for whispers from some of the reconnaissance and investigative heroes that work closely with the HPSC. We assumed they would be used to track you down, but if they're using villains, things are gonna be way worse, little listener. I know you want to be involved, but this just became more dangerous. I understand, Izuku said, feeling equally frustrated and determined as he clenched his hands into fists. But I have to do this. It's my life, and it's not like it won't help to be aware. Don't you always say we have to be logical? I need to know what I'm up against. You're correct. That's why I'm going to spend time with you going over observational techniques other than yoga to determine if you're being watched or followed. With the involvement of villains, we have no idea what kind of quirk they could track down. You'll need to be careful. Yes, sir. I won't try to do this on my own. I promise. I just really couldn't handle being so out of the loop anymore. Aizawa gave him a smile. Small, but understanding and even a little apologetic. You're right. It wasn't fair of us to try to shelter you from this. We promised to include you. Izuku couldn't help the little sigh of relief. It made both Aizawa and Yamada look a bit guilty, but he couldn't help it. It was a massive weight off his shoulders just to have the slightest bit of control of his life now. It felt like he was just a puppet when All Might and Nezu asked to turn him over to the HPSC. Immediately after, his mother just abandoned him. Then Yamada and Aizawa swooped in and saved the day. He was grateful. Izuku knew he would have been locked away somewhere, being trained until he passed out by the commission without them. But he still had his freedom, even if it meant leaving UA and his friends behind. But it didn't feel like the freedom he wanted. It felt like he was being coddled, like they didn't believe he could handle any of this. But Izuku was strong. He knew he wasn't the best, and he knew he had so much to learn, but he was not a baby. Maybe he cried a lot and wore his heart on his sleeve. Perhaps he was sometimes just a giant mess of anxiety. But that didn't make him incompetent. Izuku still worked his butt off, and he still knew he could do it. It almost made him regret breaking down in front of Aizawa all those weeks ago after Nezu and All Might told him the news. Maybe, if the man hadn't seen him being so weak, it would have been different from the start. But it would be different this time. He was going to prove he could handle it, whether he was a crier or not. With the ruined sense of hope and determination from himself and his guardians, he faced the day with a much better attitude. He got ready for class and trained and studied his heart out. He put every ounce of energy he had into his classes that day, winning the rescue training with his team. He even managed to finish his homework for the rest of the week during his lunch PRD. Even if Haruta teased him for being a nerd, Izuku just laughed through the good-natured ribbing and focused on kicking butt. Unfortunately for him, he put so much of his waning energy into the day that he was already feeling exhausted by the time he needed to go to his after-school training with Yo. Izuku tried to text him and tell him he had a rough night and that he wouldn't be up to sparring, but the upperclassmen insisted they still meet in the gym. Izuku gave up arguing with him pretty quickly, meandering into the gym wearing his joggers and t-shirt. They were loose and comfortable, suitable for whatever Yo planned for their session. When Izuku finally spotted him, he almost passed out. Izuku didn't have the willpower to deny his thoughts this time. He always denied his feelings or distanced himself from Yo's attractiveness. But it was impossible when the man was wearing leggings and a baggy tank top. He looked like the prettiest and most handsome man Izuku had ever seen. The leggings were form-fitting, outlining his nice button-muscled legs. The tank top was loose, and it showed off his arms and shoulders way too well to be legal. Plus, it was low-cut, and Izuku could practically see cleavage between his pecs. Izuku thought if Okako was there, she would have called him thirsty. Which wouldn't be that far off as he gulped and hesitantly made his way over there. It was hard to keep his eyes to himself without the energy to reject the thoughts of his hormonal teenage brain. Once he made his way over to Yo, it seemed the other boy knew he was having an effect on him. He smirked at Izuku, which only made his cheeks burn hotter. Hi. How was your day? Izuku asked, trying to make everything seem normal while he internally panicked. It was fine, little Kohai. How was yours? Long. I really did have a rough night, so can we go easy? Yeah. I heard you earlier, Midoriya. We're going to do yoga. Did you think I was only wearing this outfit to make YA flustered? He said with a confident grin as he crossed his arms over his chest, only making his pecs and arms look even better. Izuku thought that lazy smirk on Yo's face might kill him. He was going to die, and the headline would say death by attractive senpai. It only reminded him of Katsuki insisting he liked him. Well, it was hard to deny now that he was at least attracted to him. But Izuku had so many things to worry about, so he tried to just focus on their yoga. It was nice, the quiet music in the background as he just followed Yo's movements. He didn't really know anything about yoga, so it was easy to just get swept up in following Yo's instructions. But the quiet and peace of the routine were only making Izuku feel vulnerable, especially when he caught Yo eyeing him. Sometimes the looks were playful, clearly teasing Izuku and checking him out in equal measure. But other times, those dark onyx eyes looked concerned, seeing the lack of sleep in Izuku's face. Really, he shouldn't have been surprised when Yo pulled him to sit together on the mats after the routine. So, you've got something you want to tell me? Izuku shook his head. Not really. He wasn't sure what Yo was talking about, but the last thing he wanted to do was admit to his ever-growing interest in him. You sure? Clearly, something has been weighing on you since you moved to this school. You don't have to talk about it, but doing stuff alone is always harder. Plus, I think we've gotten to be pretty close, he said as he threw a little wink in Izuku's direction. He let out a snort. I guess. I'm not really supposed to tell people, though. Well, then just be vague about it. Izuku thought about it for a moment, deciding maybe he could. It wasn't like he needed to go into detail, and Yo definitely wasn't some commission spy. If he was, they would have already known where he was, and he would have been kidnapped ages ago. He took a deep, shuddering breath before he started to explain. There's a group of people who want me for my connection to All Might and my quirk. Like, they would kidnap me even. I had to leave UA to protect myself and the school, and going under the radar at Ketsubatsu with Aizawa and Yamada made the most sense. Yo was quiet for the explanation and then waited for a moment for Izuku to be done. Then he spoke, looking up at the ceiling. No offense, but I sort of figured all of that anyway. You were high profile, and people being interested in you made sense. But what made yesterday worse? Aizawa and Yamada are trying too hard to take care of me. And my mom and my mentor left me, and then I was forced away from my friends. I need to save some sort of control, but they treated me like a kid that needed to be hidden away from the world. If I can't handle this, how could I ever be a hero? Izuku stared down at his scarred fingers, getting to the root of his problems. If he couldn't do this, what could he do? If they didn't think he could take care of his own issues, how would they trust him to save others? He was going to be the best hero, and to do that, he needed people to believe in him. It was one of the reasons he enjoyed being around Yo. He never held back, never pitied him. Even with an entire extra year of experience, he never really treated Izuku like some underclassman that could never measure up. It was a relief. Yo made him feel independent and capable, and he was a good friend. Izuku was lucky to have made any friends here at all, but he already treasured their time together. He felt normal during their training sessions, more like himself. While he was stuck in his own brain, something so unexpected happened that he almost slapped Yo's hand away. But instead, Izuku was frozen as Yo reached over and interlaced their fingers. Midoriya, you're already a kick-butt hero. And anyone who doubts you is a moron. Even if you've only been here for a month or so now, it's so obvious to everyone. Hell, I'm almost jealous, he said with a laugh. Izuku could tell Yo was just hiding behind it, though, trying to make them both laugh after a heavy topic. It didn't work. Izuku just felt dizzy, butterflies fluttering around his stomach as he stared down at Yo's hand in his. His anxiety spiked, while he also felt so calm. The flutter in his chest was still not something he wanted to deal with. However, Izuku knew he couldn't avoid it forever. Hopefully, his life would calm down, and he'd be able to do it on his own terms. But he had a creeping concern he either wouldn't have a choice, or he'd be too late. Izuku could only wait and see and do his best to figure out his own feelings about everything before the time came to understand his feelings on the handsome senpai whose fingers fit perfectly between his own. Izuku was sitting in the car on their way home, the rain hitting the window as he stared out at the storm. It was almost annoying how much it mimicked the feelings swirling in his gut and the thoughts racing through his brain. The week was just so confusing and all over the place. He thought things settled down, finally. Communication was better between him and the adults. Classes and exams were going well, Izuku having finally adjusted to a shift in curriculum and teachers. Training was going well, both in class and out. He did his regular sparring with Yo and even did some with Hitoshi. Hell, he'd even started talking with all of his friends from UA more again. Things were fine. He was feeling better, he was being heard finally. He had someone he could be open with, trusting Yo not to treat him differently just because he opened up. He thought it was a good idea at the time. But after that impromptu handholding session, things changed. Izuku didn't know what to do, not expecting Yo to do anything until Izuku finally got the guts up to confess. Sure, he wasn't expecting him to return his feelings, but he knew there would be some initial awkwardness. But his senpai was a good guy. He wouldn't intentionally hurt Izuku's feelings. Or at least, that's what he initially thought. But things between them over the last week were just too odd. There was too much teasing, too many mixed signals. Now, it was Thursday, and Izuku was stupefied. What was he supposed to think? He should have known, though. Things were never easy, and of course, something had to go wrong. It all started on Monday. Monday. Izuku was a panicked mess. He was so worried, he skipped lunch entirely and just locked himself in the library. The rows of books were able to hide him away from the rest of the world as he dumped his backpack out on the table, books and notebooks strewn everywhere. He looked like a frantic mess, spilling over all of his notes for the math exam that was in only a few hours. He wasn't prepared at all. He was usually so organized, but things hadn't been easy. He was dealing with plenty of SHT, and it was only a matter of time before something slipped his mind. The worst part was, the math test covered something he already learned at UA, but it was a topic he massively struggled with. In fact, he barely passed the exam he took back in ectoplasm's class. So, he crammed as hard as he could, about to cry, as he tried to focus. But his vision was blurring from the tears in his eyes, and he was already getting a stress headache. It felt like there was nothing he could do. He was going to fail, and he was beyond angry with himself. He wanted to both punch something and hide from the rest of the world. Until someone sat in the seat next to him. Izuku tried to wipe the tears from his eyes and masked the frustration in his voice as he turned to address them. "I'm sorry, I'm trying to study for in." His eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing as he looked into Yo's surprisingly concerned gaze. "Are you sure? 'Cause it looks more like you're trying not to cry." Izuku stared at him for a moment before letting out a deep, shuddering breath. He squeezed his eyes closed and turned back to his books. "I just forgot about this test, and I'm really scared at this stuff at UA. I'm just freaking out a bit." There was silence for a moment, Izuku too nervous to look over. He was already panicked about school. He didn't need to have a heart attack from his general proximity to his crush as well. But Izuku was weak, curiosity getting the better of him as he looked up at Yo. There was a devilish smirk on his lips, something glimmering in his eyes as he looked at him. "Lucky for you, little Kohai, I happen to be a math expert. Even on limits. Because I hate them." "Yep, just show me what you're working on," Yo said as he scooted closer. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to ignore his rising heart rate at the scent of Yo's cologne. Screw this man for knowing exactly how to mess with him. But after a deep breath, he managed to show Yo the problem, explaining his confusion. After about 10 minutes of walking through a few problems, Izuku finally felt like he got it. It felt like the clouds parted, and his confusion on limits that approach infinity was just a thing of the past. The rain had gone away and hopefully won't come back some other day. Izuku looked up at him, just as Yo looked back. Somehow, while reviewing homework, they had migrated way too close together. Izuku thought he was going to hyperventilate. It felt like a magnetic pull, his eyes dancing all around Yo's handsome face. Before he could lean in and do something stupid, he threw himself back, stuttering and blushing like a madman. Yeah. Teach, thanks for the help. I totally get it now. Sorry I ended up so close to you. My bad. Izuku looked up at him, expecting Yo to laugh it off like he often does. But this time, he just gave him a cocky grin. So full of arrogance. Izuku hated how pretty he looked. Don't worry about it, Midoriya. I liked being close to you. Then, he just got up and left, leaving Izuku a puddle on the ground as he practically sweated through his clothing. But the bell rang soon after, and Izuku was dashing out of the library. Thankfully, he was no longer panicking over the test and was instead wondering what the hell just happened. Tuesday. Izuku was determined to ignore what happened yesterday. He knew Yo liked to tease, always seeming to enjoy playfully making fun of people. He convinced himself it wasn't a big deal. It was just a joke between friends. Nothing to worry about. And if he did worry about it, it would drive him insane. Last night, he spent far too much time trying to decide if it was an honest statement, teasing, or something meaner. Logically, he knew Yo was messing with him. But he couldn't help the other two voices in his head. On the one hand, if Yo was trying to flirt with Izuku, then he might die from an overdose of happiness. That tiniest voice was trying to tell him to be optimistic, and Izuku wanted to listen to it. But on the other hand, there was something much darker telling him that he was being made fun of, that Yo wasn't even being friendly at all. So, he decided to listen to logic and ignore it for what it was, a totally normal way to mess around with your friend. It paid off. Yo acted totally normal by the time school was over, and they met up in the gym to spar. Izuku was excited about what they were working on today, Yo teaching him how to target weak points. They weren't using their quirks, just doing basic hand-to-hand sparring so Yo could show him where to hit. Izuku had ended up on the floor more times than he could imagine, getting kicked in the back of the knees, jabs at his throat, and sternum that knocked the breath right out of him. Most of these he knew, but it was always good practice, and Yo gave great tips for accuracy. He was ready to completely move on after the incident from the day before, totally comfortable with the relaxed atmosphere they always had. Until Izuku ended up on his back underneath Yo after a well-placed kick to his knees and a flip that brought him down. Izuku wanted to laugh it off, move on to another move like they always did. But Yo didn't budge. He was just looking down at Izuku, staring into his eyes as he took a deep breath. There was a tension there that Izuku was desperate to deny as his eyes flicked down to Yo's lips. It somehow got so much worse when Yo raised a hand, a tucked curl behind Izuku's ear. It was such a soft thing and completely unexpected. Yo seemed frozen for a minute before he again flashed a smile that could outright kill Izuku. He looked so sure of himself as he gazed at Izuku with that smug smile that somehow oozed both arrogance and sex appeal. If Izuku didn't like him so much, he'd probably hate him. How could anyone be that confident? But he didn't have time to think about it as Yo hopped off of him and reached down to haul him onto his feet. You know, Midoriya, you've got to stop falling for me like this. Izuku just blinked at him, still wholly thrown off from whatever just happened and having no idea how to deal with that comment. So Izuku did what he did best with Yo and embraced denial as he just stepped forward and tried to perform the same move on Yo. It didn't work, though. Izuku kicked the wrong spot and ended up on his back again. Fear raced through his heart, not at all equipped for whatever his heart was going to have to deal with this time. But Yo just moved on, sparring like normal. Like he hadn't almost murdered Izuku with something as simple as tucking a curl behind his ear. Thursday. Izuku avoided Yo on Wednesday. His little crush was doing a number on his sanity, and Yo's teasing was just too much sometimes. Izuku decided it must be that. He wasn't making fun of him. He wasn't bullying him. Yo proved he was a good friend, and Izuku didn't want to do him the disservice of doubting that. But that didn't mean his poor little heart could take it. The wicked smiles, the appealing onyx eyes, and muscles were killing him. And that was without the little playful comments. Izuku thought he might manage to somehow kill him twice. So, with the bit of a break he got on Wednesday, he felt ready for their next sparring session. He could handle the jokes, and if it went too far, Izuku would just say something. Yo may F with him a lot, but he really was kind. If Izuku was uncomfortable and asked him to stop, then he probably would. That was all he needed to focus on to get him through their time together and all the teasing. Plus, he missed him. Even if it was just Tuesday since they saw each other, Izuku couldn't help the ridiculous longing in his heart. It made him curse crushes. It was silly to miss someone after just a day, but he couldn't help himself, even if it meant he'd have little heart attacks the whole time over the sweat that dripped down the column of his neck or the pride in his eyes when Izuku picked up some new move quickly. For the most part, it really ended up going totally normally. He even managed to mostly ignore when Yo pulled his shirt up to wipe up his brow. Izuku only looked at his abs for a second and didn't even pass out. That felt like a win. But then they went into the locker room to get cleaned up and dressed after training. Izuku went to shower, getting rid of the sweat and grime caked to his skin after working out. Then he wrapped a towel around his waist, making his way to his locker to get dressed. But Yo was there, similarly dressed in a towel and looking far too attractive for his own good. If Izuku was even a little creepier, he wouldn't be able to resist a look. Truthfully, he only barely managed to keep his eyes to himself. But apparently, Yo couldn't manage. Wow, Midoriya. I don't know how you managed to hide that body. Izuku flashed through so many emotions. The first was utter shock that Yo even looked at him. Then, embarrassment flooded his cheeks that his crush was looking at him. But when he turned to look at Yo, he saw his eyes lingering on the scars. The ones he got from destroying himself for others. They hurt, sure, and he hated being reminded of his failures. But to some degree, he was proud because he was still alive, and so were the people he was trying to protect. However, it seemed Yo disagreed. Izuku was so confused and hurt. Yo was implying he should keep hiding his scars. Was he just teasing him more? What the hell was happening? Excuse me. I don't understand. You know, like where have you been hiding that body? Izuku most certainly didn't know. He didn't show off his scars, but he wasn't trying to hide them either. They were gnarly, but he didn't mind them or anything. But this seemed too far. Izuku couldn't believe he would say that. He didn't want to believe it. But again, Yo's eyes flickered to the scars. Unfortunately for them both, Izuku didn't notice the concern they were hiding. He was too riled up from training and Yo's presence. Too on edge after the teasing, flirting, bullying or whatever the hell this mess was. Izuku should have taken a second to think about it. But of course, he was nothing if not emotional. Quick to express his feelings and regularly failing at hiding them from anyone. I don't understand why you'd say that. Are my scars that bad? I thought we were friends, but that's so cruel. You're not a JRK, Shindu. Why are you acting like this? Are you teasing me? Are you flirting with me? Are you just being rude? I'm tired of whatever this is. I have so much to deal with, and I just want you to be honest with me, please. Izuku was on the verge of feeling way too much. It was overwhelming. Anger bubbled under his skin, sadness brimmed with the tears in his eyes, and confusion bounced around his downright insane thoughts. It didn't help that Yo looked utterly shocked. Eyes widened and mouth gaping before he let out a sigh and dragged his hands down his face. Midoriya, I honestly thought it was obvious. I didn't mean to stress you out. I honestly meant all of it. I knew you were clueless, but I didn't think you were this clueless. I don't know what that means either. Meant what? Meant to be mean. Meant to compliment me. I'm not always the best at reading social cues. Please. Just spell it out for me. Yo gave him the softest smile after that. It looked almost alien on his face, Izuku so used to seeing him be nothing but confident. But it was a nice change, and the little airy chuckle that slipped from his lips almost made Izuku swoon. But before Yo could speak, Hitoshi was darting into the locker room. Izuku, you in here? "I'm over here," he called back. Hitoshi turned the corner, finding both of them easily. His eyes darted back and forth, taking in the scene before a knowing smile spread on his face. "Well, I'm sorry to break up whatever is going on here, but there's a bit of an emergency. Izuku, we've got to go." Izuku wanted to just pass out. So much SHT was going on, and he could never catch a break. Couldn't the universe just let him figure out one thing at a time? Evidently, the answer was no, as Hitoshi told him to get dressed and hurried him out to their car to head home, never getting to finish his conversation with Yo. Izuku was still stuck on Yo, his thoughts swirling around the fight they almost had. But he felt a little guilty about it. Surely whatever was going on was probably more important than his crush, but there was very little he could do about it. Yo was distracting. But admittedly, so were all of his problems. It seemed like he never had a day to just relax. He was constantly focused on the cute boy he liked or the impending doom from the HPSC. Either way, it was still so surprisingly nice to have the crush. It made him feel a bit more like a typical teenager, even if he didn't like the swirling in his stomach or the aching pain in his chest when Yo was making fun of him. Unfortunately for him, Aizawa and Yamada seemed to be oblivious to his conundrum. "Izuku, there's no need to look like you're going to die. Our news is not good, but you'll be fine, kid." "Yeah," Yamada chimed in. "We've got your back. Nothing can defeat all of us." "Thanks, guys, that's actually not the problem, though. I have other things on my mind. But I appreciate the reassurance. I'm just a bit nervous about whatever you have to tell me." Things only seemed to get worse when he looked over to Hitoshi, who was flashing him a smirk. "Oh, really? Do tell, Aizu. What was on your mind?" "Nothing. Don't worry about it." "Oh no, I'm going to worry about it. You're like my little brother now, and I'm worried about you. We wouldn't want you to be upset again." Hitoshi specifically pointed his little speech at Eri, knowing it would work immediately. The little girl turned to Izuku, looking worried. "You have to tell us. None of us are supposed to keep things from each other anymore. How can I protect Zuzu if he's not telling us what's wrong?" Izuku sent a pointed glare at Hitoshi before letting out a sigh. "I was just thinking about Shindu. It's not a big deal." Aizawa looked at him in the rearview mirror, eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Interesting. I was unaware you were on a first-name basis." Izuku internally panicked. He had no idea how Aizawa and Yamada would react if they knew his problem was a crush. Clearly, neither of them were homophobic. They probably wouldn't care that he liked a boy. But he knew how Aizawa felt about distractions, and he knew how the man felt people not taking their hero education seriously. The last thing he wanted right now was a lecture. Yamada, however, had sparkles in his eyes. Izuku knew the man would probably want to set them up or something. Or maybe embarrass the hell out of him. Neither of those things was something he wanted. But when he looked back over at Eri's concerned look, he knew he had to at least say something. Even if he didn't tell them everything. "It's just because we train together. Everything is fine." Technically not a lie. If it weren't for their training, Izuku definitely wouldn't have this problem. "Oh. And what about laying out on the mat?" Hitoshi asked, still smiling like an idiot who was having way too much fun torturing Izuku. Izuku didn't hesitate to smack him. "Toshi, shut it. It's not like that." "It totally is. I've seen the way he looks at you like you're a snack, and he wants to eat you up." "A snack? Why would anyone want to eat Zuzu?" Eri asked, her eyes starting to water. Izuku then turned the dirtiest look at Hitoshi before smiling back down at her. "No one is going to eat me, eh?" Toshi was just trying to be funny. Yamada chimed in from the front seat. "Don't worry, baby. It just means someone has a crush on our boy." Izuku ignored the wave of warmth that overcame him from being called theirs and instead let out a groan. "Please, you're all torturing me now. This is cruel. It's perfectly natural to have a crush at your age. It's normal teenage behavior, and it would be illogical to assume that a bunch of hormonal teens wouldn't have crushes," Aizawa declared before locking eyes with Izuku in the rearview mirror. "That being said, don't let it get in the way of your safety or your studies. Those are your priority." I know. He's just confusing. It's not a big deal, I promise. Good, because we're home. Izuku just nodded, going along with everyone else as they went inside and dumped all of their stuff around the Genkan. Then they were ushered into the kitchen, all sitting around the table. Even Eri, as she crawled into Aizawa's lap. The easygoing atmosphere from the car quickly melted away, though, leaving them all unsure and tense. Eyes flicked around the table, everyone waiting to see who would talk first before finally Shouter pinched at the bridge of his nose. With a sigh of exasperation, he broke the silence. Look, there's no easy way to say this. We found out they're planning to show up here sometime next Wednesday and try to take you. Izuku stopped breathing. He knew it was likely, practically guaranteed, that they would come for him, but he couldn't help the panic and dread. But despite that, he would face it head-on. It was unavoidable, and he refused to cower in fear. All right. We knew this would happen eventually, right? So what's the plan? Unfortunately, we don't have many options. The safest bet would be to keep you home from school, maybe go to a different city for the day, or just hide you away. But the teachers met while you were all in training and decided we couldn't do that. We need to protect our sources. If they find out we have an in, it could be trouble. So we'll pretend not to know anything, Yamada said. So, on that day, Eri will stay at home with one of the other staff, and everyone else will be on high alert. Izuku, I know you won't like it, but I don't want you alone for even a second that day. The last thing we need is you getting snatched up while you're walking the halls to use the bathroom. Izuku let out a sigh. I don't like it, but I know every hero needs good backup. So I promise to stick with someone all day. Good. Now, we have no idea what they are actually planning. They could show up with tons of paperwork and just try to sneak you out of there. They may have permission from your mother. For all we know, they're sending a bunch of heroes to take you away. We don't have any other intel. Got it. So I need to be extra careful, is what you're saying. Do you think someone there is bad? Should I be careful who I'm alone with? What if they have someone with a quirk like 𝐔𝐸𝐽? Do I need to watch out for someone with portals like Kurogiri? Izuku lost himself in his analysis at that point, missing the fond and sad looks from the rest of them. Then he felt someone take his hand, and Yamada was giving him an apologetic look. You'll be all right. You're strong, little listener. And you've got all of us in your corner. I'm pretty tough, you know, he said with a wink. I am not really that worried right now. I just need to treat it like any other mission, right? Except the person I'm protecting is myself. That's a very practical way to look at this. Keep your head about you, and that should make it even easier. Izuku just nodded, trying to maintain that mindset. All through dinner, he tried to brainstorm on ways they could try to take him, coming up with counterattacks and ways to prevent just getting taken through some mysterious, non-existent portal. He managed to even take several pages of notes on how he'd act if he was protecting another target. But, in this case, he was just watching out for himself. He could do that, right? Izuku knew he was observant. He knew he noticed things others didn't. So that should only make this easier. And that's what was running through his mind as he crawled into bed, focusing on all the ways he could be successful and the possibility that life could get a bit more normal after this. He was desperately hoping the commission would just give up after this attempt. But the optimism was bound to fail him eventually as he laid in bed. The darkness of the night started to invade his thoughts, and instead, he could only think about everything that could go wrong. He imagined his mom showing up, hatred in her eyes as she handed him over. She would sneer at him in distaste as she spoke. Oh, Izuku. If only you weren't such a burden. The commission will fix you now. He imagined a whole group of heroes storming the school, arresting him and then just handing him over, losing his freedom and future. They would have no problems giving him up, watching him walk away as the commission got their grubby paws on him. But the worst thing that ran through his head was downright devastating. Just thinking about it made bile rise in his throat, and he found himself tossing and turning in bed. He knew it was ridiculous, but he couldn't get it to stop playing in his head like a broken record on repeat. It was Aizawa and Yamada signing the paperwork with the commission. They decided he wasn't worth the trouble. After uprooting their family, the problem child was just too much of a problem. So Eri cried, and Hitoshi gave him a hug, and they all just sent him on his way. They looked guilty, and he could see the pity in their eyes. It was horrifying, like a nightmare he was experiencing while he was awake. He ended up not getting any sleep that night, too afraid of what his actual nightmares might show him. So he just laid in bed, desperately trying to plan for any eventuality. He even tried to plan an escape in case the commission somehow did steal him away. By the morning, he looked just as awful as Aizawa and Hitoshi, and the knowing looks from the others were enough to make him regret not getting more sleep. But it was Saturday, and they made sure to keep him distracted. Somehow, he managed to get through the weekend and even the weekdays until Tuesday night. He felt himself falling apart, lack of sleep and stress pulling him apart at the seams. As he sat in bed, he stared up at the ceiling until a knock broke him out of his stupor. "Come in." Then Aizawa walked in with a glass of water and something in his hand. "Hey, kid. How are you feeling?" Izuku let out a dry laugh. "Like I'm to be hunted down tomorrow and can't do anything about it." "That's fair. But we need you at your best. Do you think you'll be able to sleep tonight or eat breakfast tomorrow?" "I doubt it. But I promise I'll still be on my A game. I can do it." Aizawa sat on the bed, reaching out to ruffle Izuku's curls. "I know you can, but I want to give you the best shot. Now, this isn't going to be a regular thing because they can be habit-forming, but I brought you one of my sleeping pills." Then he reached out and gave Izuku the water and a small pill. "I can't take your medicine. Don't you need it?" "I only take them sometimes. They're strong, so you have to be careful with them." "It's all right, Izuku. I wouldn't offer it if I thought it was a bad idea." Izuku just nodded, taking the pill. Then Aizawa got up to leave, and Izuku reached out to grab onto his breathed leg. He felt like a little kid, but he didn't want to be alone. "Aizawa, will you stay? Just till I fall asleep?" The smile on the man's face was softer than Izuku had ever seen, as he let out a chuckle as he walked back to the bed. "You know, you can call me Shouter. We've already been through enough together, kid." Are you sure?" "Yup. That formality stuff has always been a nuisance to me anyway. But if we're at school, you better still call me Aizawa." "All right. Thanks." Shouter then reached over to mess with his hair again. "No thanks necessary. You can show me you're grateful by being safe tomorrow." "Okay, show," he mumbled as he closed his eyes and passed out in a matter of minutes. Shouter's calming presence and the pill helped to ease his mind to a dreamless sleep. Izuku spent Wednesday in a constant state of paranoia. From the moment he woke up, he was on edge, just waiting for someone to creep out of the corner and snatch him up. Steal him away from his new life. New family. Waiting for someone to take him away from Yo. He had been so weird with all of them, too worked up about the whole situation to pay them all enough attention. But now, he was terrified he didn't give them enough attention. The paranoia that he wasn't good enough or that he didn't care enough set in along with the rest of it. So all morning, he was trying so hard to be affectionate. He hugged all of them and clung to A as she gripped him for dear life. Then, when they had to leave breakfast, she barely let him go. And they both cried. But Izuku tried so hard to convince himself that this wasn't going to be goodbye. He was going to save himself. But why did it feel like he knew he was dying and he was saying goodbye? He even texted Kaken to tell him that no matter what, he'd always be one of Izuku's best friends. As he expected, the boy sent back several rude emojis and quite a few colorful cuss words. But Izuku just smiled down at his phone. In class, he was distracted, noticing every shadow and every movement out of the corner of his eye. The teachers all watched him carefully, too, giving him small smiles and little shoulder pats as reassurance. It was nice, but none of it worked. The whole day was just a practice in observation and living with horrifying levels of anxiety. He felt like his heart was going to give out at any moment or like he would finally break and just sob until he drowned the entire classroom. Not knowing was the worst part. Izuku was standing on a cliff, waiting to see if he would get pushed off or if someone was there to pull him away from the edge. The only thing that even slightly managed to pull him out of his head was sparring with Yo after school. The fact that nothing happened yet was plaguing him, but there was nothing he could do about that. So he gave in to the other boy's presence. He stared at his arms, glanced at his abs, and soaked up the flirting. He let himself live in the delusion that his crush liked him back because he may never see him again. Yo noticed. You seem real weird today. What's going on in that pretty head of yours? Izuku looked away. He didn't want to lie right to Yo's face. Nothing. Just feeling off. I'm alright. It was going fine until they heard running and shouting from the teachers. Then the school alarm triggered, and Izuku knew. It was time. Whatever was going to happen was happening. No more dreaded waiting. It was time. Shouter burst in the door. Villains are attacking, many of them. Izuku, go to the teacher's lounge and trigger the lockdown. Shindu, go with him. And if you let anything happen to my kid, I'll expel you. Then, Shouter was gone. Izuku moved to run, but Yo grabbed onto his arm. This is it, right? The people who are after you. They're here. Why yeah? Yo paused, hesitated for a single second before he pulled Izuku in and kissed his forehead. It wasn't particularly soft or gentle, but it warmed every inch of him. It made him dizzy like he was running out of air. Then Yo took his hand and pulled him towards the teacher's lounge. When this is over, I'll give you a better one. Izuku just nodded, following along hand in hand as they ran down the halls together. It was almost romantic, with the promise of more, wind in their hair, and fingers interlocked. Izuku let himself think about what a better one would be like. Maybe he'd have his first kiss there. That would be insane. A story for his kid someday, that his first kiss was during a villain attack hidden away in the teacher's lounge. Maybe they would even be his and Yo's kids. 2 adopted little ones, being heroes and raising a family. All starting from a promised kiss after people tried to kidnap him. But the world wasn't fair. They turned a corner, and 5 villains were blocking their route. Izuku could daydream about a teacher's lounge kiss all he wanted, but too bad they would never make it there. Izuku suddenly understood everything and nothing. It didn't make any sense for the commission to send villains here. What could they possibly get out of that? If he was kidnapped, it wasn't like they could then parade him around as their token hero in training. The world would believe he was abducted. It made no sense. It only gave him more questions. Normally, he would enjoy trying to understand and figure out their motives, but unfortunately for him, there were more pressing matters. He had no idea how many villains were attacking the school or their quirks. But for now, he should listen to Shouter. They trusted him with intel, and the plan was to get him somewhere defensible, and he could take care of himself so that he'd get there safely. That was the plan, and Izuku was determined to stick to it. But he was stuck in his head too long, and he didn't even notice one of the villains slam his hand down on the ground. Then a thin layer of ice spread over the whole surface, making it incredibly slippery, and suddenly Izuku was falling on his butt. Then the villains were rushing them, all of them with spiked shoes as they moved flawlessly on the ice. These villains worked together regularly. They all fell into formation and charged, giving them no time to recover. Before Izuku even knew what was happening, one of them shapeshifted into a lion and pounced on him. He barely had time to power up enough of his quirk to flick an air current at the lion, sending him sliding across the ice. But Izuku didn't even have time to get to his feet before one of the villains seemingly split into himself and a ghost version. The other copy may have been see-through, but they were totally solid when they kicked Izuku. But he grabbed their leg and used it to pop himself up onto his own feet, only to flip them. When the spirit-like thing hit the ground, it disappeared, only for the villain to spawn a new one. Grand, we need to put some space between them and us. We don't know their quirks. But Yo never responded, trying to fight hand-to-hand with someone who looked totally normal. Izuku couldn't see them use a quirk at all. Yo! We need to retreat. Still, no response, and then the spirit villain was assaulting him, both of them at the same time as they tried to gang up on him. Izuku blocked several punches and kicks, dodging and weaving until finally he got a good grip on one of them and tossed them out the window, shattering the glass and sending them out of the building. Unfortunately, it wasn't the real one. Damn it! Which one do I hit? Silly hero, guess you're just unlucky, the villain chuckled. Izuku gritted his teeth and persisted. When the villain threw another failed punch, Izuku managed to toss the real one out of the same window, reducing damage to the school building and getting the villain's numbers down to 4. And stay out! 𝐒𝐬𝐽 screamed, whipping back to the other villains. But without even so much as a break, the lion was charging him again. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 powered up his quirk to 20% while he caught the lion mid-jump, throwing it out the same window as the other villain. It worked perfectly, but the ear-piercing roar said otherwise as suddenly the lion was jumping back through the window, its jaw wide open. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had nowhere to grab without worrying about its menacing teeth, and the distraction couldn't have been worse. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 noticed the villain fighting Yo turn to run at him while he screamed, "It's your turn, brat." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 moved to catch them and hopefully throw them back at the lion. It could work, getting rid of both of them at once. But the second he touched the other man, everything went black. Or not so much black, as suddenly it was all gone. It was like someone flipped a switch, and suddenly the universe was gone. It was horrifying, overwhelming, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 barely had time to notice he could still hear the fight just as Yo screamed, "Deku! Watch out! Watch where!" But then he figured it out when the lion bit down on his arm, shaking him around as he was thrown into the air and slammed into something. It felt like the interior wall of the building, cracking beneath him. He tried to get up, but the stabbing pain in his arm was shocking. It was massively different from a standard broken arm. He could feel his heart pounding and blood pouring from the wound, and the torn skin felt shredded. But he had no time to recover before he felt someone attacking him. It wasn't the lion. The person was clearly trying to punch and kick him. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 couldn't block anything, taking the hits repeatedly until finally, he pinpointed where they were standing. But before he could do anything, Yo erupted in screams. They were horrible, the worst he'd ever heard in his life. "No! No! Deku, run! We're going to die! Teach, there are so many of them." "Of what? I can't see." But Yo just continued to scream, making no sense at all. "You can't do this. No. You can't hurt him with those things. I'll kill you. Yo! Please! What's happening?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was about to cry, desperate to see what had Yo so shaken. He sounded positively terrified and furious. Like he was about to break down into horrible sobs while he simultaneously killed whoever was about to hurt them. But then the screaming cut off entirely. He could only hear what he thought was Yo's heavy breathing as he listened to a body hit the floor. It sent a chill running through him. The only thing that kept him from becoming downright murderous was that he could still hear what he thought was Yo's heavy breathing. But villains didn't care about people. If he was down, there was no reason one of the villains wouldn't finish the job. But he was still getting beat on, only dodging about half the blows as he got the SHT beat out of him. He heard someone approaching as he grit his teeth and tried to focus on the villain currently in between him and where he thought Yo was. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 couldn't see, though. How was he supposed to win without knowing where the villain was? But the villain made a mistake. They laughed. It was cold and cruel and only made 𝐒𝐬𝐽 angry. "Ha! Don't worry, little hero, we'll kill him painlessly. We're here for you." 𝐒𝐬𝐽's blood ran cold. He hated the words. He wanted to puke at the thought of Yo dying because of him. He'd never get to tell him how he felt. He'd never get that kiss. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 refused to let that happen. Thankfully, the villain's voice gave away where they were. "You shouldn't have said anything. You're mine." Then, holding nothing back, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 powered up to 40% and hit them with everything he had. He could tell he made contact with their gut, hearing a wrecked scream erupt from them as he heard a massive crash sending them through the wall of the building. Once they hit the wall, everything came flooding back to 𝐒𝐬𝐽. He could finally see again. That villain must have had some sort of sensory deprivation quirk. It was terrifying not being able to see, but it was almost worse to see. The lion looked like it was about to rip Yo's throat out. The man with the freezing quirk was standing over him, having frozen him. "Too late for you, isn't it? Don't worry. The cold probably won't kill anyone." Yo's body was covered with a thin layer of ice. He looked completely unable to move, except 𝐒𝐬𝐽 could see the slightest rise of his chest and his eyes staring at the lion whose teeth were about to close around his neck. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 acted instantly despite the fear clawing at his throat. He wanted to scream, but instead, all he did was throw himself at the lion as hard as he could, using 50% of one for all that ended up slamming the lion through another window. Izuku was about to follow out and make sure the man was down for the count when he saw he was shifted back into a human, sprawled out unconscious on the ground below. Izuku then moved between Yo and the remaining two villains. "You won't get anywhere near him. I'll fight you both and save him." "Ha! Sure, kid," the villain said as he laughed at them. With that little distraction, Izuku took a moment to assess the situation. He could handle the freezing guy, keeping his distance enough and just send him through a wall a few times until the man was knocked out. Izuku didn't know what the last villain's quirk was, though. But he suspected it had something to do with Yo's screaming. He was convinced he'd never forget those screams as Yo begged for Izuku's life. But he was determined to face her down. She looked evil. Something about her just emanated this aura of hate and fear. She smirked at him. "Are you afraid, hero?" "No. I have to win this. I will defeat you and earn my freedom. And I will protect Grand with my dying breath if I have to. Give up, villains." She giggled. "You should have said yes." Then her eyes started to glow red, and from the ground sprouted at least 10 monsters. They were the most horrific thing he'd ever seen. They were all bloody, with long claws and jagged teeth. They were huge, nearly 8 feet tall, and they looked like they could kill him with one hit. Never in his life had he ever been so afraid. Izuku would rather face Shigaraki and All for One right now. It was like fear crept into his brain and pumped to every inch of his body, and he could feel goosebumps rise on his skin. It was so horrifying, and it felt like he was facing down his death. Izuku was sure he was going to die. And Yo was going to die. He felt tremors rack his whole body as the demons moved closer and held down to his knees, tears spilling from his eyes. "No, please. I don't want to die. I can't die. And Yo has to live. I need to live with him. I want to kiss him. And hold his hand. And it's over. I'm going to die." He heard the villains laugh, dry and humorless, as their eyes flashed sadistically. They were going to enjoy watching them die. It was the end. But then he felt the ground start to shake. Yo was using his quirk until suddenly he heard the ice around him shatter. Yo took a deep breath then screamed. "Izuku, they're not real. It's just the quirk." Izuku couldn't comprehend that. No part of him was capable of believing that. They were absolutely real, and they were going to kill him. When the man with the freezing quirk touched his skin and Izuku froze, it only felt more real. He was paralyzed with fear and frozen in place. But then Yo darted in front of him, grabbing the frozen man's head before cranking his quirk up. Izuku could see the man's entire head vibrate until his whole body went limp and the villain crashed to the ground. The villain only had time to freeze Izuku up until his head. He could still see everything. He could still breathe. But it didn't matter if they were going to die. "Deku. I can't see them right now. The villain is just making you think they're real. You have to fight it." "I can't. We're going to die, and I'm frozen. I can't watch you die. I want more time. I want to love you and kiss you and be with you. Please, please don't kill us." Izuku couldn't stop himself from sobbing. His tears fell down his cheeks as he watched Yo move closer and closer to the monsters. But then he just walked right through one of them. And then another. Izuku knew that was weird. They were going to kill them, so how did he pass through it? But he was still too overwhelmed with the horror that gripped at every nerve. It only worsened when Yo started to fight the villain, triggering his quirk to almost shock her limbs until finally she collapsed to the ground and all the demons with her. Clarity rushed back to Izuku, the adrenaline leaving his system all at once as he fell face-first to the floor. The ice was horribly cold, leaving him feeling trapped and unable to move until he heard Yo crawl over to him and flip him on his side until he scooped him into his arms. They made their way a few halls down, Yo cradling Izuku in his arms as he ran. They could see the teacher's lounge just ahead of them until they were falling to the ground. Yo's legs gave out, exhaustion wiping them out. Yo was breathing, sentences stilted. "Sorry. Used my quirk too much. Can't get us there. We can't stay here." Izuku stuttered out, his vision going blurry as the ice froze him down to his very core. "Sorry, Zuku. Can I call you that?" Why yeah, you can, Izuku said with the tiniest laugh. Good. Call me yo, K, gonna be your boyfriend now. Izuku barely caught the faintest smirk on Yo's face that was overshadowed by bruises and grime. Then his eyes slipped closed, and Izuku barely responded back before he passed out. Not if I be your boyfriend first. Then consciousness slipped away from both of them, leaving them knocked out, exposed in the hallway during a villain attack specifically designed to steal Izuku away. But at that moment, neither of them thought about it, as their last thoughts were focused solely on each other. Who knew where they'd be when they woke up? When Izuku first woke up, he was extremely disoriented. He couldn't open his eyes, couldn't really make out any sounds. It was like he was underwater, unable to see beneath murky depths with nothing but the sounds of waves in his ears. Everything was foggy. He didn't know if he was conscious for more than a few seconds or a few minutes or a few hours. It barely felt like consciousness at all. But the ache in his bones and the pain in his heart was so real. He could feel this need to reach out to someone. Multiple someones. But he couldn't quite remember who. All he got were pieces: a cute smirk, protective black eyes, a laugh, warm hugs, explosions, and cute giggles. Flashes of color filtered through his brain: black, purple, yellow, white, red. All things he associated with safety and love. But no matter how hard Izuku tried to reach out and grasp them, he couldn't get himself to move. It was some unsurmountable effort that felt entirely impossible. It frustrated him, in this state of hazy consciousness, to be so useless. But even that anger was exhausting, draining any bit of energy he had in him. Izuku practically felt the awareness slowly ebb away, everything slowly leaving high behind. Blackness came back like a comforting emptiness, dragging him away from the aggravating struggle of opening his eyes. Silence and nothingness returned. The next time Izuku started to wake up, the world felt real again. He really felt like he was conscious, feeling the world move around him as he tried to grasp each of his individual senses and understand where he was and what was going on. He could feel scratchy sheets against his skin, the aches in his bones and muscles were prominent, and he could feel his head pounding. It smelled like antiseptic and overly filtered air. Izuku's nose scrunching up at the familiar scent. But it was stale, nothing like he would expect from waking up in a normal hospital. That could only mean something terrible. Next, he tried to open his eyes and was met with a white ceiling. After letting his vision adjust, he turned his head to the side and found himself in a small hospital-type room. But there were no windows and very little furniture other than a few chairs. It was cold and unwelcoming, and the room was empty. That was around the time that Izuku could finally hear what was around him. The steady beating of the heart monitor slowly increased as Izuku started to panic in an unfamiliar place. His thoughts only got darker and darker. Was he with the commission? Did the villains get him? Where was Yo? And his family? Izuku's vision blurred, his quirk activating as his fight or flight response was triggered. He needed to get out. It wasn't home. He wasn't safe. He needed the others. He needed to find his way back to them. Green lightning rippled across his skin as he tried to sit up. It hurt everywhere, every single bit of his body was in pain. And then, faceless people were charging into the room, shouting at him and trying to hold him down. They were going to tie him up, restrain him. He couldn't let that happen. He's trying to escape. Quick! Sedate him. But then he felt something sharp prick his neck, and suddenly everything was crashing. His eyes were closing, and control of his body was leaving him. Darkness swallowed him down like he was falling into an endless pit of nothingness, and black consumed him. Izuku went back to sleep. Finally, Izuku woke up a third time. It was much easier. To grip onto consciousness this time, his eyes snapping open and already on high alert. He had to defend himself. He needed to find his loved ones. He was about to bolt out of bed, already making a run for it, when he saw there were other people in the room. Very familiar people. Izuku gasped, his entire body practically giving out as he collapsed back on the bed. Before he could do or say anything, they were on him. Suddenly arms were around him faster than he could do anything about it, pulling him into a warm broad chest. The scent of cheap aftershave and orange juice swimming through his senses and relaxing every fiber of his being. His family was here. He wasn't alone. 𝐿𝐴 was holding him close, whispering calming words. Izuku, you're safe. Everyone is fine. We beat the villains, and no one took you away. Breathe for me. Izuku did his best to listen, breathing along with 𝐿𝐴's own deeper ones. It was hard, his breath stuttering as the panic ebbed away and his heart rate calmed down. The energy was sapped out of him, the adrenaline leaving his body as he sagged into the strong arms that grounded him back to the real world. He was safe. Everyone was fine. The villains lost, and Izuku was still with his family. Eventually, 𝐿𝐴 pulled away, using the remote connected to the bed to raise the back so Izuku could sit up. Looking around the room, it seemed a lot less scary now. Eri and Hitoshi were passed out in one of the chairs. She was fast asleep in his lap, drooling on his shirt, and he was conked out with his head on hers. Izuku realized he was really starting to come into his own as a sibling because the first thing he wanted to do was take a picture as blackmail. Hitoshi would hate looking so cute. Hisashi was sitting next to them, wide awake as he watched both Izuku and 𝐿𝐴. His eyes were full of concern and something far softer, maybe fondness if Izuku had to name it. It warmed him almost as much as 𝐿𝐴's hug had, serving as a reminder that he really was loved. He almost let it bubble up. Izuku could feel the tears trying to collect in his eyes. But now wasn't the time for mushy feelings and crying. He needed answers. So, what happened? Well, we found both you and Shindu passed out in the hallway, surrounded by several downed villains. It's safe to assume you both probably took them down. Yeah, we were trying to get locked down, but we ran into them. We tried to minimize damage to us and the building, but well, you see how that went, Izuku said with a shaky laugh, his hands nervously fidgeting with the rough bedding. We figured. Always a problem child, 𝐿𝐴 said with a little shake of his head. Sorry. We really tried not to get in any trouble. But they had some crazy quirks. One of them could freeze anything he touched, like Todoroki's quirk, except he just froze stuff instantly instead of creating ice. One of them had this crazy hallucinatory monster quirk. I've never been so scared in my life. Also, one of them blinded me. Really, that quirk would have been great for a hero. Can you imagine the disadvantage? Well, that explains it. Both you and Shindu were suffering from hypothermia in almost your entire bodies. You slept for almost a day to warm up and get your energy back. Izuku's eyes widened in panic as he tried to climb off the bed. Is Yo okay? Where is he? Is he still asleep? Has he woken up? Can I see him? Yes, he's fine. He's at a normal hospital. He has woken up, and no, you can't go see him. You're still recovering, and it's too dangerous at the moment. 𝐿𝐴 pinched the bridge of his nose. We have some unfortunate information now. I don't think I like the sound of that. We were able to capture them all. None of them would spill until we got express permission to use Hitoshi's quirk. The commission hired them to take you, and then they were planning to stage a rescue and use it as an excuse to keep you. Izuku laid his head back against the bed, closing his eyes as he desperately gripped at the bedding beneath his fingers. He tried to regulate his breathing, counting with each breath to try to keep himself from panicking or having a breakdown. Maybe it was silly because, truthfully, he already knew that was what was going on. But hearing it from 𝐿𝐴 made it real. They were willing to kidnap him. It was more than legal paperwork and manipulation. More than All Might's shitty guilt-tripping and his mother selling him off. They were genuinely willing to take him. Izuku wasn't even safe on practically the other side of the country. Did that mean he left UA for nothing? Were they just going to take him anyway? Did he just put his new family in danger? That line of thought was dangerous. If he went too far down that spiral, it would drive him mad. It would rip him apart just when he was starting to realize he could lean on them. They weren't like his mom. They wouldn't be wishy-washy with their protection. They wouldn't give up on him. No matter how much he worried that none of this was worth it, he had to hold on to that. They would have to give up eventually. They couldn't try to keep kidnapping him. Eventually, he would be an adult pro-hero. They would have to at least leave him alone, then, right? But that was practically 2 years away. Izuku didn't know what to think. So, if they're willing to kidnap me now, what are we supposed to do? How long is this going to last? Izuku asked, his voice getting weaker with every word. 𝐻𝐿 let out a sigh, putting his elbows on his knees as he pinched at the bridge of his nose. We don't know, Izuku. But we can keep you safe until they throw in the towel. They can't keep this up forever. So what do I do in the meantime? Well, you're not going to like this thing answer, but we're going to have to keep a closer eye on you. It will SCK, and you will hate it. It will feel limiting and awful, but until we think you're safe, or until we have more information, it's really our only immediate option. Izuku flexed his fists, frustration taking over as his nostrils flared and he closed his eyes. He knew 𝐻𝐿 was right, that was obviously the right thing to do. But he hated it. He didn't want to be locked away for his safety, no matter how much it made sense. All he wanted to do was throw himself out of that goddamn hospital bed and run. He just wanted to go to Yo. His boyfriend was the only person who didn't walk on eggshells around him. Sure, his family was getting better. It was easier and more comfortable around them. But Yo made him feel free. Yo distracted him from being a fugitive from the Hero Commission. He was his boyfriend now, and he gave Izuku a different kind of comfort. And it felt so much easier to fall apart with him. Izuku felt this burning need to prove himself around 𝐻𝐿 and Hisashi. If he fell apart, they would baby him. Even if it was all out of love and care, it drove Izuku nuts. But not with Yo. If he fell apart with him, Yo just held his hand, lent some strength, and never looked at him differently. Izuku knew needed to see him, and he didn't want to wait. I want to go visit Yo. Hisashi gave him a sad smile. Sorry, kid. You're not ready to leave the hospital yet. Well, can he come here? No, he would need special access to visit you here, 𝐻𝐿 said. Where is here exactly? We're in a hero's hospital a few miles from the city. It serves the whole prefecture. Students with provisional licenses generally don't have access. But Hoshi pulled a few strings, and now here we are. But I need to see him, Izuku said, starting to get far too emotional. He practically screamed it, rousing Hitoshi and Eri from their sleep. I'm sorry, but I don't know. He makes me feel like I don't have to be strong to prove myself. Please. Hisashi's eyes were so sad, staring back at Izuku and giving him a weak smile. I know. I'm so sorry, Aizu. You'll be out of here in a day or two, and he can come over, okay? We'll even let you close your bedroom door, Hisashi said with a wink. We will. 𝐻𝐿 asked. Hisashi smacked his shoulder. Yes, because we trust them to make good choices, 𝐻𝐿. Fine. Whatever. And Izuku. Hisashi said, turning to him. I'm sorry you feel like you can't be honest with your feelings around us. Izuku's eyes widened, his hands flapping around as he scrambled to respond. It's not your guys' fault at all. I just don't want you guys to think that I'm weak or need protecting. And I know Yo won't change how he treats me because of that. The tension in the room was high as everyone sat silently, the adults looking guilty, until Hitoshi let out a snort. Guess we can't be as great as your boyfriend. Izuku turned bright red, flustered because now he couldn't even try to deny him. It was just true. Yo was his boyfriend now, and it was so DMN amazing. Izuku never imagined that a partner like Yo was in the cards for him, especially after being let down by so many people close to him. And unfortunately for him, he got lost in his daydreaming and missed the devious smirk that spread on Hitoshi's face. Oh ho ho, Aizu. You're not denying it anymore. Is he your boyfriend now? Toshi, stop, Izuku whined. Nope, this is going to be way fun. I can't believe dads are gonna let you hang out in your room with the door closed. 𝐻𝐿 looked back at Hisashi. Do we really have to do that? Yes, 𝐻𝐿. We trust them. 𝐻𝐿 grumbled something under his breath that sounded a lot like, well, I don't trust Shindu. Izuku barely held back a giggle as he turned to them. So, what is the plan for everything when I get out? Depends. Do you mean long-term or immediately? Well, I guess both. But I would like to go see him. 𝐻𝐿 shrugged. That's fine. We do have a semi-long-term plan other than just locking you up. But we wanted to wait till you were home to bring it up. Izuku's eyes lit up. The chance of having a solution finally giving him some hope. Well, now you have to tell me. I have to know if there's a plan. Hisashi and Shouter then glanced at each other, and Izuku could just tell that there were nearly 1,000 words spoken between them at that moment. It was surreal to see, and it made Izuku desperately wish he'd been born with a mind-reading quirk. But after their silent conversation, Shouter let out a sigh and nodded at Hisashi. The other man then turned to Izuku, beaming at him with a huge smile. Izuku, what would you think if we legally adopted you?